what happened in the Capitol Hill, where the social media, especially the Twitter, played a role of instigating certain mob, and they sort of went inside and created a ruckus inside the assembly of United States, and then subsequently. Mr. Trump's accounts were banned for life. Various social media players announced that he will not be allowed to put any update, either tweet or Facebook update or something like that. Probably Instagram also. At the same time, WhatsApp now, which is part of Facebook, has announced their new privacy policies. And the way they have announced is that when you look at your WhatsApp to see a message, there is a pop-up which is visible to you, and then it says that kindly review and accept. So in most cases, it is like an auto suggestion in our mind today that if we see a privacy policy, we just say, okay, go ahead and let's do it. But this time, I think it makes sense to read them carefully. And what has happened is WhatsApp now wants to integrate their platform with Facebook platform, and the ownership is with Facebook anyway. And they want to leverage WhatsApp, which is connected with the mobile phone, as a choice platform for their business application. And because of that, Facebook will get access to your business connections, what you talk to them, who are your people with whom you're doing business, what sort of discussions you're doing with them. If you're using WhatsApp as a transaction platform, so how much money you're transacting, to whom you're sending money to, from where you're getting the money, all this information will be tracked by Facebook. And the idea is that Facebook would like to go to the next level where you actually need not create a website. If you are a small business, then you can use Facebook platform to run entire thing. I mean, you can have your accounts on the web page. You can also have your bank account linked with Facebook, and you can pay and receive money from using WhatsApp. So I think the world is moving that way, and what I see is that the chain reaction of this will impact all of us, and that is why I wanted to bring this as a discussion point. And I'm sure you're also aware of these things. So, what is your opinion on this?
Well, it's an interesting transition, let's call it, because let's face it, everyone's moving into the digital world. All of our communication, whether it's bank transfers, physical discussion, passing messages from one person to the other, this is all about the speed of communication. And particularly in a business arena, we want that to be faster. We always want it to be faster. We don't want to slow down the opportunity. We want to make it crisp, clean, and clinical in many respects. I'm in two minds, frankly, over the issue of what Facebook and WhatsApp are doing. I mean, most people knew that WhatsApp was part of the Facebook arena anyway. For the majority of people that I know, they just use it as a communication media. So you and I, for instance, you're in India, I'm in the UK. We tend not to use it much for voice, but we send messages backwards and forwards. If any of those messages were intercepted by Facebook, would it make a massive difference to our business? Absolutely not. So it's an issue of what do you do in these media, and not necessarily what is it stopping you doing, with these new rules. And you're absolutely right, CK. Most people these days, and I'm guilty as well, it will say, will you accept cookies on this site? And I mean, who is going to go through that website and actually click out the cookies that put the privacy rights? I just want to see the website. So giving them the cookie access, what does that actually mean? Be honest with you, if I'm just looking for a short period of time on there, it's just giving them feedback as to what pages I went on to. So it's giving them artificial intelligence. that they can perhaps improve their offering. So, when it comes to cookies, be honest with yourself, everybody, who actually says no? I'm not going to I'm not going to be a part of your cookie regime, because if you say no, you can't see the site, you don't get access. So everyone clicks on yes. I'd want to go back to the fundamental parts about what this is, about the communication media we're talking about here, because communication is the lifeline of any business. You immediately get feedback from your customers, from your team. I mean, I know so many people that use WhatsApp as a team media. Is it secure? Well, it's as secure as they need to make it. I know some big IT companies that use WhatsApp. So they believe it's secure for what they do. And this is the issue. Well, how do you use these media? And let me just ask you a question. I mean, I'm on a number of WhatsApp groups around the world. Some pretty powerful, some just chat rooms. I've noticed the chat rooms all say, oh, we need to go to Telegram. Oh, we need to go onto Messenger. We're not going to let Facebook take over control of our business. These are just chat rooms. Now, I'm sure, someone out there is going to say, yes, but it's data, it's valuable, it's your personality, and they're stealing it. Well, if you're on Facebook already, they've probably stolen everything they need to steal, frankly. And we do rely upon these platforms, to be ethical. And I'm sure you've seen most governments around the world, certainly the UK, have been very critical about these social media platforms, closing people down for propaganda. I mean, the whole ISIS arena, months or years ago, the government was very critical about people being groomed through social media. And, you shouldn't be, the social media platforms shouldn't allow this type of grooming, because it's unethical. So I've passed a few things back to you as ever, CK. So have you seen a lot of people on the WhatsApp arena suggest Telegram, or there was another one that was suggested that was closed down actually last week because of its propaganda? The funding was pulled. Have you seen people just suggest another platform to go onto? In other words, in desperation to get to something else that perhaps isn't controlled?
Well, that's the thing, Naval. I think sometimes we humans behave like monkeys and start following others. And for free, people are not even paying to participate in this false propaganda. So suddenly there is an influx of a lot of new connections. A lot of my connections are now joining Telegram. Every day I see 20 new connections, because Telegram has a feature where it says that one of your connection has joined Telegram. So that's how I know that, earlier there were only like one person in like 3 months I would see a pop-up, but now every day 20 to 30 people are joining. I am seeing that. But I think you're absolutely right when you say that since you are on the digital platform, and I think it's not new. I mean, it started with banking. The bank knows exactly where you live, what is your number, how much money you got, where you're transacting. All that information is available with the bank in their database, and you can't hide. If you swipe your card to buy expensive mobile phone, everybody starting from bank to IT department to the government of India knows. Not only that, the mobile company also know your IMEI number, so they know exactly which mobile is with you. So I think it's just a myth where people are just spreading the false news that, hey, get out of WhatsApp and go to Telegram, and then do what? You know, we were using WhatsApp to communicate with each other, like you and I do many times. And the great news in India is that from 1st of January 2021, all voice calls have been made free across the country. And that is the the effect of social media, because people are not using voice calls anymore, they're using WhatsApp calls, which runs on the internet. So the technology is now diverging towards sort of centralization. And I think you made a very good point of false propaganda, where the government of UK is very critical about spreading false news and using the social media to spread, false narrative. So I think these are all going to help in that, because if you say something, you better be responsible for it. So if you say something, you can be tracked now. And that is the exact reason in India, because India has been suffering because of terrorism for last 3 to 4 decades. In fact, India was the first country to get affected with terrorism. At that point in time, the world did not believe, but now it's a reality. The terrorism is there. So the government of India tracks all these groups who spread false narrative and shut them down. So they have created the legal systems to make sure that. So now WhatsApp getting integrated more seamlessly into Facebook. And what happened in the Capitol Hill, all those guys who started the false narrative which led to the seize of Capitol Hill are now arrested. And we had a little situation in India where people put mask. This happened last year. They put mask on their faces, and they created arson in small part of state last year. But all of those people who were participating with a mask on, they were identified using some advanced facial recognition techniques. And this is exactly is happening in Capitol Hill. So people applied some color and paint and mask, and then went on to create arson inside the Senate of United States. They are now caught. So all this is happening now. So I think I fully agree with this move where they integrate Facebook, because think the positive side. Facebook is now going to emerge a better platform, better than running your own website, better than doing your own marketing campaign, better than using your phone. Now you can integrate everything, and you have only one connection, and you do everything through that. So I think it's so good for 40 to 50% of the population of the world, I think.
I mean, it's interesting to say that you think it's a good move. I don't disagree with that, actually. I think this is progress. Um, I'm on Facebook. I'm as transparent as you can see. Um, as you well know, we're on here. We're pretty transparent with what we're saying on here. Do we get it right all the time? No. Do I stand by the decisions I made yesterday? Yes, unless something else has changed. And if something's changed, well, then I reserve the right actually to go back and make an adjustment. It's called being human. We're not always right. And the context changes. Well, the context has changed in WhatsApp. The context has changed. As simple as that. And so, what has it done for you? And I think you just need to ask that question. So rather than run like the other rabbits that are in headlights currently and rushing off from one platform to another one, just think about perhaps what the intention was here. And as you say, Facebook are looking to be a one-stop shop. What's wrong with that? I mean, Amazon are looking to be a one-stop shop. Airbnb are looking to be a one-stop shop in the hotel arena. But they recognize, all of them recognize, there's competition. So now here's the opportunity. Maybe there's a view for competition. But the key thing is we need to be one thing that comes out of this is communication's important, and we are humans and we thrive on good communication. Lots of people thrive on bad communication. What you think is bad and what I think is bad may be different until we have a discussion about it. But just like anything else, if you if you go back thousands of years and you're in your little village and you've got 50 people in your village and the next village is 20 miles away, right, which in essence, because of the surrounding vegetation, is probably a day's trek from one village to the next. You're going to be protective about your village because you don't know what the other villages are doing. You don't know whether they're friendly or they're foe. And until you have that communication level, you don't know what that is. So you put up barriers. And that's what's happened over time. We build barriers, and now actually where we are is all of those walls are tumbling down. Just like the Berlin Wall tumbled down, last century, other walls are tumbling down. We need to be resilient around what's happening out there. We need to stand back and say, what's it doing for me? How's it affecting me? Otherwise, we might go back to the days of the 1930s, where we've seen films made of the Hitler arena burning all books that disagreed with their mentality, with their thought process. I mean, can you imagine, going to the New York Library and just, Trump there pulling out all of the library books that don't agree with his methodology and burning them? I can see you laughing. It's comical, it's just not going to happen. And that's the point about communication. It never will happen. So I think the calling we still need for all of these platforms out there is to be ethical, to be transparent. Let people see what you're doing. Tell people what you're doing. Because just like anything else, if Facebook and WhatsApp's theory is we're going to make it easier for you, and actually it's not just a book of faces, it's really a business opportunity, and we want to make business seamless for everybody in one controlled arena because we can't trust anybody else, then if that's what they're doing, say it. And then we'll see what's happening.
Naval, in fact, I cannot less agree with you on this one, simply because the heavy lifting is being done by the social media platform itself. So, issues related to copyright, they can track it instantly if you copy something from something else and put your name and logo on top of it. The Facebook has a technology which will not allow you to post it. So gone are the days where you identify all that, then you file a case in the court, then the court will then call the convict and you, and then the judgment will be given. So in an instant it can be done. So any copyright, any music. So I think this consolidation will promote the originality among people and also accountability. Now using WhatsApp, you can do your communication for free. You can reach out to thousands and thousands of people for free. You can create your website in Facebook, a business website. You can then create your marketing campaign, and then you can use it for text or voice, or combination of both, to communicate with your client. And interestingly, you can also set up automatic support calls, because now you have a very powerful tool, so you don't have to really increase your overheads by hiring support staff. Or in your case, for example, in UK, there are a lot of businesses being sent to India in terms of call center. So I think that can be prevented now. I'm not feeling bad about it, but I'm just being very propagate of the latest technology. So from that point of view, I'm saying that it affects everyone. So all these new technologies are available, and it will also promote accountability. So you're not supposed to say wrong things. You're not supposed to say false, spread false news. You're not supposed to set a false narrative. I think all these measures will help in doing that, because you make a law, that is one thing, but then if you can prevent it in the first place itself, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and you've said things there that I wasn't aware of. So it's incredibly feature and benefit rich. But I think it comes down to the bottom line is this isn't for everybody. You know, all of these even picking up making a phone call, if indeed you make phone calls these days. You know, as you said, India have made all phone calls free, for the very reason that actually people weren't using the network. So all I'm saying is progress happens. Organizations as big as they are, like Facebook, like Amazon, etc., will change the way that they operate over time. The thing that you need as an individual, you need to think of, how's it affecting me? Am I going to listen to what these influencers saying to say this is a really bad news, you need to get off this platform really fast, or other influencers that are saying, just use the platforms? The point is there's going to be a happy medium for you, and it's now it's time for you to make the decision. It's as simple as that. I'm struggling with the words here because this is about your resilience, your personal resilience, your business resilience. Do you even know what you do and where you do it? But I think this change in WhatsApp, because it's been all over the place, been all over the media, just like this new app that's come out, Clubhouse. It's been all over the media, and you hear there's 1,500 users at one point were on Clubhouse, and someone had valued it at $100 million. Well, how can you make some ridiculous valuation for something that's been out there for less than a month? We're in the .com digital arena again. So, just be smart, be careful, go onto the platforms and realize what it means for you. And a lot of the other things is, of course, is I do quite a bit of business in the UAE, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Dubai, you can text on WhatsApp. You can't have a telephone call. You have to go onto another medium to have a telephone call, or come onto Zoom or something to have a conference call, because the Dubai authorities banned the telecom element of it, the physical peer-to-peer speaking. I don't know why they've done it, frankly, because this is a government issue. They're the ones that have banned it. And it's going to be similar around the world. And, governments are going to ban apps, as in India. Government banned a number of apps that came out of China. Was that political, or was that for business reasons? Frankly, I don't know. And because I'm not that interested in it, I'm not really bothered. I mean, those apps have gone. TikTok's gone. TikTok's still around in other parts of the world. So I think my comment to everybody today is just look at who you are and what you're doing and where you're doing it. And if someone changes their modus operandi, look at what they've done and say, does that make any difference to me? Don't be like a lemming and jump off the cliff, move all of your platform to another platform, because the likelihood is on the other platform, you've rushed into it, you've not really looked at it and see what it does, and it may not have the benefits or features that you need. So you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. So the thing is, be resilient. Just look at what's happening.
Absolutely. In fact, we must trust the technology. I don't think our connections and our work will be looked at by unwanted people. It is completely encrypted. Facebook is encrypted. Your WhatsApp is encrypted. So when you send messages using WhatsApp, a third party cannot see. There is a due process of law. If somebody wants to get access to your profile and your messaging, they have to follow the due process of law. I think that is all taken care. So the good news is I have shifted, Neville, and all my connections have already synced into Facebook. Now I'm trying to see what next I can do with that. So I'm at that stage where I'm trying to see if I can leverage it somehow. Anyway, the platform will kick in February, and everyone will be mandated to migrate to Facebook. So I've already done that. I'm up in the game early on. And let's see, I will keep visiting on this subject, Neville, and we will discuss this more as it happens.
Good stuff, CK. And everybody, just the message for today from me, for what it's worth, just be resilient. Build up your resilience. And the stronger you can make it, the easier your life's going to be.
Thank you, Neville, for finding time discuss this very important subject today. We will catch up with you again on something very interesting.
Take care, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. As you know all that he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. He has taught many professionals, IT professional and marketing professional in his career. Welcome to the Top Brass show, Sitesh.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, very well. What about you?
Yeah, counting each day of this winter.
Oh,
This weekend is supposed to be really, really chill.
okay. So take care. But I also want to tell you that just stay safe and healthy. And this pandemic,
Thank you.
take care because winters are there in South Africa. So now,
Sure. I just heard this.
yes.
I heard this morning that South Africa is now number 4 in the world ranking just after India.
Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to take care pretty well about your health.
Yes.
Okay, the last week we have discussed about the change management and we have also discussed few pointers. So, and one of them was creative thinking. So what happens nowadays, everybody talks about creative thinking, right? It's one of the most abused word, I think. So how creative thinking will help in change management? I want your opinion on that.
Right. So, Kanchan, I always, when I meet the youngsters or even the school children, uh, my first few minutes question is always to them, what is your hobby? Because I feel creativity has to start from a hobby that somebody has. And I always ask them their hobby. And the school children still tell some of the things as hobby, but I must tell you that most of the school children these days and the college students, as well as the young engineers who are recruited into the companies, most of the time they will say exploring the internet, watching YouTube.
Yes, very
uh,
true.
music.
Yes, that's
So
the answer they generally give.
right. And if you remember, I mean, in our times when we were small, we had certain kind of a philately, collecting the stamps as a hobby, collecting the butterflies as a hobby. So some hobby. So I think for the creativity, hobby is the first step. And therefore, in the schools, the hobby has to be taken as a serious subject, not as just a side subject. Most of the time in the schools, we know mathematics, science, and all other those subjects are the prime subjects, and hobby class is just to take a break,
Right.
basically.
Right.
So I think that there are hobby classes in the schools all over the world, but it has to be taken as a mainstream subject in the schools, and that's how it should go.
Okay, so what are those hobbies which we should inculcate in youngsters so that when they become a good professional and when they take up job, so those hobby should help them in doing a creativity in getting their job done in offices.
So, Kanchan, I think the stepping stone towards a creativity is to inculcate a habit about knowing the general affairs around the child, around ourselves, and tell our children to figure it out what is happening in this world, what is happening on a daily basis. Most of the time, you see children are busy on their digital devices, but if you look deeply into those digital devices, you will find they are playing games, they are chatting with the friends rather than any productive thinking or a productive thought. So once a student knows his general surroundings, what is happening in the world and what are the subjects, then he can think in his mind how it works out, which one is the place of a hobby where the student or child can contribute from his own natural instincts. Most of the time, we as parents, as educators, we really don't focus on the natural instincts of our students. And I think that is the key thing, which is my message to the educators, because sometimes the children are oblivious to their own capabilities. It is us who can tell them that you are good at it. Why don't you pursue it? I will be standing behind you.
Right. Yeah, so you have mentioned like stamp collection. Generally, very few children I see that they are doing coin collection also nowadays. And so it's a good point which you mentioned today. We will be discussing more about creative thinking in further in our shows. For today, it was wonderful talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest from Johannesburg, South Africa. He is an educator and he has taught many professionals in IT and marketing arena. Apart of this, he also has deep interest in corporate coaching. And to tell you more about him, that he is also a great performer on stage, radio and television. And he has done a lot of interviews of international artists for different media. So without wasting any further minute, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for this wonderful introduction. I'm doing very, very well in this super winter in the Southern Hemisphere. How is it with you?
Yeah, it is now June, July. So we are waiting for monsoons. Couple of showers is already there. But
I wish it is chilling here.
So as we discussed that you are an educator, you have taught so many children in your career. Now we see there's a pandemic and how people are reacting to this disease in South Africa, in your neighborhood, what they are precautions they are taking, and what they say about this pandemic.
So, when the beginning of the pandemic, when it was confirmed that this is going to be a pandemic the world has never seen, Africa, the whole Africa as a continent became very, very scared, because Africa as a continent comes in probably the last priority of all the other continents, North America and Asias and Europes of this world. And given the poor nations, given the poverty, but then something really strange, interesting happened in South Africa, that the government was very, very quick to enforce the lockdown, and it was a very hard lockdown that this country has not seen since its birth. And because of that, the early challenges and the people, if they would have given a relaxed lockdown, it would have been a challenge. But what I see is that it was a very, very hard lockdown, the first thing that the government did. Now, it is very tough to make the corporates and the business people and the local people understand that this kind of a lockdown and why. Because we live in a free environment and we think that we are birds. But that's not the case. And for the first 30 days of the lockdown, it was really tough. And people were just not knowing what to do, because they have never been in last probably 20 years or 15 years, people have not stayed at home. And therefore, after the first 30 days, they started discovering that home is a wonderful place. We have probably not seen the different corners of our own home. And that's where people started trying to adapt to what can be done, and productively, with a fun, with enough entertainment. And we really don't need to go out of the house. And house is where the heart is the truly found thing in this pandemic. And that's what saved South Africa and other countries, though the cases are rising. But it is not nowhere comparable to what America has seen, or Germany or Italy has seen. Yes, poverty is there, testing kits are not available, but of course there are poor people all over the world, so the townships are really affected. And because of the job loss, a lot of crime is there in the market, everywhere, and we have to be really careful about that. There is a certain angle of crime always in Africa, but that is true everywhere, even in India as well.
Now, yes.
So people have started living in.
Okay. So now there is a major change in education sector also. I have come to, you must have witnessed that from physical education, all classes and education and learning is shifted to online classes. So what is your take on this change? Because earlier children used to go to school, they were interacting with the children, they have a huge playground to play. Now they are at home, stick to the computer screen and attending the classes. So what do you think is this change will benefit, and how you take this change?
Yeah, my take is probably you will find little old school, but I feel that children are not supposed to be learning inside but outside the home, in the free environment where they can touch, see, smell, jump, climb, slide, all of these things. And that is the best education for a child who is trying to explore this surrounding through his senses. Now, but given this situation right now we are in today, it has been really hard to contain children inside the home. See, adults have so many indulgences: phone, internet, television, talking to people. But children, they are still the raw people, raw energies, raw ideas. They want to go out and explore. Now, the whole problem with this new way of living is that the technology has to cope with it in a very unplanned way. No technology, these online technologies were always there for last at least 7 to 8 years, 10 years we have known. But probably the makers and the developers of those technologies never thought that they will have to rush things towards this pandemic and make it look something, nothing has changed. But yes, I think the online technologies are a good thing. I mean, all the digital transformation budgets that the CIOs of the companies were waiting to do it in 2 years, 3 years has been done in 90 days. And it has brought something that we have to live with this, and children also have to live with this. Students have to live with this. And in Africa, in South Africa, there is a great tradition of having an online education. In South Africa, there is a university in Johannesburg called University of South Africa, which is UNISA. Now, UNISA has got almost 400,000 students enrolled onto its online platform.
Okay.
They do it through online tablet, being a mobile, or going to some distant closest learning centers. So in Africa, traveling is expensive, and public transport is very, very less and not so feasible in terms of the life and lifestyle. So people have to drive cars. Now, if they don't have those driving a car and all those things, the best thing is to do an online study. But my feeling is always that online study gives a teacher closest to the student one-on-one. But then the classroom environment cannot be created or recreated. But it definitely opens up a new door on a laptop, on a mobile phone, on a tablet, on a television, whatnot. So I'm all for it.
Okay, so because now we don't have any other outlet also, because children cannot go to school at the moment due to this pandemic. So we have to stick to this online training. So we will be discussing further on this online platform and the school offerings, educational new new inquiries and new innovation which CEOs are doing in this sector. But then I also want to know about your opinion that how further this online training will develop the personality of child.
See, as I told you, I think it has to be a blended one. It cannot be completely online anywhere, whether it is distant education. It has to be a blended with a classroom approach. Yes, from 10 years back, online was something that people were not very keen into because they were always thinking, no, classrooms are better. But now when the online is completely into our lives, we are thinking, and students are thinking, children are thinking, no, 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 no. The school life is better, the college life is better. The grass is always the greener on that side. What I think is that they need to coexist. The online and the physical world has to coexist. And how do we make this coexistence happen is something that I can give you with a small example. Let's say you are a tutor and you are teaching somebody online some subject. Now the person is at home, student is at home, you are at your home, and you are tutoring online. And in the given current situation, of course, there cannot be a classroom. But you can always say after 15 minutes or after 1 hour, you can always say, okay, can you now go to your outside of your home, or if you have a garden, go out there and do this activity and show it to me. And technology has made that possible. The person can put the camera at a right angle and he can show you that this is possible.
Yeah,
probably since he is doing some activity in the garden that is not so clear in terms of the video and the audio, but that we will ask for, almost like a semi-virtual mode. We need some kind of a better hardware and investments in online education as well.
So it was nice talking to you, Sitesh. We will extending this topic later next week and discuss more avenues in education. So till next time we meet, you take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All the best.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training a marketing professional, IT professional, and I'm sure that he enjoys his work. A part of this is closely related to radio programming also. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, good day to you. Very, very well. If it's a feeling of a reborn that I'm coming out after coming to India. It has been the 14 days that I will be finally out. So, as they say, reborn, punarjanam, that's all life is. It's wonderful to talk to you as always. And let's continue our discussion that we had yesterday.
Yes, we had been discussing about Nepal and how we are so closely associated with Nepal. So, do you know that Gorkha, which is a very important name, and I'm sure that from your childhood you had been listening or you must have heard this word Gorkha, and we have a full regiment of Gorkha in our army also. So, you have any idea how this Gorkha is being associated with Nepal?
Yes, Kanchan. So Gorkhas have been a very, very integral part of our Indian society. And from the childhood, we have been hearing Gorkhas or Gurkhas. And as I told you yesterday, that I have spent around a long time, almost more than 10 years in the Nepal borders. And therefore, of course, I have come in touch with the Gorkha community. And as I grew up, I have always heard about their valor, their strength, and their straight focused nature in the military operations. And Gurkhas, with their strength, have been regarded as one of the bravest soldiers on the planet. And not only they have been with our Indian army, they have been participated in the World War One, World War Two, and of course they are the pride of a Nepalese army. But we are very lucky that since India and Nepal we enjoy great relationships, there is a Gorkha regiment in our military, and it's a great military battalion, if I can say so. And when I was growing up, I also kept hearing about Lieutenant Colonel Dhan Singh Thapa, who was a proud member of this battalion, if I'm correct, and he was awarded Param Veer Chakra, which is the highest award in a military. And that was a very proud moment. And I was, staying near Nepal border towns, and what I wanted to mention those towns. Those are two small towns. One is on the Nepal border side. I stayed in a city called Raxaul, which is on the other side of Nepal. We have one of the biggest trade route city from the Nepal side called Birganj. So I stayed in the Raxaul side for several years, and then later in my life, I stayed for long number of years in another interesting town called Gorakhpur. Famously, now it is known by our Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. But Gorakhpur has been known for other stuff as well. And Gorakhpur border from the Nepal is around 80 to 90 kilometers. So I had spent a lot of time growing around the Nepalese people, Nepalese culture, Gorkhas, and growing up in that part of India, there was always a dream to join Indian Army. And of course, when you think of that, you know that you are going to meet some of the great Gorkhas in the army, basically. So yes, I am in awe of the Nepali people, their culture, their love for nature, and their grit that they are able to live in a tough region like the Himalayas.
Yes, Sitesh, that's why we call Nepal, which generally means at the foot of the mountain. This is how the Nepal word has come. I suppose, if I'm not wrong. But Sitesh, I will
Yeah.
take you back in the history. After a lot of rivalry during the medieval times, there was a king, Prithvi Narayan Shah, who was earlier ruling a small state in Nepal, which is called Gorkha state. And he is the first person who unified Nepal. And after that, there are many dynasties ruled Nepal, like as I mentioned, Gorkhas, then Pandays, Thapas, and of course Rana dynasty. So, and all these dynasties, there was some kings who were autocrat, but some always maintain a good ties with India. So
Yes,
when we talk, but there are many places also which are very pious for Hindus who are in India, and they prefer to go, like a temple, Pashupatinath temple, which is world famous, and no Hindu will miss this chance to really go to Nepal and visit this temple. What do you say?
that's right, Kanchan. While I was growing up in the Nepal border areas, I had a chance to go to various cities of the Nepal, and I remember going many times to Birganj, which is the biggest trade port. Then, of course, Janakpur, the birthplace of our Sita from the Ramayana. So Janakpur is in Nepal. The other one very beautiful place I remember going and visiting place was Pokhara, and Pokhara is amazingly beautiful, amazingly beautiful. And when it is super winter in the Kathmandu regions, it is said that the government operates from Pokhara. And then, Kanchan, Kathmandu itself has been in a valley. And of course, I have seen people going to Pashupatinath to visit Pashupatinath temple, and which is like one of the Siddha places of Shiva. Apart from that, when I was growing up, it was the time of the Rana king, Birendra Bir Bikram Shah Dev. That was the name of the king at that point of time. And I was very amused to see in my teenage years, Kanchan, that in the Nepal side, when I used to go by foot or by the rickshaws, for just for shopping, every shop used to have the emperor's picture in their shops. And I was thinking, it does not happen in India. And though India had a culture of kings for so many years, and we had kingdoms and the princely states, but nowhere in the Indian, markets and the government institutions we used to see that. But in Nepal, this was so peculiar. The king's photo was prominently displayed in all the shops and all the institutions, and uh, it was also said that there was a temple, there is a temple, in fact, in Kathmandu, which was said that the king's family, they are cursed to go to that temple because of some old story, and nobody from the king's family would ever go. Then there were a lot of Indian movies were being shot in Nepal, and some good stories that came out of that. So I was always connected from the grounds up level with the Nepalese people, Nepalese culture. As I mentioned yesterday, Manisha Koirala, I realized before Manisha, there has been one great actress, and who is my I'm a fan of hers, is Mala Sinha. And in the 60s and I think in the 50s and 60s, she gave amazing songs and amazing performances. And I never thought in my life that she was from Nepal. And then in the modern life, yes, Kanchan.
Yeah, so I also, if I'm not wrong, Danny Dongzungappa is the lead singer. Like we have Kishore Kumar, Nepalese, he used to sing Nepalese song. He used to be one of the lead singer of Nepali films, playback singer. And he remained very popular in Nepal, if you have any idea. And I've seen a couple of his videos, and they were awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that name, but Danny Dengzopa has been a great actor in our Bollywood. and he has been known for his negative performances, a great villain character, but he's from Sikkim, if I'm correct. Okay.
Yeah,
But
but he is from other state, but he was singing in Nepali. That's what I mean, if I'm not wrong.
yeah,
Really.
the,
Yes.
the
So we
other
were
great
talking about
singer,
Manasina.
yeah, that may be true. The other singer that I remember is Udit Narayan.
Yes.
So Udit Narayan has been in our music scene for now almost 25 years, I believe, starting with Amir Khan's first movie. And who does not remember that song, Papa Kehte Hain Bada Naam Karega. And now his son. So we have great connections in the music, in the football, in cricket, and of course in military in terms of Gurkha. So it is sometimes we generally forget that we are two different country people. We are same country people. That is the homogeneity between India and Nepal. And therefore, the discussions that have cropped up now about the Kalapani, Lipu Lake, and the border things, I believe that this is just a momentary thing. It will be sorted out amicably on a dialogue table, and it will not be aggravated from both sides, because it is not good for any one of the nations, right?
Yes, very cautiously you have put it, and I think we, as two governments, should find out a solution so that in future we have a more good and cordial relationship. So we'll be discussing more about Nepal tomorrow and discuss most interesting thing of Nepal so that our listeners and our viewers can get more insight about Nepal and the India-Nepal relationship. So
Definitely,
tomorrow, take care. As usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. Bye bye.
Yeah.
See you and take care.
Thank you. Take care, Kanchan. Great to talk to you always.
Bye. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. He has a vast experience in teaching IT professional and marketing professional, and he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. So welcome to Top Brass, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm very well. I'm very fine. Busy in all work which we have to do from home. And what about at your neighborhood? How people are reacting to this lockdown? Because now people can't go out in the past and they have to follow social distancing. So how children and young people are reacting to this situation?
Mixed reactions, I would say. But most of the reactions that I am seeing is like surprise, once in a lifetime kind of a reactions, Kanchan. And it is very, very hard for everyone to understand what has just happened or what is still happening and how long will it happen. From the children to the kids to the teenagers to the adults to the old age people, everyone, corporates, everyone is very, very surprised. In fact, they're scared. But you know what? Human race is quite a strong race. They have overcome so many of those challenges before in centuries. in the recorded history and unrecorded history. So I'm sure that it will come out again.
This is quite a crazy times because life has suddenly changed. We are
Yes,
interacting through technology only. Now, what generally people say that change is the only constant in life. But then,
that's right.
are we prepared to really face this change? Are we have any support system to manage this change in our lives? Because I see there's a lot of toll on the young children, especially school-going children, and of course on college-going students also. But I feel that there should be taught, there should be a subject of change management from early, from the school. Children should be taught about how to tackle the change in their lives. So that when change happen, they pass seamlessly and with confidence. What do you think about this?
So Kanchan, change happens anyway, whether we like it or not like it. Change happens. Uh, the time that ticks in our house, the clocks, the walls, it keeps changing. The only thing is that we try to bring in a sense of calm and continuity in our dealings with people, in our dealings with children especially. But change is anyway happening. The only thing now is that it has become very clear that it cannot remain in the background of our mindset and our consciousness. It has to be told and trained, and children need to be told that every second life is changing, situation is changing, the stage is changing. And therefore, students, children at home, youngsters at home, or in the colleges or in the corporate life, they need to be told to live in uncertainty that a time change brings.
Correct.
The moment we talk about change, people become uncertain.
Right.
They don't want to change. They don't want to change the processes. They don't want to change the functionalities. But then, whether they like it or not like it, somebody had told me years back, the biggest change in the last 50, 60 years that has happened is the change nobody could have stopped, is the technological change.
Very true.
So I feel that it is better to embrace the change, agree to the change, and talk about it, and tell people and ourselves that the next moment the life will change, and we should prepare for it.
Yeah, so one last point which I want to discuss with you, that is it now very essential or very important to have a subject of a change management in the curriculum of students?
Yes, I think so. And why I say I believe that what you say is that we live in a very, very interconnected world where a tutor or an educator is not the only sole education or knowledge provider. Everybody can go to a Google or a Bing search or any search and find out a lot of other information, probably that educator doesn't know. And the millennials or the generation alpha or generation Z millennials, they basically define their life around technology. And therefore, they are always questioning. They are questioning their parents. They are questioning their educators. Whatever we say, whatever you say, they will suddenly, but you know what, I saw this. So they know that there is something that they can find out better and faster than us. So they are the natural inheritors of this change management curriculum. So going forward, for everyone, for the educators like us, for the students, everyone needs to have the skill sets which I put them into these categories: resiliency, flexibility and adaptability, emotional intelligence, continuous learning, creativity and critical thinking, and at the most important, entrepreneurial skills. And I think this should be the part of the curriculum. But I will leave it to the top educators of different countries in which grade to start this. Whether it should be in the primary education, it should be in the secondary, or it should be somewhere later in life.
Yes, true, and you have put it very beautifully. We will be discussing about this change management in education and in the lives of young people in further shows. So today, I would like to thank you. We have learned so much about change management. I'll see you soon on Dr. program.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I wish all the best.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today is Friday and on Friday we have a CEO roundtable. So let me invite our distinguished guest today. First is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She is joining us from India. Welcome.
Hi everybody. How are you all?
We are all fine, Kanchan. Thanks for joining us. And our second guest is Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, a very well-known HR consulting company. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a good week so far, and I'm looking forward to the weekend. So I'm sure all of you are as well.
Yes, we are looking towards the weekend, and in the CEO roundtable, we have a very interesting discussion that we want to have. It's about building rapport with the client, because as all of us know, client is the most important link of doing any business. So we thought that we will discuss this today, and I'll start with you, Farida. What do you think should be the most important critical aspect of building rapport with a client?
Sure. I'll start with a little anecdote because I think it's so applicable in today's times. A few years ago, I was in the hospital after a surgery. A lot of people came to see me and I got a lot of gifts. I don't know who bought those gifts, but I remember each and every person who came to see me. So it's same with the clients. When times are good, everybody is calling everybody on a regular basis. But for instance, the situation that we have right now, the sales decisions are being delayed, or they are not actually being taken. And at this point in time, if we in a sales capacity keep in touch with our clients, that is what they are going to remember when times are good. So to just sum up this whole thing, rapport with the client is very, very important because one, it is not just about making a transaction and moving on, but it's establishing a business and continuing to gain their trust. You as a person might move from one organization to another, but what actually stays with you is the relationship that you build with your client. It's very possible that you will be able to continue doing business with that client if you have built the rapport in the first place. So in my opinion, every interaction with client is an opportunity to build the rapport. And as a salesperson, as the face of the organization, and even in your personal capacity, it is important to take every opportunity to do that.
Very well spoken, Farida. In fact, the rapport building really starts with pronouncing the name correctly. So, a simple thing like having the route pronunciation of the name and understanding the nuances of each country, each type of names is very important. And I think that will help break the ice. So, Kanchan, what is important for breaking the ice in the journey of building your rapport with a client?
First of all, the major thing is that the attitude towards client has to be positive, because it's not a one day deal. We have to deal with this client again and again. So the positive attitude is must. And second, there are some difficult clients also, and there are some complaints also. So once you are in a frontline professional in an organization and some complaints come, so you have to show the positivity towards dealing that client, because that positivity remains. For example, if client says that these are the problems and these set of things I am facing with some service on or product, so that doesn't mean that what you just straightway ask a question. Rather, you should have an empathy to listen the client, and maybe come, yeah, okay, you have this kind of problem, okay, fine, we will see. And there are chances that you sometimes you may not be able to give a final solution to that particular problem. So it's better to take help of your team also, because if you are heading a team, a sales team in an organization, and there are some instances where when you go for a team help, there are some young professionals who can come out with a lot of innovative solutions for that particular problem. So in that case, what happens in this whole process, uh, clients sees that you are serious about the problem with the client is facing. Plus, in a way, when you are showing empathy, that's a channel of relationship, a business relation is set with the client, and that also increase the loyalty towards the company and towards the product. It is not a it doesn't matter you remain in this organization or not. Maybe after leaving one organization, you go to different organization, even that client comes along with you, and he already placed a trust in you, and he understands that you will be there to help him in case if he has a problem. So I think these few points are very, very important for building a client rapport.
So, Kanchan, you mentioned very important point, which is empathy with a client. So, as a face of the organization, suppose somebody is watching this program and is a startup CEO or a SME. Uh, I think how to be empathetic towards the client and also having listening ability to the problems that a client has is basically the point that we are trying to drive here. And I just want to go to Farida now because she handles a lot of people globally. Farida, how do you handle a problematic client? Because we can be empathetic, but client is the king, as we say, customer is king. So there has to be a balance between how much to listen, how much to empathize, and how do you handle a problematic client?
Sure. Now, this is a topic I can go on and on because this is my favorite topic. And even when I do trainings, this is something where we spend a lot of time. A problematic client. Now, the definition of a problematic client is different for different people. Everyone actually perceives a certain way of interaction as a problem. You could, face these situations in your life very often. One thing is to listen. We often actually, talk and we hear and we react because that's human nature, right? The key here is to listen, not just hear, but listen and respond. There are times when, the other party, the client, is going to be very, you might find it very unreasonable. But what do you do in that situation? Yes, you need to kind of, take a back seat and think what is it that is bothering this person? Can you actually help to resolve it. Because if that is the only thing that will get this client back to the nice person that they were, then just resolve that. But if you think that these problems are a multitude of problems and this might not be one particular resolution, then I would go back to what Kanchan was saying. Take help of your team, because maybe a different face might be able to, mitigate this whole thing much better. A different set of hands, a different pair of ears, and different pair of eyes would probably, just help to take away the heat of the moment. So I'll give an example. Um, in my team, I have one of my colleagues, he had a complete disastrous situation with a client. The client was like angry, and he was shouting at him. And because of the experience that my colleague has, he just kind of listened to everything that the client was saying, and he said that he will discuss it back with the team and go back to him. So what happened is that there was sleeping over, because it was a weekend. Everyone slept over the problem. That gave my colleague the opportunity to actually understand where exactly is this dissatisfaction. What can we do to address that particular point? And he asked me if I was willing to be the face of that particular discussion for just one instance, because it will just take away all the focus from the not very nice conversation that they had, and it would just give the client an opportunity to talk to someone else, and they also will feel that somebody is listening to them. So sometimes it's okay to kind of take a little bit of a backseat, because end of the day a deal is a deal. End of the day business is business. It doesn't matter how you bring that business. Taking someone's help might just help you cross that bridge in a much more smoother way. So maybe one of the ways to handle a problematic discussion, not just a client, is just to kind of take a back seat, listen, and go back after a while, after you've processed the information and realized where exactly is the issue. So to make it very structured, keep your world binary, take in information, don't get emotional. So I attended a training many years ago where one of the things that the trainer actually said was, match the energy, don't match the emotion. So if someone is shouting at you, speak at that tone, but don't be angry, because that's just going to convert this whole discussion to a not nice discussion. But if you match the tone, the other person kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, and you are able to continue the conversation, and maybe that continuation is kinder than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So I think if I have to understand the point that you just made, is that maybe it will help to restate the problem of the client in your own words, and that may give confidence that hey, my vendors have understood my issue and my problem. Um, I think one of the major aspect of building rapport, which everybody says, is that you should not always discuss business with your client. Sometimes you should also know your client personally. So, Kanchan, what is the importance of having a non-business conversation with a client, or maybe making some personal discussion with the client? Is it important or it is not important? What is your opinion?
Yeah, it is very important once you are making a rapport with the client, because uh, otherwise it'll sounds like as if you are just talking and you just want to have money, you just want to sell either product or services. And sometimes, not sometimes, actually most of the time client doesn't like it, because that becomes very harsh conversation. What I feel is, because we as human, we are emotional machine, and we have to show emotion in a certain way, and we have to tackle that emotion in a certain way, because we are social, we have to show our social skills also to the client. So when we are talking and talking, it is good to have a personal relationship, personal mixed with business relationship, because that gives kind of smoothen the conversation, and then client is also kind of have a free thought process, and he can talk to you, he can pick up your phone when you're calling, and that gel, and it becomes friendly environment. And when it is a friendly environment, then we can discuss business with all casual talking. So I think it's very, very important to have a little personalization in the communication in the business, because that is how the all communication and relationship work. It's very, very important.
So Kanchan, I think that's very important. So one of the most important aspect of understanding your client is to understand his personal side of things. You know, what he likes, what game he like, you know, what kind of food he likes, what is his liking, disliking, and so on. So you know, it's we are just scratching the surface here, and we have been discussing about how to build rapport by ensuring that we listen to the client, we solve his problem, we pronounce his name properly, and also know him personally. But having said all of that, Farida.
When I just want to add, when we know a client personally, it becomes easier to solve the problem also. So that is a benefit of being a personalized business communication.
Absolutely, it's a very valid point. So, Farida, we have taken care of all of that. You know, we are still scratching the surface, but you know, to start the ball rolling, we have taken care of everything. And still, we are not sure with certain clients how to respond. How do we handle those situations?
Okay. Again, I'm the queen of anecdotes and I have a lot of them. So let me share one. Many years ago, when I used to work for Barclays, there was a situation when someone was very angry. And I was also very young, very immature. I got angry as well. I was like, and everyone was screaming. And one of my senior colleagues, a very sweet Greek gentleman, his name is George Papasolomontis, and he actually put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to come on the side. He said, "Why are you losing your temper?" I said, "Because, he's shouting at me and, I'm getting agitated." And I said, "I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to be popular." He said, "But I want you to be popular." And that is something that's kind of stayed with me through the years. It's been many years now. But the thing is that when there will be situations when everything is not going to work the way you want it or you hope it to work. There will be clients who will be more difficult than you think you can handle. But what actually works at any point in time is be calm. Like Kanchan said, that it's not necessary to just have a business communication, because end of the day you are not just doing a transaction, you are building a relationship to keep doing business continuously. And if you have that rapport with your client or with any party that you are doing business with, the navigation of their needs, the navigation of their organization becomes a lot simpler. It's a lot easier. So not every time, all these tips are going to work. Not every time you are going to be able to solve a problem, but then that is life. You just take a little bit of calm moment, do some meditation if you need to, and just move on. Because you can try your best to solve, you can try your best to address, but there will be times that you might still have an opportunity loss. That is life. Just pick yourself up and move on.
So I think you made a very important anecdote, if you allow me to say that. It is saying that being a young entrepreneur or a CEO or a sales head or a salesperson, you have to be popular amongst your client. So I think we can end our discussion today. There are many things which may be required, which may be, some of the things that we have said and discussed today are some may apply in 90% of the situations, but could be 10% situation where these things that we discussed may not apply, and there has to be a help required to handle those things. But nevertheless, we had a very positive and fruitful discussion today in the Top Brass CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to thank my guests Kanchan and Farida for joining us today. We will catch up next Friday again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, in this segment, we discuss about human rights. And to discuss this, we have our friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a very senior practicing lawyer in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist across India. So without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass.
Hi Chandrakant, hope you're doing fine, and thank you very much for inviting me over.
Absolutely, we are fine, and with your wisdom and your knowledge, we are actually embarking on understanding the human rights. And today we would like to discuss a very important right, which is related to right against exploitation. So, what is your opinion on this one?
Yes, CK, right against exploitation is very important for everyone to understand because this right prohibits all forms of forced labor, child labor, and trafficking of human beings. It also prohibits human trafficking, which means buying and selling of men, women, and children for immoral purposes. It prohibits forced labor or beggar in any form, prohibits child labor. That means no one can employ children under the age of 40. So the right against exploitation is enshrined in Indian Constitution, which guarantees dignity of the individual. So it prohibits the exploitation or misuse of service by force or inducement in different ways. That is, prohibits human trafficking. It criminalizes buying and selling of human beings like a commodity. The right against exploitation is enshrined in Article 23 and 24 of the Indian Constitution. These are very important fundamental rights and they are guaranteed to every citizen against the kind of forced labor. Article 23, if I may speak, is prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor and other similar activities. That is, any violation of this provision will be considered as an offense and the person acting in contravention of the law will be penalized. Now, one of the features of Article 23 is that it is a right against exploitation and is a fundamental right under the Constitution of India. It protects both the citizens and non-citizens against exploitation. If somebody who has come to India for travel or is staying in India, so he is also protected under this article against any kind of exploitation. It it further protects individuals against state as well as private citizens. So, if a person is exploited by the government or any private citizen, this law can be invoked and there will be protection granted to that person. Now, this article imposes a positive obligation on the state, that means government, state as well as central government, to abolish immoral practices of exploitation like human trafficking and other forms of forced labor. Now, what are the practices prohibited under this article? One is begging, that is, it is a form of forced labor, which means involuntary work without any remuneration. Uh, the person here is compelled to work against his will without being paid for it. Next is bonded labor or debt bondage, which is prohibited because it is a form of forced labor as per this article. This is a practice under which a person is forced to work to pay off his debt. Then, of course, human trafficking, which means uh, selling and buying of men, women, and children, and includes immoral trafficking of women and children. Slavery is also prohibited, though it is not expressly mentioned under Article 23. So the Parliament has also passed certain laws, one being Suppression of Immoral Traffic in Women and Girls Act 1956, which punishes human trafficking. Then there is an exception to this article, which is under Article 23(2), the state is or the government is allowed to impose compulsory services for public purpose like national defense, removal of illiteracy, and other public utility services like electricity, water, air, and rail services, provided that in making in such service compulsory for public purpose, the government cannot make discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, or class, or any of them. There are some landmark judgments of the Supreme Court. One is People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, in which, while invoking Article 23, the Supreme Court held that physical or legal force cannot be used to compel a person to work against his will on less than a minimum wage. Then another case, namely Sanjeet Roy versus State of Rajasthan, it was held that payment of wages lower than minimum wage to a person employed in famine relief work is violative under Article 23. Then in Dina versus Union of India, the laborers taken from the prisons without paying remuneration was considered as forced labor, and it was held by the Supreme Court that prisoners are also entitled for payment of reasonable wages for the work being taken from them. Now, the other article that is very important against exploitation is Article 24. This article prohibits the employment of children below 14 years of age in hazardous work. The article is to be read with Article 39E and F. It ensures safety and healthy life of children, and it also imposes a duty on the government to ensure that children are not abused and forced to work in harmful places because of the financial problems. The judgments, landmark judgments under this article are People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, wherein children below age of 14 years who were employed in the construction work of Asia project in Delhi were uh, held to be not uh, legal, and they could not have been employed by even the government for this Asia project. That was the decision given by the Supreme Court. In another case, the children who were engaged in cracker factories, the Supreme Court held that it was a kind of hazardous work and laid down guidelines so that the social, economic, and the humanitarian rights of the children are protected, and they are prohibited from illegally working in public and private sector. There are various legislation for protection of child rights. There are conventions where India is signatory, that one being UN Convention on the Rights of Child. The various laws in India are Employment of Children Act 1938, which prohibits the employment of children below the age of 14. Then there is an act called the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. It prohibits the engagement of children in certain employments and regulates the condition of employments of children where they are not prohibited to work. Then there is Mines Act 1952. It mentions that a person working in the mine should not be less than 18 years, thus prohibiting employment of children in mines. The Factories Act 1948, it prohibits the employment of children below 14 years in factories. This act also prescribes certain restrictions and proper procedure for employing children above the age of 14. Then there is Plantation Labor Act 1959. The act fixes the minimum age of employment as 12 years, uh, who can be employed in plantation as laborers. Uh, it further lays down provision for periodical fitness and checkup for children above 12 years who are employed. Then there is Motor Transport Workers Act 1961, which prohibits the employment of children under the age of 15 years. Apprentice Act 1961 prohibits the children below 14 years to undergo apprenticeship training. Then BD and Cigar Workers Condition of Employment Act prohibits children below 14 years of age in any industrial premises manufacturing BDs and cigars. Then there are various commissions and NGOs working towards rights to children. One commission being a National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, which is an Indian government commission established in 2007 under the Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. The objective of this commission is to ensure all the laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are conducted in accordance with the provision of child rights enshrined under the Indian Constitution and UN Convention on the Rights of Children. So these are the important rights which are available to children, men and women against exploitation under the Indian Constitution.
Well, Nagesh, I think you have spoken for quite some time, and you gave a lot of cases as a reference in your conversation. But I think the whole point is that exploitation of any kind is absolutely against the humankind, and children below 14 years cannot be allowed to get any sort of employment, either paid or unpaid, in any industry across the length and breadth of India. And if you're adult, then you cannot exploit anybody's situation. And when you take services, you got to pay for these services. So these are certain things. I'm just summarizing what you just told me today. So Nagesh, I think I have one very important question to ask. if something of this sort is happening, then what a person who is not literate, uh, he should do to avoid any exploitation to him or her?
Yes, CK, first of all, you see, uh, the condition in our country is such that people are not aware of their rights. People are not aware as to what are the remedies available to them. Now, there is very much laws in place wherein there is prohibition prescribed, and also the remedies are there under such laws. Under the Constitution, there is a provision for legal remedies wherein any person can approach the High Court and the Supreme Court under Article 32 and Article 226 of the Constitution of India whenever there is an infringement of his rights and also the right to exploitation. Now, in the laws, some of which I mentioned here, also provides remedies to the people who are employed in the mines, in the factories, or in any other employment space. So the rights are very much available. When you say that people who are illiterate, first of all, you see, if anybody works in any environment, he must be aware of that environment. And it is very essential to be connected to people who are working, along with him, so that, when you talk about things, when you share your problems, I guess, through exchange of word, as today we are exchanging our experiences and knowledge, likewise, those person can be made aware of. Now, there are various NGOs which are also working towards this right to exploit against exploitation, and there are people who are going into the workplaces in different work environments and bringing awareness in people who are illiterate. There are a lot of methods, a lot of media which is involved wherein the awareness is being spread. So I believe that it's a gradual process. People would gradually learn about their rights as well as their obligations once they are informed by some people who are aware and who have the knowledge of their rights and obligations.
I think what you're saying is very, very important and very critical, specifically when it comes to younger children who are getting exploited, and more so when they are orphaned, when they don't have elders with them. And unfortunately, there are certain parts of India where there are certain street children who are born on the street. They can be exploited. So it is good to know that there are NGOs who are taking, interest in making sure that human right values are maintained, and they are fighting for these children. Because if you're adult, you can be given knowledge, you can be given orientation, you can be given some experience, and you can do a little bit of hand holding. I think the real problem is if there are orphan children who can be exploited in whatever way, either trafficking or some sort of work which is not allowed. So I think my only learning for today is that I think you form a very important part of our discussions. Our viewers are liking it, specifically when it comes to anything related to children. People are definitely liking it and giving their comments. So I think today's episode is very important. I think as a citizen, whoever is watching this program should have the knowledge of what Nagesh has told us today. There are laws and bylaws in this country. We should not allow any exploitation around us. When we see as citizens, responsible citizens, any sort of exploitation happening with men, women, or children, we should always oppose it, and we should always report to authorities. So with this, I will end my program today, Nagesh. Thank you very much for coming online with us, and it was a great learning today.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure sharing my little knowledge and experience with you, Chandrakant. Thank you once again. It was pleasure.
So we'll catch up once again next week on some other aspect of human rights. Until then, you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye. You take care.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. I'm privileged to have my guest, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a practicing senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass. How are you, Nagesh?
Hi, CK. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good too. There is nothing much happening except that we are enjoying the monsoon. And also, we are on a journey of understanding the human rights. We would like to discuss, something interesting today with you. I think today the topic of discussion would be right to food. So, would you like to throw some information or light on this particular aspect from the legal standpoint?
Yes, of course, Chandrakant. See, basically, right to food is a human right, protecting the right of people to feed themselves with dignity. This means that sufficient food is available, that people have the means to access it, and that it adequately meets the individual's dietary needs. The right to food protects the right of all human beings to be free from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The right to food does not imply that governments have an obligation to hand out free food to everyone who wants it, or anybody has a right to be fed. However, if people are deprived of access to food for reasons beyond their control, for example, people are in detention or at the times of war or natural disasters such as this pandemic, the right requires the government to food directly to the people. The right to food is protected under international human rights and humanitarian law and correlative state obligations as well established under international law. The right to food is recognized in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as there are different instruments which are internationally recognized. So far as India is concerned, Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees a fundamental right to life and liberty. The expression life in this article has been judicially interpreted to mean a life with human dignity and not mere survival or animal existence. The state is then obligated to provide for all those minimum requirements which must be satisfied in order to enable a person to live with human dignity, such as education, healthcare, just and human conditions of work, protection against exploitation, etc. So, the right to food is inherent to a life with dignity, and Article 21 is to be read with Article 39A and 47 to understand the obligations of the government in order to ensure the effective realization of this right. Now, Article 39A of the Constitution requires the state to direct its policy towards securing that the citizens, that is men and women, equally have the right to an adequate means to livelihood. Article 47 spells out the duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people as primary responsibility. So the citizens have a right to be free from hunger, enshrined in Article 21, to be ensured by the fulfillment of the obligations of the government, which are set out in Article 39A and Article 47. Now, if we talk about the present lockdown, of course, the difficulties were created because of the people who are basically belong to marginalized groups such as workers who are daily wagers. Then there were migrants who were working at different places, were wanting to go home because this was the time when this is called the harvesting season for India, and therefore the migrants wanted to go home for this purpose. However, because of lack of transportation, they could not go to their respective natives. And what we observed in the entire country was that the crops were spoiled because of the non-availability of labor and workers. There were there were farmers who could not sell their vegetables and crops in the open market since the markets were closed, and therefore, a lot of supply of food was affected during this lockdown. Now, to kind of deal with that, the Kerala was the first state which started free ration for about 1 month to people who are below poverty lines, and later on, that supply was also given to people from all sections of society, and food kits consisting of different items were distributed after 8th of April. The finance minister actually announced 1.7 trillion rupees relief package to take care of food security measures funded by the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan scheme. And the help was given to the poorest people by announcing the distribution of 5 kgs of rice and wheat per person, and 1 kg of pulses to every household. So this model by the central government was followed by different states like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and similarly 5 kg of subsidized food grains of monthly ration per household was provided under the National Food Safety Act 2013 for 2/3 of the Indian population. Thereafter, the Defence Food Research Laboratory, which is based in South India, is a food research organization which is solely responsible to feed India under extreme conditions like disasters, conflicts, and space missions. So they have been working day and night to feed especially the health workers across India with nutritious meals. So these were some of the schemes that were introduced during lockdown by the government to deal with the sufferings of people, which at this time was obligated on the government to provide food as we are in the unprecedented times of COVID-19.
I also did a little bit research of my own. So I would like to just inform you about that. So when the COVID was on and the lockdown was on across the country, I think the government in order to uphold the right to food law, they did some changes. I think one of the major changes they did is remove the Mandi Act, which was imposed during the socialism era of 1970 India. So they got rid of the Mandi Act and they opened the market so that the farmer, like for example, you mentioned that the farmers were not able to sell their produce. So government ensured that farmer is free to sell his produce at whatever price he wants is suitable to whoever he wants. In fact, the India was in such a state earlier that the farmer from one farmer cannot sell his produce to another farmer. They were barred to do that. So all that is gone now. Why I'm bringing this point, because I've been contacted by a few of the middlemen. As you know, Nagesh, we are in business consulting business, and because of this removal of the Mandi Act, the people who are actually selling at the Mandi, that means they were getting produce from farmers and then selling it to consumers, are suddenly feeling out of job, and they have become very, very rich. So some of these guys have contacted me by looking at my website, and they are now saying what we should do now. So, the things are totally changed. While the government is pro farmer and they are upholding, they have uphold the law of right to food. The other point I like to bring to your notice, as per my research, is that the land is limited in our country. It's a limited land. The land cannot increase. So whatever we can do scientifically, like for example, you mentioned the research institute in South India. Whatever we can do, we can predict the rains, we can modify genetics, we can do water harvesting in a proper way and all that. The growth, unlike other industry which can go to double or 3 times, 4 times, the growth in agriculture cannot exceed beyond 3%. So suppose we make a 1 or 2% growth as compared to previous year, it is considered miracle. So we are actually grappling with this situation where one side is that markets are getting opened up and there are certain people who are getting jobless who are sort of middlemen. And other side is that the production on the agriculture side is not huge as compared to other industries. For example, if you invest in a scooter industry, you can make a projection that, hey, I'm making scooters in India and I will sell it to Taiwan. So you can immediately double or triple your projections. But in agriculture space, which is actually producing food, the maximum growth by God's grace cannot be more than 4%. So I think these are certain things that the government is grappling with. And why I'm bringing these two critical points, so that you can then talk about the food security bill that government has brought in and how humongous the task is, considering these limitations or blockades that we have.
Yes, definitely. You see, the government's endeavor in these times have been exemplary. I mean, they have tried their best to feed the needy in this unprecedented times, and it has opened up with a lot of schemes. As you said, that the certain systems have been abolished because of the fact that people were not able to get access to the produce, or the farmers were not able to sell their produce in the markets. Now, the uh, system, which has been there since a long time, saw a change because of the fact that people were unable to have the access to these markets, and also that due to the due to the lack of harvesting of crops, because of the shortage of labor and the machineries, the actual crops were spoiled. We understand this position that the government has an excess of food grains with them. There is plenty of food grain which are stocked with the government, uh, and therefore there is no dearth of the provision for food for people. But unfortunate part is that how does that food reaches to people who are affected? So that system needs to be improvised. That system needs to be, thought about, so that in times like this, the food what is available, which is in plenty. We have a good harvesting season last year, and even this year we could have had a good harvesting season, but for the fact that the harvesting could not take place, but for the fact the produce, vegetables, etc., could not reach the market, the supply chain got disconnected. And therefore, the government has now have to concentrate on developing a system where such blocks can be overcome.
Nagesh, I think I've heard that the government has also started the e-market. I don't know what it's. I think it's called eNAM or something, which is a portal where they can start finding the client. But I think the challenge today is that the things are happening very rapidly. While the food security bill is there, in fact, the food security bill that Indian government has started is the free rationing till November end. Like you mentioned, that 5 kg of rice per person and pulses, etc., given to 800 million people from starting from February to November. Now, feeding so many people, 800 million is equal to 2.5 times the population of the European Union. So it's a
Yeah.
very huge,
Yes.
it's a huge program. At the same time, the farmers are facing an issue where they are suddenly exposed to this new marketplace, because earlier they knew whatever meager amount they will get because the amounts were fixed. Now the amounts are not fixed. So they have to learn to adapt to the new ways. That means finding new marketing strategies, finding new clients, how to sell. Even though ENAM is there, but they have to be taught how to use it. So I think the farmers are doing their job. I feel the government is also doing their job, but there is a need for somebody who can handhold these people and make use of these technologies. So I think that is where we are in terms of food security that we have in India.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree that, of course, the system is in place, but how to make effective use of the system is what we need to work on. Definitely, there are programs which are there in place by the government to look into the shortfalls or shortcomings we had during this pandemic, that how well we can distribute the food to large number of people. We already have a PDS system in place, but to cater to such a huge population, it's a humongous task. And how well we can do it, we need to have some time. We need to have some more technology, which is more friendly to people who are not used to it so far. And therefore, this is how we can develop the system after this experience, what we have gone through.
I think there is opportunity for people who are actually working in the as a middleman is to reinvent themselves and become trainer for the farmers and helping them sort of a sales guys to help them sell their produce in a different way. So I think the opportunities are also opening up. People have to now think very fast and smart. So I think that is where we are, even in the area of agriculture. So it is great pleasure talking to you, understanding the legal side of the whole thing, Nagesh. It is my personal pleasure learning from you.
Absolutely. It is actually mutual. So we are sharing our experience. So there's nothing what is being taught, but it's a conversation which is simplified to understand what things are and how best we can use them. So it is wonderful being with you, Chandrakant. So look forward to explore some new things tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. And tomorrow we will discuss some other aspects around the human rights. Until then,
Absolutely.
bye bye.
Bye. You take care.
Thank you. Bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school. They will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home, so they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have, in fact, encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online. and people start traveling only when it is very, very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So, number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially, it's the right time with the Corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this, they have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today, but I will like to welcome your comments and what do you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Nival.
Good morning, CK. Have you got your token?
Oh yes, the app is working absolutely fine. I got my token. I got a slot allotted for me. It is 1:15 in the afternoon, and I have to go slightly before 1:15 so that I reach there on time, because I have only 15 minutes to make my purchases, and
Wow.
are all related to only provisions. So I will be on time today.
So you're gonna have a list of things to buy?
There is a cap on how much you can buy. There is a cap of
Right.
1,000 rupees. So
Okay.
today I can buy only whatever is available within 1,000 rupees. So if I convert that into pounds for you, I think it's like 10 pounds.
£10, which isn't a great deal, but it gives you. It's great because you're focused. You're going to have to be really punctual. You just mentioned the magic words. I need to get there a little early. The good news is there won't be any crowds. You won't have to get in the car. You can take a nice stroll, a nice walk, taking some fresh air. All of these things that we should be doing on a regular basis. Having that little, we always talk about this routine, and that's a brilliant part of the routine, because guess what? If you miss your slot, the good news is you save 10,000 rupees. The bad news is you don't get your provisions. So it's really important to be punctual. How many times do we say be punctual?
be on time, get to meetings on time. Say it all the time, don't we? And that's what SME owners should be doing. And over here, we celebrated you had your Corona champions the other week. Everyone got out of their rooftops.
We call them Corona warriors, which includes the medical staff, the police, law and order apparatus, the municipality apparatus, the entire people who are actually going out and helping rest of us. So we call them Corona warriors.
Well, not only are they helping, they're doing their job. That's what they're paid to do. These are really tough times, but they're being asked to go beyond the normal because they're having to deal with, people like us, and sadly there are idiots out there, partying and barbecuing and just not being smart, being normal human beings. But last night, 8 o'clock UK time, we opened the doors, made a huge noise, and anyone can go and Google it and they'll see people applauding. We just called it the NHS last night. I'm sure we'll be celebrating the rest of our warriors as we go forward. But it's the weekend tomorrow. You're halfway closer to it than I am, being 5.5 hours ahead. And then that's the time to relax. So all this week, all of the listeners on here have been really focused on their business. Have you been focused on your business?
Oh, yes.
Have you been contacting people? You have. But I wonder how many others have. So here's an opportunity now. Forget what's happened in the last 3 days. Get yourself ready today for Monday morning. Get yourself into some very practical things. As we say, this is really simple. This is not difficult. It is being a human being, waking up, getting dressed, getting showered, eating breakfast, and then getting ready for work, but not actually physically going. Go through the mental things. We said this before. Mentally go to work. You open the door, you get in the car, you have all the aggravation of the journey. It's an hour in heavy traffic. Look at what we're saving. The hour in heavy traffic's gone. Magically gone because we're staying at home. And then get yourself into a workplace. Get your workstation. Find a place in your house where you can go and work. And don't have it cluttered around you, because cluttered is what we call behavioural waste. But make sure you've got plenty of water, because you need to hydrate. And I have lots of coffee as well, so. But you just have what you normally do. I mean, anything other than common sense, CK?
Yeah, I think I just want to add, while having water, if you can make it lukewarm, mix a little bit of basil, it'll have a very good effect on the people actually, and yourself.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're becoming herbalists as well here. So just that's a little added advice. If you like it, do more of it, as they say. And the little and often. How many times have we heard a little and often? And there's a phrase I saw recently. It said, if you're having to listen to it 3, 4, and 5 times, you didn't listen the first time.
Right.
So it's just about learning how to listen. We're giving some cracking advice here, which is nothing more than common sense, because you've been doing it for nearly 20 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. My workspace is well defined. Even when we're having building work in the house, I need to find workspace where I can go and work. You need to get that into your routine, and it's simple. So forget what you've done over the last 3 days. It may have been good, bad, or indifferent. If it was good, great, keep doing it. If it wasn't so good, get a clean sheet for Monday, but do all the planning today. There's a half a day left in India, and this your week off. So use it wisely. Recharge the batteries. Anyway, day 3. I'm not going to see you on day 4 and 5 because we're taking the weekend off. Okay, CK, right? This is weekend off, family time. So I'll see you on day 6 on Monday morning.
Same here, Neville. Have a nice day, have a nice Friday, and enjoy your weekend.
And you. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and it's a cold morning in India. The temperature is almost touching 4 degrees. It's very cold outside, but we want to talk something which is very relevant for all professionals, and we want to heat up the studio today. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. I hope we warm up the studio because it's freezing in London too. It's a cold wind from the north. So let's do a Mary Poppins, shall we? And make the wind blow the other way. There is a big word that's been talked about this year. I can't believe that this word is being talked about so often, but we need to address it. And it begins with T. What do you think it is?
I think,
and it's not tea, by the way. It's not tea. Tea for tea. Okay. It's T for.
I think if I have to make a guess, it is trust, and it is very relevant to discuss this simply because in today's context, we are not meeting people. We are yet meeting them digitally. So it is very relevant. I think there should be new ways of building trust with people who you never meet and you never see. So I think that is something that we should discuss today.
You're absolutely right. It's that big T for trust. And interestingly enough, we are trusting all of our medical experts, our scientists in the world to come up with this fantastic vaccine in an unprecedented short period of time. Normally it takes 10 years or so to create a vaccine. And what we've had over the last 7 or 8 months is we've got 9 or 10 vaccines which have either been approved or are about to be approved. We have trusted our experts. We don't even know who these people are, but we trust them. We trust them explicitly and implicitly. Well, the interesting thing is some people do. Not everybody does. As we've seen, in the media, a lot of people are saying, you can't make a vaccine in 10 months. It's impossible. So their belief is being tested. So we need to talk about trust in the element of belief. So here you go. You're my guinea pig for today, CK. Okay? Everybody knows that I throw a question at you, and this is completely unrehearsed. How long does it take you to trust people?
Well, in my case, I trust people very easily, and with a caveat. I just want to make a point here that when I trust people, I say that fine, let them prove themselves, but I also throw them out instantly in case they slip once. I don't have patience to wait for long. So I think while I trust people, I am prepared to throw them out instantly.
Well, that's an interesting one because, again, we're all different. And the interesting thing is, I observe a lot of networks, business networks in particular, that are created around the world. And there's a couple of networks that in their psyche, in their DNA, they actually say it takes a long time for you to trust somebody. Now, that's their belief. But the interesting thing is, we're trusting people implicitly today when we go on to YouTube. We trust people from what they're saying. We need to be able to handle that as, is it fake news? Is it real? Is it just someone's belief that needs to be tested? And this is the element of trust, I suppose, that we need to get into. And that's why a lot of people say it takes a long time to trust others. No, the interesting thing is within your family, you don't have that. You've got a lifetime with them, and trust is almost implicit. And from the day you're born, you trust in your parents. Immediately trust in your parents. Because frankly, without that parental assistance, you'll die. You won't get fed, you won't get watered, you won't be able to sleep comfortably, you won't be changed. You wouldn't have an existence. I'm not being, clinically obese here, if you like. I'm just stating a fact. We trust our parents and our siblings on day one. So why don't we trust everybody on day one? Why don't we say, as you said, you kick people out pretty quickly if they don't do it. There is another way we can do it. We can actually say, start the relationship, start the discussion off with, I'm going to trust you implicitly. And it's up to you actually to keep that trust. So rather than starting with 0%, which this is what we're told to believe, trust takes a long time. So rather than say you're starting with 0%, I'm going to give you 100% of my trust, my faith I put in you. Now, keep it. So whatever you're going to do with this relationship now, it will either prove me right or it's going to prove me wrong. It's not going to prove you right or wrong. It's going to prove me right or wrong. And I think that's the issue, isn't it? It's not them trusting you. It's actually our belief is you're trusting them. But what if the tables are turned? What about them trusting you? So it's an interesting equation, isn't it? Because most people think about trust as me trusting them. Do I believe them? Have they got credibility? Are they going to do what they say they're going to do? But what about you? What about turning the tide now on yourself? What do you think about that? What about turning the tide on you, CK? Here you go. You're the guinea pig again for the day. Unfortunately, you're the guy on the hotspot. And what about you? Do people trust you? What do you do to show that you're trustworthy?
Well, Neville, I think the first thing that you do in business to gain trust is to live up to your commitment. If you commit, you must deliver. And so in the erstwhile years, pro-COVID era, where you had to physically prove your trust, you go and meet your client and say, I will do this for you. But then you can always visit him again and say, sorry, if you're not able to do that. And that is a part of trust building. So even though you commit, and if you're not able to deliver, you can always say sorry and say that, hey, I will do this like this. I will deliver in so many ways. So when it comes to me, because you've asked me this question, I think it's the question of if you commit, you must deliver. But I will then add another thing here, which is more relevant in the today's context. Earlier, we could talk to, say, about 100 to 200 people. Right now, we are able to talk to about 10,000 people. So we don't have time to build the trust in the old-fashioned way. That is my feeling, Neville. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Because every day you're talking to new people, you're establishing yourself, you're making videos, you're sending them promos, etc. And then you're talking to a few of them. You're conducting seminars. And the way of your meeting different people is through the digital platform. And here you can't turn around and say sorry, because that person will not, like for example, I said I will kick them out if I don't see that they are trustworthy. I don't want to waste my time because I have another 10,000 people to reach out to. So I think that is relevant for everyone. So I think it's become more important now as a businessman that you should bring clarity of what you can commit. Because earlier, if you're not able to commit, you sort of overcommit, and you can always turn around and take a drive, go to his office, wait in his reception and say, hey, I'm sorry, give me another 10 days. But that opportunity does not exist now. So I think along with building trust, you need to bring a lot of clarity within yourself.
And that is what I feel. And that is why I feel that answer from my side is bring clarity to build trust.
I think that's a really good explanation of your particular read on where things are. And I know a lot of people will agree with you. It comes down to the point of that building clarity. You know, we started off with trust. We're now defining elements of trust, you know, the layering that needs to happen before trust happens. So if there's no clarity in what you're saying or who you're saying it to, actually, there's no chance trust is going to be generated. So all I'm saying is a lot of people say trust is the building block. Actually, trust may be on the ground floor, but now we need to go down into the basement. What are the building blocks that we need to be able to be trusted so that people can see who you are, what you do? The other thing is digitally, of course, this medium has shown people can go and create little videos very quickly. LinkedIn actually turns around and says this is a professional network, and they say put your face on LinkedIn. But let's look at that. Okay, lots of people have got avatars. Some people have just got blank blobs, you know, where it might be a male or a female, but you're not quite sure. But it's just a sort of a face with no features, nothing. How do you trust those people that are not prepared to put their face there? Or maybe, you know, don't want to put their face there because they don't want to be seen. And yet this is a professional network. So there's a question for you. Do you trust people on LinkedIn without faces?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm very, very clear. If somebody sends me a request and before accepting the request, I see if that person has put the photo, real photo, not the avatar or things like that, or Snapchat emojis. You know, I don't trust those people because my thinking is that if these guys don't have even guts to put their photo, you know, why I should trust them even? You know, they themselves are not you know, sending the trustworthy message by not putting their photo. And the other thing that I check is I check their usage. You know, what type of post they are you know, sending, and what type of post they are liking. And if it is something which is not relevant to me, I again don't accept them. So I think these are the two factors which I use to accept people.
Well, again, I'm putting, you know, you're Johnny on the spot today, CK. I'm going to change your name to Johnny. Um, so, because you're my only guinea pig. And the other thing is, let's look at another social media arena, okay? And we're talking about trust here in the social media context in many respects, because that's all we've got today. Physically, it's very rare we can meet people. So social media is the first place we do meet people, on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, maybe. You know, I see more people put themselves on TikTok, and yet they don't have a picture of themselves on LinkedIn. Now, that to me is quite bizarre. Okay, so anyone listening, maybe needs to think about that one. Another place, Facebook, and I said it very slowly in words of 2 syllables. Okay, Facebook. Would you expect to see people's faces on Facebook?
I certainly do, Neville. In fact, as you said, you divided the word in two. It's very clear what you're trying to say. At the same time, I think I'm going to take my qualification process even further. I check their profile on Facebook and also on LinkedIn, and sometimes I try to do on Twitter, but not so much. But I still try to do my due diligence before accepting people, because that when you're trying to build the trust, you have to see whether these people have the same version everywhere. If they have different version, that means they themselves are not sending the right message. So why I should trust them? So definitely, I see the photo and match it along.
the interesting thing here, we've just focused on one little element, and right, we could do lots and lots today. You've given an insight into how you build a profile around someone, because social media, just like any good employer out there these days, they don't just look at the CV, they Google the person, and they will look at what they're saying in social media. There's no hiding place typically, and frankly, if you need to hide, then there's probably something seriously wrong here. Yesterday we talked about the changing terms on WhatsApp. This is a commercial company. It's not going to take all your data, and read everything you're going to be saying or listen into your conversations. But all they are going to do is say, if you've got someone on WhatsApp and we find them on Facebook, why don't you connect to them there? It's a commercial organization. They're trying to help you along, but more importantly, build the community, build the conversation. So these platforms are trying to do their best to help you. It's actually time to turn the tables. Look in the mirror. So the message today is look in the mirror. Who do you see? Do you see an avatar? No, you see a picture of you. So that's what people will see. That's who people are going to trust. On Facebook, put your face there. On LinkedIn, put your face there, because people buy from people. And remember, trust is the ground floor. It's what underpins that trust. It's what people see about you, that they form a picture about you. And we're all judgmental, I try not to be all the time, but the fact is humans are judgmental. So give them something to judge. Show them who you are. If you want people to trust you, show that there is some transparency there. And then, like anything else, as we said at the beginning, give 100% away, but also receive 100% too. Show people you are trustworthy. And by the way, that I've had many occasions where people have said, well, you didn't do that before, so how can I trust you now? And I said, well, you don't know what changed as to why I changed what I did. So you've become very judgmental in making an assumption about why I changed. Well, I changed because circumstances changed. I didn't have that information before. Now I've got that information, I'm going to do this. If you don't like that, that's your problem, not mine. Okay? Because I've seen a change in circumstances. So this is where you need to be true to yourself. You need to trust yourself. And if that means you lose other people on the way, they don't trust you anymore, then that's down to the relationship, and it's a two-way street. You either work hard to get that relationship back, or you turn around and say, well, you know what? You didn't really see what happened. That's your problem. And move on. As you say, you ditch them, in simple terms. It takes a long time to build a real friendship up. That's very true, because you get that consistency out there. But a friendship doesn't necessarily mean that it starts from a basis of trust. So, big word, this word, trust. And we need to keep to the business context here, because we're talking about building businesses, building collaboration. And without trust, it's pretty difficult to build that.
Yeah, Neville, I would like to make one more point, again in the business context, which is about having crossed the first level of establishing yourself as a trustworthy person on the social media. The next level which is the very next level, is the next instant basically, is sending the first message out. And what I've seen is almost 90% of the people don't know how to behave. So I think that is also one of the biggest hurdle in building trust on the digital platforms, because people don't know how to behave. They use words which are not required, because the other side, you don't know the person actually. You're trying to build a rapport with him. and you send a message which, in the first instant he doesn't trust you, and then you send a message which put the person put off completely. So even before the chance of building trust was invoked as a feature, you are just pulling the plug on yourself. So I think that is something which people have to learn.
They do have to learn, and the only way to learn it is to do it and get feedback on it, as we said before. And hopefully, what we've said today is helping you think that way. There's no right and wrong way here. It's what works for you. But if we're going to be talking about this big T word, trust, then we need to know we're trustworthy. So, big message today. Look in the mirror. Do you trust yourself? Would you trust you in a relationship that you're going to be building in a commercial arena? If so, why? Because it's good to tell yourself why people should trust you, because that's your testimonial, that's your case study, and you need to shine through, because there's a lot of people that are hiding, and they shouldn't be hiding. There's no need to be hiding, because there's a tremendous amount of benefit from a relationship that you could have with somebody else if you just let go. No, don't start with 0, start with 100, but get them to start with 100 too, and have a bit of fun about it. That'll show really who you are, and say, yeah, I am different, because I'll trust you implicitly, but that means you got to trust me too. So now we'll move on to something important and get things done.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message you have given, Neville. And with this, we can end our discussion today. I think I must say thank you so much to find time in this cold morning at in your city, in your country. But we will catch up with you again in the morning tomorrow with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody. Warm up. Put a jumper on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Dr. Speak. And today is 14th of February. It's Valentine's Day. Let me first of all wish my guest, Dr. Pooja Bedi, a very happy Valentine's.
Good evening, CK. Wish you too a very, very happy Valentine's Day and stay happy and keep on smiling the way you are right now.
Absolutely. And this is a subject for discussion for today. We are maintaining social distancing. I think the partying is mellowed down a bit. What is that we should do to remain happy, to maintain our mental health?
Right. So today it's a very apt subject, being Valentine, and as well as how to keep yourself happy, be in love, be always in a jolly mood. And because of the COVID and the lockdown that has abruptly popped up, all these things have actually let down the four happy hormones that we call dopamine, and the oxytocin. That's a very typical love hormone, serotonin and endorphin. So these all four of them are very, very crucial, along with the aromatherapy, to stay in a very good mental health being. Physical aspect so definitely is there, but more impact is there on the mental well-being. As you very correctly mentioned that because of the lockdown, the happiness and the partying mode has gone down. Obviously, we have to maintain the social distancing and respect the legal things that has been laid down by the government and the medical authorities. So we should keep on following that. That is the first thing. But then how to keep ourselves, you know, be elevated with all these four hormones so that we stay in a state of happiness? First is to be on a very regular exercise. I'm not telling the people who are non-regular or not into exercise at all to suddenly jump into very, rational way of exercising. No, start with very milder ones like yoga, or maybe a simple meditation of 10 to 20 odd minutes will suffice the need for the exercise. Somehow, exercise is directly related to the mental health being. It somehow elevates the level of the serotonin in the body, which is a happy hormone, one of the happy hormones, and it keeps you active and mentally very much alert and happy. So it's so important to do the exercise. Second thing is to cook a meal. This is so important. Diet, I always stress on diet and hygiene on to many of the medical aspects. So cooking a meal or having a meal that is rich in proteins and have a cheat with carbs, you know. So if we keep on having proteins only and we say we are getting ample amount of amino acid, then why not I'm keeping, mentally happy? So the reason is we have to put a cheat along with it in form of the carb. So if we add the carb, so the carb will automatically generate or will produce insulin. So the insulin will lead to the absorption of the amino acid. But the main amino acid, which is tryptophan, which leads to the production of the serotonin, it goes directly as a byproduct to the blood. So suddenly we feel happy. So diet has got a very crucial role. So if you can't cook a meal, I'm not telling people to go and start cooking abruptly. No. If you don't want to cook, don't cook. It's absolutely fine. But try to have a fistful of nuts, mutti bhar nuts. So it can consist of any of the nuts, preferably almond and pine nuts. They are very, very good for the health and they are morale boosters because somehow they are directly related to the production of the serotonin in the body. So I would highly recommend a fistful of nuts. Food products like milk products rich in yogurt, tofu or the probiotics, they are also very good source of the tryptophan. Again, a serotonin booster. So I'll highly recommend that. So first is exercise, second is diet, third is please watch as much as you can, laughter shows. So even if you are not laughing while watching the show, it somehow generates a pseudo imagination or reaction in the brain where the neurotransmitter or the happy hormones are secreted. So somehow, sooner or later, they tend to act and we tend to feel happy. Or even if we are not, we don't feel we are happy, body is in a false state of happiness. So let it be so that the morale is not down. And uh, besides cooking, meditation, you already you yourself have cited, listening to music. I myself is a very bad singer, CK, I must tell you. But it's not because of the COVID that I started singing. It's been a long time that I sing and I trouble my neighbors like anything. We keep on having complaint from the neighbors that please sing little low, but I can't help it out. Singing is something which really elevates the level of the happy hormones in the body, especially the serotonin. Serotonin is such a morale booster. Even if you don't want to sing, it's fine. Please listen to the music. Some subtle calming music is very, very important. Maybe 10 minutes of singing or listening to the music will elevate the level of happiness. So in spite of social distancing or the party time being low, we can follow these simple procedures at home, or you can say this is a home management we can do to elevate the level of the serotonin, endorphin, oxytocin, and many other hormones which are typically related to the happiness. So please go ahead with it. And I just want to add one more thing is that today being Valentine Day, so it is so important to hug and wish your own kids, family, close friends. So when we do this, the serotonin level automatically goes up and along with oxytocin, which is known as the love hormone, or you can say it's a birthing hormone, or it helps in breastfeeding. It is a hormone which generates a kind of very pious bond between mother and the child, or you can say parents and child, or sibling love. So it's a very, very crucial hormone. So today being Valentine, I'm pretty sure oxytocin is flowing very high in the population. So these are my tips to stay happy and stay, uh, your mood should stay elevated.
Thank you so much. In fact, you mentioned things like first start your day with meditation, then you cook something and have a bunch of nuts, then you hug your family members, loved ones. What about cake? Did you mention cake, balushai, laddu? You know, all those things are missing.
I actually added on that if you want to have a good level of serotonin, you have to add cheats in the form of carbs. So yes, C for carbs, C for cake. So please do add carbohydrates definitely, because if you keep on having a diet rich in protein, riboflavin, and other vitamins, it will not keep on working, because then the amino acid directly get absorbed. So the cheat meal that you just suggested, cake, yes, along with proteins, it will definitely lead to the level of tryptophan more high and turning the mood a little better.
And as we go along in the day passes by, evening comes. Uh, there could be a bonfire wherever people can. Along with bonfire, can we also, you know, have a drink? Is it allowed?
Yes, why not? Everything is allowed in the limited and the recommended quantity depending on the predetermined medical health issues. So, yes, why not? But in a limited quantity, and you have to consider your own comorbidity factors that are there. So, yes, there's definitely wine is considered as one of a very good source for the heart health. So we will not go into the chemical equation or the reactions, but definitely it is a mood elevator. Anytime when we have a bonfire or a party or have a meal in a gathering, you will realize that we tend to enjoy more. So the reason behind is we interact more, which tends to lead to the secretion or the release of the oxytocin, which is a neurotransmitter, and serotonin also. So it elevates the mood and we are more relaxed. So definitely meals in any form, but in a limited manner or recommended manner, is definitely add on. So from my side, have a bonfire, have a good carb or protein diet along with any kind of side drinks you want to have. But again, please consider your comorbidity factors.
In fact, you mentioned something about singing. So I would like to add something from my side also, especially now when we are living in the digital world. Why don't we, have a karaoke night with the loved ones? Online, there are a lot of softwares available today. You can download for free and sing along with your family members, siblings, and your loved ones. I think that is something that you can do along with your bonfire. So you have your
Yes.
individual bonfire and have a karaoke.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Let me just cite a small example. Couple of days back, it snowed very heavily here. So when it snowed, the electricity went off. So and we are a joint family, so many of the members were not there along with us. So me and two of my kids were there. So you will not believe, with no power on with us. Thank God the mic was charged, so we kept on singing and troubling the neighbors. So yes, music and singing definitely adds on to the morale. So I totally agree with you. We can definitely use the virtual media in such a good manner where we can actually either sing or interact, some kind of communication where it ultimately leads to the higher level of the happy hormones and we stay happy.
Excellent advices, doctor. So we can do meditation, we can cook, we can have nuts, we can have pastries, we can have chocolates, cakes, we can also drink, but and we can also sing. But we should not be troubling our neighbors, so we can sing along with them. So I think we can make the noise and ask them to make the noise, in return.
Yes, I agree. We have improved a lot, I can tell you. But I think with all those notorious, things happening around, you feel happy. There's somebody singing even bad, or you tend to hear some kind of sound suddenly in the silence. It's a morale booster for me. Kids playing downside in the evening when you are working. So I enjoy that time. That might be troubling my clientele somehow, but I've started noticing that it since the focus is so much clear that people, they hardly notice all these things. So I enjoy disturbances, though not on regular basis, but I prefer to go off my track sometimes.
I think these are some very good advices you are giving, and we are trying to make it, look like fun. But I think everybody has to follow their limits. You can have chocolates if you are diabetes. Obviously, you will not go overboard. If you are taking a drink, a little quantity, a small 30 ml will not harm you. You can just have. You can have a karaoke night. You can enjoy, sing your heart out. I think these are some of the very good advices that you have given us, Doctor, today. So once again, a very happy Valentine's Day to you and your family, and we'll catch up again in Doctor Speak next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you and enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to today's Monday morning edition of Top Brass. And before we start our discussion today, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunn.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It is Monday. You're partway through Monday and we're just starting, but it's still Monday. So what we need to be doing is doing things slightly differently this week than perhaps we've done before, because then we'll get maybe a better result.
Absolutely. In fact, as we had predicted way back in March and April during our discussions many months back, that the whole business scenario will change, and it has now changed. So when we say that business scenario has changed, is moving away from face-to-face meeting to digital meetings, and that has become a reality now. So the same applies for job seekers. So if somebody is looking for a job, the most important thing that they can do today is basically make a video about their expertise, about their USPs, and you know uh, expose themselves in the digital world. What do you want to say about this?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And in fact, for many years now, even when video first came on the scene, remember those dizzy days where we heard of something called YouTube? And we thought, well, what's YouTube? Sounds interesting. Let's have a look at that. We're still talking this century, by the way, folks, if you're listening. This wasn't created last century, it was created this century. YouTube is only about 15 or 16 years old, if truth be known. And I can remember at the time there was a group in the UK which was government funded. It was called Business Link. And the purpose of Business Link was to help businesses get more business. Simple as that. So once you start a business, you can actually perpetuate that business and you get the ball rolling. Even today, I find lots and lots of businesses, and I'm not just talking about the UK now, I'm talking about globally. There's lots of businesses that still don't have their promotion on a video. The chief exec or the COO or the CFO shies away from social media. And yet, that actually, for a small business, is one of the growth arenas, because people buy from people, as we've said before, and therefore people need to know who you are, know what you're doing, know what you're selling. And now, in this very difficult arena, for people looking for jobs, many that have had jobs prior to COVID, but were, put on long leave and now perhaps have found themselves redundant. There are jobs available out there, But lots of employers are now looking at different ways of recruiting people. I'm a bit surprised that recruiters actually haven't gone down this route. And my guess is they're probably not thinking in the right way. So any recruiter listening out there, perk your ears back, because businesses, employers like me, like you, CK, have got options available for people. But what we'd like to do is we'd like to see what type of attitude these people have got. Not just send a CV and sit back and wait for a response. Now, many employers are putting CVs on job sites, and thousands of people are applying for maybe one or two jobs that are available. But what I do know is that when people make a little video of themselves and introduce themselves to corporates, employers, wherever they are in the world, then they get to the top of the pile because they've done something a little different. So come on, come and do a little video. We will share it for you. We'll put it out there. We've got lots of contacts in the business world that look at our regular videos that we put out there on a daily basis because they're looking for advice, they're looking for support, they're looking for ideas. So why not put you out in the arena? We're not going to charge you for it, frankly. Just do a little video, introduce yourself, and let's see if we can help you. Because that's the bottom line, really. This is about sharing the best practice to people out there so they can go and do their own thing. You can even go and create your own YouTube channel if you like. But if you're not that experienced, just do a little video and come online. Let's help promote you. That's just our little tip for the week, I suppose, CK. Those people that...
Yeah, I would like to add to what you're saying. I think it's a question of imagination. And, past few days, I have been seeing this HR. I think you mentioned the HR guys. So the CHRO type people are spearheading the advertisement for their corporates. And they are saying that, hey, I'm going to hire 8,000 Java guys next month. So their imagination is still in 2019. I mean, they have not realized the reality, even though they are so senior and their designations are CHRO. So once in a while, almost like every week, I'm seeing these advertisements from the large corporation. Hey, I'm going to buy 8,000 guys next month. So they are just keeping their branding alive, which is not valid anymore. And I think going back to the point that you're making, I think people have to take charge of their own destiny. And making a video is not a one-day job. You have to really learn the tricks. You have to learn the communication. You have to learn how to address the people, how to handle the questions. So it is not for everyone. So I think in addition to putting your video, we can also give you training. We can also improve your communication skills, and we can also help you handle the objections happening through digital media. So I think this is something that I would like to add.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And as you said, many organizations are living in the last year, despite the fact that people at a very senior level have had to deal with Zoom. Never before have they worked like we're working here. You're several thousand miles away from me. It's a slightly different time of day, but we're still talking with each other, not just over the phone, but we're having a conversation over video. The likes of Zoom, Skype, it's just as big elsewhere. WebEx, I mean, these things have been around for many, many years, certainly since I left corporate life, they've been around. And what we're finding is that although we're using these mediums ourselves on a regular basis, we're not actually investigating and using our creative imagination to use it for the benefit of something else we might be doing. So someone says, come on a Zoom call. Frankly, now I say, does it have to be Zoom? I'm sort of zoomed out, frankly. Is there another medium that perhaps we could utilize? But people want to see your face now. They want to be able to talk to you just like they did before when you had a physical meeting. I mean, you and I have never physically met, but it's almost like we know each other intimately because we have conversations around the programs that we're running together. So just think slightly differently. You large organizations out there, come and have a chat with us. We've built platforms where we can actually get to a large population. We can identify that population for you rather than just a scattergun. The digital arena, you can focus where you channel all of your efforts. You might know it as pay per click. Well, it's pay per area. You actually really do focus down, and you can then actually get a whole stream of people that are more qualified, certainly digitally qualified, because they wouldn't see it otherwise. You know, the days of putting an ad in a newspaper are probably dying away. They're still there, and they'll probably be there forever, just like newspapers are still there, despite the fact we've got a digital world. They'll be there for some people, but the majority of people today are doing what we're doing here. Spreading our word, being in the digital arena, and actually this is like an interview. You would have a physical interview with somebody. So this 90-second, say, little introduction of yourself on a video will tell you what to say. You have a practice yourself. We'll tell you what to say about yourself, and we'll tell you how to say it. But the thing is, you've got to do it. Demonstrate your can-do attitude in coming over in a very not hugely professional video. You don't need it, frankly. People just need to see who you are, why you are, what turns you on, why you're going to be a good asset to this organization. And frankly, you can say that in 15 seconds. Warren Bennis, who I only met once, Warren Buffett, beg your pardon, who I only met once. He was asked a question, how do you know the person is going to be right for your organization? And he said, I look into their eyes. That doesn't mean you're looking at a CV. The CV's got you to the conversation. I look into their eyes. What do you see? Do you see light bulbs there? Do you see someone's vacant? They're live, but they're not live. They're not really there thinking. Then you can have a good conversation. And that's where the video arena takes off immensely, because within 15 seconds, you can look into someone's eyes. Do they really mean what they're saying? And we see it all the time in physical presence. When you and I have been in big networking sessions, you can actually see who the people are that you want to be working with. And you see through their eyes, through their mannerisms, what they're doing, what they're saying, how they're saying it. You can't get that from a piece of paper that's a PDF copy that lands in your in tray. But you can get it from a video. So come on, everybody. Come online, give us a little insight into who you are, and we'll help you get better. Simple as that. Not bad for a Monday morning.
In fact, Neville, this is a very good message. We are asking the job seekers to come and take our help in order to make their video, to learn the tricks of communication. How do you communicate your message about yourself to the companies who are looking for people like you? And then we will also publicize your videos to the people who are looking for resources like yourself. So I think these are the three key points that you have said today. I've taken liberty to summarize them. So thank you very much, Neville. You have a nice Monday, and we will catch up again tomorrow.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy your Monday, everybody. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Absolutely, Neville. Enjoy yourself, and bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Sortie Wednesday. Let me welcome my friend from London, Mr. Naval Goon.
Good morning, CK. It's a cold and miserable Wednesday in the UK at the moment, and yet later on today it's going to be 30 degrees. So it's a damp start, but the sunshine's coming. And that's what Sortie Wednesday is all about. It's to show you that you may be apprehensive, you may be scared about joining this competition because your communication skills aren't that good. That's the whole point of the competition, to come on board and improve your communication skills. And the reason why CK and I are running this is he knows, and I know, and every business owner out there knows that when we go and employ people, we want people that can communicate, can have a conversation, can be invested in the conversation, can get their message over, and at the same time, listen to feedback so you can improve your message. And this is just one simple skill set. It can be really complicated to learn, and you can be fearful of learning it because you think you're not very good. Well, guess what? I wasn't very good either. CK wasn't very good, were you? You know? Were you the best speaker in the world when you were sort of 19, 20, 21?
Well, not at all, Naval. In fact, today's tip in Sortie Wednesday is, this arena of Sortie Awards not only expose you to improve your speaking skills, it also gives you an opportunity to basically expose yourself visually. So this is an audio-visual platform where you are being watched by senior entrepreneurs, senior industry leaders, and who knows, some of these people may like your delivery. And what these companies are looking for is basically the best communicators in India. Because going forward, if India is going to drive the business, then the people from India should be able to talk comfortably with thousands of other different people. So I think this is a platform, and the tip today that Naval is trying to give us is, this is a platform for increasing your visibility. So the tip is increase your visibility, join and get watched by thousands of industry leaders globally. This is what I have to say, Naval.
That's brilliant, CK. And as you said right at the very beginning, no, you weren't. You weren't a good communicator. And the point about this is we're going to show you not only what it takes to be a good communicator, but to get you to go and practice and then put your video out there so you're showing the world. Today's big earners are not the Jeff Bezoses of this world that own huge organizations. It's the vloggers. It's the YouTubers, it's the influencers that actually are really enjoying what they're doing. And all of our sponsors, of which we're a sponsor to, MindFit is a sponsor to, we know that our best ambassadors out there are people that can really communicate, can hold a conversation, can go and talk to other people, extol the virtues about our organization. And remember, we have IBM in this as well. IBM, if you've not known, Google them, IBM.com. Really difficult name to remember. See how big these are. Why are they sponsoring what we're doing? What do you think they're sponsoring this for? Because they believe in your success. They also want to attract the best employees. You're going to be on show here for IBM. But IBM are not stupid. They know that Microsoft are listening, even though Microsoft isn't sponsoring. They also know that Oracle will be listening. These are big names. They also know that Apple will be listening. So here is an opportunity to put yourself in that interview slot. Now, they haven't asked you to come for interview, but they're going to be watching. And the reason they're going to be watching is because we're going to tell them. That's why we're running a competition. It's not a lot. You need to have skin in the game, you know, but it's not a lot of money just to put your name on an entry form. But your learning, your development program will actually be far more beneficial than your degree. And don't listen to that from me, because even now, Elon Musk is saying your degrees are useless. And he lists 4 or 5 top skills, soft skills that are useful. And guess what? Communication is on the list. It should be number 1. Without you being able to communicate, how can you get your message over? If you can't speak, how can you get your message over? And again, it comes with body language as well. So it builds confidence, it builds a can-do attitude, and I'm going to stay with the letter C. You'll be in control, you'll have clarity, you'll be committed, you'll be comfortable, you'll be calm. And it's a competition. That's another C. So come and collaborate with us, another C. And we'll show you how you can win. It's as simple as that. Can't make it any simpler than that, can we, CK?
In fact, your tip for today for the contestant is very clear, very straightforward, and you've used very simple words and you've used very powerful words. So I think the message is very loud and clear that going forward from 2020 till 2030, the people who will succeed in the industry would be the communicators. And that is why Top Brass Sortie Awards is to bring that quality upfront for the industry leaders to watch and select their workforce for the next decade. So I think, thank you very much, Neville. It's a great learning for all of us and all of our contestants, and also a lot of youngsters who are watching this video. Come and join Sortie Awards. I will give the link at the end of the video. Please come and register yourself.
Yeah, please do, because actually it's a bit like being in the lottery. You've got to be in it to win it. We're not going to guarantee you get a great job at the end of this, but the likelihood is you will.
Well, the top 100 people definitely will get recognized across the world through Top Brass Sortie Awards, because these 100 people will be the best communicator across thousands who will apply. So I think there is a great opportunity for everyone to not only get recognized, but also to practice, learn new tricks, networking with peers and also with industry leaders. So a whole lot of advantages for people who are participating in this contest.
Absolutely. And it's a silent network, because they don't know it's happening, but we do, because we already know the response we're getting from organizations, employers, all the way around the world. So again, the message is get on board, improve your communication skills, get yourself in that shop window, and it's that silent interview that you've done once, but thousands, tens of thousands, and probably hundreds of thousands will be watching. Simple message.
Thank you very much, Neville. And I think it's a great learning for all of us. You have put it so simply, a great message. So thank you very much. We will catch up next Wednesday on the Sortie Wednesday. Otherwise, I will catch up with you tomorrow on some other subject.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. In today's session of Top Brass, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from Texas today, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Her name is Melissa. Melissa, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you.
So, Melissa, I think you work with a lot of entrepreneurs globally, and you also work with a lot of youth programs across the world in many countries. And I think today we wanted to pick your brains about digital skills because you work with all types of people, young, privileged, underprivileged, entrepreneurs, even web technology companies in many countries. So, what is the major skills that is required for all the people going forward from here?
So I have a framework that is my favorite framework, and I actually pulled it up on my phone here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you what I'm looking at. Can you see that? Can you see that? All right, cool. Maybe you can't see exactly what's on there, but I use something that, and I'm going to walk you through it. So if you see me looking down a bit, if you see me kind of grabbing my phone, I'm not texting at the same time. I think the reason why I have this out in front of me is because it's my favorite framework. Now, where did I get this framework? How did this come about? My PhD research is on the digital inclusion of underrepresented and underserved communities. And I focus on a gamut of skills that people need in order to make meaningful use of the internet. So that's generating outcomes, whether that's economic outcomes, educational outcomes, or that's just a matter of being safe online, right? And I spent several years researching all of the frameworks that exist on the planet, and which kind of leads into one of the positions that I have in the world, which is with the IEEE. And so I'm the chair of the Digital Skills Working Group, or the Digital Intelligence Working Group within IEEE, the largest engineering organization on the planet, 400,000 members worldwide. And throughout this literature review for both my academic career as well as my chair position within the IEEE, I identified what I consider to be my most favorite framework. I don't own the framework. I didn't create the framework. I really kind of looked across the world and identified what I would consider and what IEEE is in the process of doing is what I would consider a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. So we've heard of emotional intelligence, right? Daniel Goleman's research that looks at, how do you manage yourself? How do you manage your relationships? How do you identify, emotional factors in others? We look at intelligence and we track these things, right? We have a definition for what it means. We measure it. We calculate it. And if you think about literacy, we have a definition for what that means, right? We track it, we measure it. We know in India, for example, the percentage of people who are literate. And forgive me, I can't remember the number. That said, we all know it exists. We report out on it from a World Bank perspective, from the UN, countries, villages, schools, and people, right? But think about it. If digital literacy is the new literacy, we should have a framework and a definition. I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but we do not. Even the UN doesn't have a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. They have put out, meaning UNESCO put out a report some time ago with a number of different frameworks. It didn't include my framework. So what I did, the framework that I identified. And so what I did is I wrote a piece for the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation, which is headed up by Jack Ma and Melinda Gates, with advisory support and leadership from Vint Cerf, the father of the internet, chief internet strategist at Google. And I wrote this piece. You can find it online through the coalition or through the, again, the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation. You can find that by Googling that plus my name and it'll come up. And I pointed out how the world needs to rally around a framework of what this means. And by the way, here is another framework that wasn't considered in some of the pieces. And I've heard some rumblings that perhaps it's either already been released or will be released, including this additional framework. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to walk you through the framework. Again, this is a framework that was created by the DQ Institute, which is based out of Singapore. They, along with me and my advisory position within the IEEE, the OECD, and the World Economic Forum have come together to create what's called the Coalition for Digital Intelligence, thus adopting this framework. So I'm going to start off by saying there are a lot of what I would consider competencies, and see this as a wheel of competencies. You're going to dial things up and dial things down, depending upon your interest level, depending upon your career, depending upon your academic journey. But it all has, something to kind of rally around in terms of technical competencies, cognitive competencies, metacognitive, and socio-emotional competencies. And there are essentially 3 levels of it. So you consider yourself as, let's say, knowledge that surrounds itself around skills, attitudes, and values. So the first one is digital rights. And digital rights, if you think about this is your rights to be able to participate in the digital economy. Your intellectual property rights. So if you create something, do you own that? And what do you know about ownership when it comes to creating technical solutions or creating, technical works of art, if you will. And the other piece is privacy. How do you understand and manage your privacy? Who has access to your data when you post it online? Those are the 3 aspects of what I would consider, and what the DQ Institute considers, as well as the Coalition for Digital Intelligence considers, digital rights. Now, what's interesting is people often use digital intelligence, digital literacy, and digital skills interchangeably. This model actually looks at digital literacy as a separate component within that wheel of competencies when we're talking about digital intelligence. And one of the things includes data and AI literacy. Now, we know that not everybody is going to be a data scientist. Not everybody is going to jump in the world of AI. That said, you might just be aware of what that competency entails, but you might not actually be a practitioner, and you might not also be empowering others and teaching other people your skills. So as you think about these different big buckets, and then the 3 items that make up these big buckets, you might be aware that this exists, you might have learned it, you might be a practitioner and teaching others. So that's what I mean by you're dialing these skills up and down. So again, under digital literacy, data and AI literacy, the next one would be content creation and computational literacy. When I say computational literacy, what I mean by that is, can you code? Do you understand the introductory building blocks of what it means to code? Have you written a line of code like Hello World, which is only what I've written? Or are you building applications? Are you creating content? Are you building, websites or mobile applications or IoT devices? And are you empowering others to do so after you've learned? So again, that looks at that wheel of competencies. The last component of digital literacy is media and information literacy. So basically what I'm saying here is that being able to recognize media misinformation and disinformation is a component of being digitally literate. So when you get onto Facebook or whatever social platform you fancy, or you get an email, or you get a text, or whatever it is that comes, in a news article, do you understand and know how to evaluate that article or that piece or that post from your friend to know, is it reputable? Do the sources make sense? Is there something funny about it that, maybe just someone else's opinion? We've heard about, different, farms, if you will, digital farms, existing in certain parts of the world where they're trying to sway you to vote one way or another, or they're trying to sway you from one candidate or another. How is it that you can critically evaluate that article and know, is this real or is this fake? You know, an easy way to do that is you see that article, you go out and you go to Google, you go to Bing, you go to whatever, and you search for that particular topic. And you look and see, is this the only place that it was written? How reputable is that piece? Does it look a little outlandish and crazy? Are there a lot of grammar errors or spelling mistakes? You know, does the language that you speak, does it sound like you would normally write? You know, these are some of the things that I look for when I determine, is this a valid source or not? You know, in the age of where we get a lot of information from YouTube and a lot of information from bloggers, remember, a lot of that stuff is self-created. You know, how reputable is that material as we go to vote in elections? And that's, you know, extremely important, obviously, right now, as my country, the United States, goes into its elections. You know, a lot of controversy, a lot of divide. How do you make sure that you are being a good corporate citizen? By critically evaluating what's in front of you and being a responsible citizen by knowing what you should share, what you should not share, and also helping your friends, your family, and everyone around you understand how to determine whether something is real and fake. And I'll tell you, with the rise of deep fakes, so things that look really real, where it looks like, you know, President Obama, President Trump, Hillary Clinton, whomever else, it looks like their lips are moving exactly. Did you know that you can actually create videos where you can splice things together, make it look like that person is saying it, their mouth may be moving exactly the way you expect it to move, yet it is a deep fake? Or someone has created an AI solution that makes it look like it's a real person, a real kid who's been impacted by something. This is really important when we think about terrorist activities or nefarious characters. So we've went through two of them. The third one is digital communication, public and mass communication. So again, I think that one's highly related to media misinformation and disinformation. How do you know where to get, your information and evaluate it clearly and comprehensively? How do you communicate and collaborate with others as we're all working from home or studying from home or not being able to access the coffee shop or the restaurant, and we've alternated, we've transitioned our lives from one thing to another? How are we using social media? How are we using messaging? How are we using online collaboration tools to communicate and collaborate with others? I use a lot of different things in my daily life. I use Trello, for example, to keep track of timelines and my project management activities. I have colleagues that use Mural to do online whiteboarding. We have Slack for instant communication. We have WhatsApp to communicate with our friends. I use it a lot for work. We use a lot of different tools in addition to just thinking about social media and email. There are a lot of very interesting things. We're using a Zoom platform right now. So how can you, connect with others who are in other parts of the world, or maybe next door, but we can't get over there to see them for a variety of issues that we're all facing with COVID-19. The last piece of digital communication is digital footprint management. How are you managing your footprint online? So if you get online and you post something, where is it going? Where is that post that you made? Is someone taking a screenshot and posting it over somewhere? Do you care about that? Are you, managing your privacy settings on Facebook? For me, I alternate my privacy settings when I'm talking about digital skills or entrepreneurship or training opportunities or tech for good, a job opportunity. I make it public. If I'm posting something that is maybe me and my kids, I might make that private. I might not want everybody to see that. That said, all my followers can see it. All my followers can screenshot it, and they can do whatever they want to with it, and I may not even know. Recently, someone created a Instagram profile that looked just like my name and stole my pictures. I didn't notice it until someone was next to me and I was typing in my Instagram account so that they could connect with me. So I had their phone. and I saw that there was another M Sassafras. That's my Instagram handle, and it was M Sassafras with an underscore after it, and it was my picture, the same picture that I had in my Instagram. So I clicked on it and I saw all my pictures. So essentially, what someone had done was clone my account by taking the pictures and creating an alternative account. So my digital literacy, my digital skills, my digital intelligence told me I need to report that. And I need to talk to my friends to report that. So my friends reported it, I reported it, and I submitted something to Instagram. Within X amount of days, that profile was taken down. But what's interesting is that account blocked me, so I didn't know it existed. I only found out because I had my friend's phone. And I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't had my friend's phone looking for it. That's scary, right? Because how many times are we going into someone else's phone and looking for ourselves and our social media platform? Or figuring out where someone has put some of your pictures. This can often be very scary for young women who have been impacted by someone who might have used artificial intelligence to put their face onto someone else's face. So imagine your face onto someone else's face doing something precarious or doing something risque that might not have been something that you did, and posted on some site that you might not, find palatable or acceptable for your norms and values. How do you find that? You might never find it. All right. Now we're going to talk about digital emotional intelligence. This is just like emotional intelligence. So just like Daniel Goleman's research, if you haven't read any books by Daniel Goleman, I would recommend it. I love his books. He's got a whole packet on relationship management, etc. Go ahead.
Before we move to the digital intelligence, I like to say that I fully agree with you the points that you made. In fact, especially in the democratic world, from where you and I belong, there are a lot of narrative creation happens, especially around the elections. And in a country like India, the elections are happening every 2 months, and every election is fought like a general election. So if there is a state election, which is a smaller part of India, the impact of that election will have on the next election, which is going to happen after 6 months. And as you know, a country like India has 1.3 billion people, so you can't have one election because there are so many people voting, and the systems availability, machinery, and all that is not possible. So a lot of narrative creation happens throughout the year. And I think you mentioned very valid point in the end, that there is a lot of risk, and you need to know exactly what you're doing on the social media platform. So I just want to ask you, is there a program that is promoted by your team or one of your companies where people can get enrolled and get literate around these aspects?
Media, so I would tell you a couple things. I would go to the dqinstitute.org is what I would recommend. I have seen a lot of, programs that exist that look into different aspects of these. I'm actually building a platform right now. It's not launched yet. It'll be ready. I think based on where I am, probably next year, that looks at all of these different competencies and allows you in a gamified fashion to play around with these things and earn badges, be able to share your badges in social media, interact with mentors and peers and others. But if you look at this, there's not one single platform that exists on the planet that allows you to learn in a gamified fashion and earn badges. There are a lot of them out there that take on different components of these. So I think I'd have to look at this and tell you, for this, look at that platform. For this, look at that platform. I saw something on media literacy the other day that I was meaning to go through, a brand new one, and I haven't done it yet. So I would have to look at kind of my notes and tell you, hey, these are the ones, but, perhaps we could write a blog about some of the, deep dives into these, and instead of talk about the framework, or maybe have a special session on media literacy and talk about which platform would be appropriate for, the Indian population, because I think some of these things are very location specific. What a, person, what a farmer in Kenya or a rural farmer in, India might need to know might be a little bit different than, a young girl in, rural Arkansas or a city. But let's table that one, and let's call that one another session, and we'll do a deep dive into media literacy if that works for you.
Sure, sure.
Okay, cool.
You were talking about the intelligence aspect of the digital arena.
Yeah, so this is very similar to regular emotional intelligence. It's got 3 components. It's relationship management. So how do you manage your relationships online? Do you ghost people? Do you respond? Do you fire off too many things to them? Do you spam a lot? How do you manage your relationships online? How do you create something that feels like it's in real life? Do you bring your true self? Because a lot of people don't. Do you create this persona online that's not really you? And is that how you manage your relationships? And do people feel like you're the same person online as you are offline? Not everybody is. Some people create alternative personas. How aware are you of others? How do you push your ideas onto others, or how do you respond to their ideas? Are you respectful of their ideas? Are they respectful of yours? Do you have empathy? Are you a troll? How do you respond to trolls? These are important things too. As a young person, are you getting cyberbullied? How do you respond to that? What do you do? How do you report it? Where do you go to report it? If you see something quite dangerous online, something potentially violent, a crime, what do you do about that? How do you manage your feelings, and who do you talk to? There are often circumstances that we've seen when a shooting has taken place in the United States or somewhere else, that someone might post an exact video. Maybe that person who committed that crime posts it and shares it. How does that impact people? How does that impact yourself? Should you be sharing some of the things that you share? I've seen, videos of people that might share things that are, extremely disturbing. Do you, indulge in that content? The next piece really goes into security, and that's how do you manage your own personal security? Your passwords, your password management. Do you tell people where you are at every single moment? I know there are certain places that I might travel to where I don't check in until after I've left. And I do that for my own personal safety. I may do that in many places where I might have left that location an hour ago and I check in as if I'm still there, because I really enjoy, publicizing that I was in this place. I did eat there. I did vacation there. I did spend time there with my friends. Everyone has their own, again, their own comfort level. They dial it down, they dial it up. Think about who all can see where you are, and do you want them to know? I had a situation where I went to a particular city in a particular country to run a coding camp, and it was publicized. It was clear I was there. This made me think about how I manage my own personal safety, because I had an individual who had seen me online, wanted to meet me for alternative purposes than coming and taking part in the coding camp. And so this individual signed up as a photographer and volunteered his skills. And the club, the team that was running this coding camp was like, oh wow, yeah, we need a photographer. It looked legit, it looked fine. In reality, they're trying to get close to me and proclaim his love for me. I'd never met him, I'd never seen him, but he thought he knew me because he saw me on social media and felt like he knew me, even though we'd never interacted before. So think about these things when you're sharing where you're going, who you're with, what you're working on. I, again, dial it up and dial it down depending upon the circumstances and where I am. But that situation made me think about it. Network security management. So, there are many different aspects of that. Are you enabling people to gain access to your network at work? How do you keep your work email, your work logins? We saw what happened with a Twitter incident where nefarious characters gained access to different people's social media profiles and posted different things about Bitcoin. How do these, even the most competent people often get accidentally involved by clicking on a link? How do you make sure that you are looking at that link, hovering over where it came from, and making sure, did that really come from Apple? Did that really come from my bank? If I get a text, if I get an email that is something about a password issue or a missed payment or validate my credit card, I always go directly to that site and log in to see, is there an issue? Most of the time there's not, and most of the time it's a phishing expedition to see, are you going to respond, and are you going to give away your passwords? Are you going to enable someone to gain access to your bank account, your credit card, your personal details, your personally identifiable information, the stuff that people will need in order to take advantage of you, take your money. There are all kinds of nefarious characters out there. Lastly, organizational cybersecurity management. Again, that's probably more about what I said in terms of network security management.
So let me share some experience from my side. What I've noticed is that such nefarious activities have increased, or rather gone up, after the lockdown, because a lot of people are trying to get access to your personal information. And in fact, a lot of telecom operators and also the bank, a lot of other public agencies are, at least in India, I've seen that every second or third day there is an alert that, hey, don't give your KYC, don't share your information. And I think you're making a very valid point. If there is an email sent to me saying that, hey, validate this credit card or something else, I actually look at the website. Like you said, you have to be very conscious. So I actually look at the website, and many times I've seen that there'll be just one additional spelling in it. So for example,
that's exactly right. They're very clever. It may look the same. Look for spelling errors. Look to see if it makes sense. You'll discover that there is a lot of, and many of us get them every day. I get them all the time. I don't 9 times out of 10, I don't even look it up, and I don't do anything. And I figure, hey, if my credit card doesn't work, I'm going to go somewhere and it's not going to work. And then I'm going to discover it, because I know my bank is not going to contact me that way. I set up 2-factor authentication. So whenever you log in from a new device, you have to not just put your password, but you have to authenticate or validate that request, through a phone call, through text, through an email, so that that it's coming and that it's you. Now, we've talked about security. We've talked about being a builder, a creator. We've talked about media misinformation and disinformation. What's interesting is we're going to move on to digital safety. And for me, I kind of look at digital safety and security as one thing. I kind of lump it all in there. And again, we look at behavior, we look at, content, what are you sharing in content that goes out? So am I going to post my social security number, which is something we use to identify ourselves in the US? I'm not. Some people have their birth dates posted everywhere. I don't. I don't have my birthday posted, which means I don't get all those exciting, birthday messages on Facebook, because nobody knows that it's my birthday. So I'm not going to get all those, but that's okay. I don't care. And how am I managing, my community? So is there someone who really doesn't want you to tag them in a particular place? Maybe your friend is a victim of domestic violence. Maybe that person doesn't want anyone to know that they're there, because maybe as a victim of domestic violence, that person might know, wow, so-and-so is here, and now I'm going to go there, and I have the ability to perform violence against that person. So again, I think it's not just about what do you feel comfortable with, but how do others feel as well? And how can you be empathetic to the feelings and thoughts and perceptions of others? I'm going to move on now to digital use, and that's how are you using it how are you using tech and access to the internet from a civic perspective? You know, when it comes to tech for good or social good or being active in the political process. Now, there's a fine line between civic use, encouraging people to vote and that sort of thing, and shoving your idea down somebody's throat. Because when you think about what your political beliefs are, or your religious beliefs, or your whether you eat meat, don't eat meat, whatever your beliefs are, and whatever your value system is, if you are a vegetarian, do you want to see someone telling you how much you should eat meat and how awesome meat is and a picture of a slaughterhouse? You do not want to see that, right? Especially if that is something that religiously is very core to your value system. The same principle applies to politics. How do you make sure that you are open and honest and transparent, but you're not putting people in an uncomfortable situation and making them feel as if you're not listening to their perspectives. I have a lot of friends who post a lot of very, very political things, very charged things, and that's their way, and I respect that. And a lot of people, I do continue to keep them on my social media feed, even if their opinions differ than mine, because I think it is interesting also, even if those beliefs differ from mine, from my morals, from my values. There's a fine line. If someone is sharing child pornography, for example, that's very different. I'm going to report that. If someone is going to post harming an animal, I'm going to report that. Same thing with a human or whatever. If there's very abusive behavior, I'm going to report that. That said, it is nice to understand where do other people come from and respect and be empathetic with their point of view, even if you don't agree to it. And just remember, you can always unfollow someone. If you don't like what they're saying and you don't want to deal with, talking to them about it, you can always unfollow. You don't even need to tell them. You can unfriend if you want. But I also know many people don't feel comfortable unfriending someone because they're afraid that person's going to get mad and notice, and then they're going to have to deal with it and have a conversation. This is where the unfollow comes into play. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to talk to you. I still want you in my circle, but I don't want to see your stuff. Naturally, that doesn't exist in Twitter, but there are ways that we can manage these things. If you don't feel comfortable having the conversation with that person who continues to post things that might differ from your personal beliefs.
Recently, I had an experience which I want to share with you. On the LinkedIn, I have many followers personally as a professional. And I don't even know how many people are there in my network. I mean, to be very frank with you. And as you rightly said, you think twice before you unfollow somebody. And there is one person, when we launched our Top Brass Speaker of the Year award, there's one person for no reason started, and that person is a lady. I don't remember who that person is, basically. Maybe I met her many years back, maybe professionally, but she started abusing me on the awards that, you are doing this, X, Y, Z. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to you. I didn't even block her or unfollow her. But surprisingly, I got an email from LinkedIn saying that, hey, we have noticed some abusive behavior. Would you like to unfollow that person? I was like very.
That's really nice. I didn't know that they did that, and that I think that's I think that's great because I think there's a lot of controversy right now around how our social media platforms using our data. And how are they abusing our data? How are they managing trolls or abusive behavior? How are they monitoring it? How are they managing it? How are they shutting it down? Whether that's, someone who's continuing to verbally assault you, or someone who is, trying to use fake news, because this is where fake news comes into play too, is trying to rile you up and get you excited about your candidate so that you'll respond and share and have a lot of uninformed dialogue. I believe personally that social media platforms need to play a greater role in having responsibility over their content. You know, there are significant amounts of child pornography that happen in social media, in certain circles. You know, oftentimes, you know, you look at COVID-19, a lot of misinformation around if you do this, you're going to be cured. And I've read a lot of different articles about, you know, people who have been convinced of certain things through social media didn't respond to, you know, someone who might have, you know, someone impacted by COVID-19 or another ailment, and not taking the proper precautions that are guided by medical professionals, and thinking, oh, my friend showed me this, or I got this from this website, and, you know, thinking that it was valid by not, you know, looking at it appropriately. The next thing I think that's important is both healthy and balanced use of technology. So, are you creating and do you have addictive behaviors? Do you manage your screen time? How much time do you spend, you know, online? It can be very, I know I spend a lot of time on social media. A lot of it's just reading and taking in information and learning, also collaborating. You know, that said, you know, are people really thinking about how much time should my kid spend today? Is my kid playing online games all the time? And it's not just kids, you know, gambling, for example, or pornography, or whatever the case might be. You know, are there excessive behaviors that either young people or whomever are, you know, taking on that's harming them or others? And then, you know, that obviously plays a role when it comes to emotional intelligence. How is that impacting you emotionally, socially, mentally, intellectually? The last thing, which I don't think we covered, because I think we started out with digital rights, so this is the last competency in the wheel, and that's digital identity. And that's, are you using technology to drive change in the world? And that could be emotion, or that could be social good. That could be, you know, empowering others to learn to code. It could be climate action. It could be any cause. It could be solving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They're just talking about them. Are you influencing others to make the world a better place and change? Now remember, similarly, are you using social media, or are you using technology to make the world a worse place? Is that change bad? Now, all of us, I think, have different opinions on whether social media is good or bad. But just like anything, you can create positive change or negative change. What are you doing to use the technology in front of you to make meaningful change and meaningful outcome? How are you co-creating with others? How are you collaborating with others to create change that brings a large group of people, or just your family, or just your community, into the realm of change? And hopefully it's positive change versus negative change, because nobody likes a troll farm. Maybe the troll does. I don't know why. Maybe they're making money off of clicks. There's a lot of different reasons why people do the things that they do online. So I'm going to leave this with, and one more thing, I'm going to leave this with: be a good citizen. Have digital citizenship that enables you to be a lifelong learner, be a positive influence on others, create positive change, and solve the world's wickedest problems.
You know, I think these are very relevant points that you have told us today, and I think it is something which requires a lot of deep study. And as you mentioned some time back, is that, you know, what is your identity on the social platform? So I think it's a big problem. What I've heard in India, it's also a big problem, because there are a lot of trolls and a lot of fake news websites, and there are certain websites which are not even operating from the Indian soil. So there is nothing much the legal system can do.
I think every country has this issue. I read not too long ago that, you know, during the last election in the U.S., they identified, you know, many of the locations of these troll farms, you know, being well outside of the United States, and that there are certain villages in certain parts of the world where they may make thousands and thousands of dollars off of this, and they don't care about the impact that X candidate or Y candidate has in that local community. But let me tell you, you as an individual, you should care.
Certainly. In fact, there is a lot of demand from Indian citizens that to link the social media with the social security number. So we also have a social security number which is based on biometrics. So the fingers and the retina scans, and it has one number which is connected to all the citizens. So there is a lot of demand which is coming up lately now that all the Facebook accounts, Instagram has to have your number attached to it. So I think it's fair. It is not yet enabled, but I think it's.
That's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I'm familiar with, the kind of identifiers in India, and a lot of the digital transformation that's happening, in India when it comes to the government and the role that technology plays in kind of advancing society. But I wasn't aware of the tie between that and social media. It's an interesting topic. I think it'll be very interesting to see how social media giants or platforms, respond to that. Obviously, if they're going to operate in the country and there's a regulatory requirement in place, you either follow the regulatory requirement or you don't do market in that, or you don't do business in that particular country. And with such a large population in India, it was 1.2 billion, right?
1.3, more than 1.3 now.
So crazy. It's impossible for many of these media giants, social media giants, to say that, never mind, we're not going to do business there. You have a powerhouse of population and people to drive change.
Yeah, the Snapchat moved out because they didn't want to follow the regulations here. But Facebook is here. I think the Facebook footprint is biggest.
I think India just I think TikTok's gone, right? TikTok's gone in India, or no?
TikTok is gone. India banned nearly 250 Chinese applications, including TikTok, PUBG, WeChat.
Oh yeah, PUBG was the other one. PUBG is so addictive. I have my ex-boyfriend is addicted to PUBG.
Oh, I've never played it because I don't have time.
It's not my thing. It's like fighting and shooting, and I downloaded it on my phone and I tried it, but it's just not my thing. But he's addicted. Yeah, he used to stay up all night sometimes and play PUBG. So I don't, like, me as someone who also talks about digital literacy. I have people around me who are not interested in becoming media literate, if you will. They're not interested in managing their screen time. So it's really hard, I think, as an individual, even someone who's in the know, to know, wow, how is it that I understand, what the good and bad or the do's and don'ts are, yet I cannot impact the person sitting right next to me.
So I think we had a very interesting discussion today, Melissa, and I personally feel, after talking to you, that there is a huge requirement. There is an opportunity for people who wants to train others to also train about digital literacy. I think it is a huge subject. We can't cover it in 30 minutes, but I think it's a huge.
We can't. I've done a week-long session covering each gamut of the wheel of competencies, so yeah, it's a thing. And don't get worried. You can take on any aspect of this that you want. If I had to kind of pick a few, I would say, IBM has a really great one called Let's Talk Safe Tech. That for me is a great one to just generally think about, and it's a quick training. It's something that actually teachers can take and use to share their skills forward. It's got like a workshop kind of thing. I really like that, and that would be kind of one of the places I would start. I think media misinformation is another one, and I'm kind of evaluating right now which platforms I think are the best for media literacy or media misinformation and disinformation when it comes, because I like doing things that is more gamified. It's a workshop. We all get tired of just watching videos and reading content. we get tired of it, right? When we want to learn something new, as much as we're doing this talk today, we all have fatigue. We're all tired. We want to have something that might take our minds off things a little bit and gamify it a little bit and make it feel like we're playing, the Nintendo Switch, for example, or whatever.
Certainly, Melissa, I think it was a very nice conversation I had with you. And with my viewers, I will get hold of your model and I'll share it along with this video. And thank you so much for joining us today. And
thank you.
You have a nice day ahead.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. See you.
Thank you, Melissa. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to discuss something very, very relevant for all of us, as the resources on our Earth are limited and they are soon vanishing as the population grows. And how do we live our life comfortably with the limited resources that we have? So, to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, we're going to introduce you to the concept of recycling, or what's being commonly referred to these days as the circular economy. So what do you know about economies? Previously, it was called the linear economy. What does that term bring up into your mind, CK?
Well, if you look at the linear economy, it means that there are some resources available, some minerals and metals available. All you have to do is dig them out and extract them, purify them, and use it for your own purpose. If it is about food, grow the food off the land, and so on. So I think this is what it is. But I know for sure that the metal will not keep coming out from the ground. One day it will deplete and there will be no metal left in the earth. So what will happen to our construction? What will happen to our machineries? How we will actually produce tools to till the land, to grow our crops? So I think this is what is coming to my mind right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we've grown up with it, really. I suppose in some respects we might call it a Western society, where you create it, you use it, and you dispose of it. And when you dispose of it, you tend to end up putting it into landfill. And landfills grow and grow and grow until they're too big, and then you have to create another landfill. So it's quite ridiculous, really. We're taking things out of the land and we're putting it back in the shape of landfill. So, and all of the problems that landfill provides. But the circular economy, I mean, it's nothing new, really. With any household, we always reuse things and we recycle things wherever possible. The whole concept of having children, the hand-me-downs. Have you heard that phrase before, CK?
A couple of times.
Just a couple of times. Well, I was lucky. I had brothers. I always felt sorry for some of my friends that had sisters and they were elder sisters, because the hand-me-downs were, adapted. But it was that whole society. It was that sort of 40s and 50s societies post-war, where there was very limited resources and people literally put their minds to making things out of things that were used for different purposes. I remember my mother who was a very qualified seamstress. She would be making wedding dresses during the war out of old parachutes because they were silk. They were absolutely beautiful, as long as they weren't ripped. But then again, she could turn anything out of a parachute, from a dress to a shirt to a pair of silk trousers. And so this whole concept of recycling or the circular economy is nothing new. But now what we need to be doing is asking everybody, what are you doing about it? What are you recycling in your home, in your business? How are you getting more use out of it? Let's think about one arena, CK. There's been a huge outcry in the UK over the last 8 or 9 months where kids have been forced to work from home. School became home. Home became school. They were intertwined. And what that meant was everything went digital. But, we're an affluent society here in the UK, and yet only 1 in 3 households has a PC. So that means lots of young kids are suffering from school because they just don't have access to that digital medium, a PC. So the outcry came and businesses responded in their droves, including our own. We looked at our old laptops, and it's amazing what you can recycle from an old laptop. Take the data off, and even companies were taking the data off for you, refurbishing it and donating it into the schools. So, question, is that going on in India? Are machines being recycled because your kids are staying at home? And I'm sure many of their friends are at home and they can't afford PCs necessarily.
Well, we have the extra machines at home, fortunately. But you are absolutely right. I've been hearing that there are new businesses which have emerged who are refurbishing their old laptops and PCs and selling it at a throwaway price. So even for business, in fact, I get one message every day from somebody or the other saying that, hey, if you need a PC, I can give you at a throwaway price. These are all refurbished, repurposed PC for your business. So I think that is already happening.
It's good because actually there's another business. So this circular economy is creating businesses, it's creating work opportunities. And this is very simple. We've had, I don't know about you, but we've had a number of PCs, in our household over the years where the kids have been at school. And typically what we would do is we wouldn't refurbish them. 10 years ago, there wasn't this refurbishing type society. I'd put them in the garage, and then the only option really was, because I'm not one of those engineers that take things apart. I used to, but I don't do anymore. The only way was literally to smash the thing to bits and take out the parts, because there's some incredibly expensive metals in a PC, in a tower, as you and I both know. And companies would literally take them away for you and take all those metals away and recycle the metals. Fortunately, we've advanced from that because we're actually recycling these PCs into a better purpose. So that's one way we can all do it. What's another way? An obvious way, really?
Well, I want to share something with you recently, which I did.
Yeah, please do.
You see, when you mentioned about old PCs, I think there is a stack of old PCs lying here. We don't know what to do with them. We can't throw them because every time when we think about those old PCs, it has data, it has old pictures, it has all that. So we are just keeping them. These are the real estate that we have. But recently,
they're good doorstops. They're great doorstops, CK.
Yeah, so I came across a very old PC of my dad that had only 30 GB of hard disk, and called the technician, and they said, hey, we can't load anything in this because Windows 10 itself will take 30 GB. After that, it will be useless. So I was figuring out, I did my own self-study, and I created something called a bootable flash drive. I learned the method. It's quite technical, but I did it. It's not very difficult. All you have to do is learn it. I created a bootable flash drive, and using that, I installed a Linux operating system in this old PC, and voila, it is working. You have Word, you have Excel, you have everything, and this Linux operating system behaves like Windows. It mimics Windows, so the user who is using it doesn't know whether they are using Windows or Linux. It has absolutely no difference in terms of usability, and it works only in 8 GB. So my 30 GB old hard disk with a old PC is now usable again because it is working very fast. The Linux does not take space. So I think it is a sort of a recycling. Instead of buying a new tab or a new laptop with terabytes of space, I could downgrade to a free operating system and use it for my requirement.
That's absolutely brilliant. A great example. And the interesting thing is, we've got lots of examples literally around our own house. I
can boot
Go
the
ahead.
PC using this. This is a bootable drive, and I can load into 1,000 PCs. I can create another 1,000 PCs of Ubuntu operating system using this bootable drive, and it
There you
costed
go.
me just $300.
There you go. And this is, you see, you went to the experts and they say we can't do anything with it because it's got 30 gig. I mean, Windows 10 would take 30 gig, and immediately they shut themselves down. So the circular economy actually needs to be you. It needs to be you opening yourself up to opportunities and potential. There's been a whole renaissance here about refurbishing your homes. We're sea locked. We have an absolute maximum value of land that we currently have, and clearly some of that land you can't build on. Even with the best will in the world, you couldn't build halfway up Ben Nevis because it would be too prohibitive. And I'm sure you've got pretty big mountain ranges where you are, where you just wouldn't build in the side of the mountain, even if you were allowed to. So that's the other thing, is because some areas are prohibitive to be building on. In the UK, we have this green belt thought process where we can't build on green belt. In other words, within a certain area, development is restricted. So we're all restricted. So people are making more and more of their own properties. They're not moving as much. There's not as many properties available, not as many building plots available. So people are looking at their own properties, refurbishing, but more importantly, they're recycling. I mean, we've seen programs on the TV which are driving the circular economy, if you like, taking us away from the linear approach. We have several programs now where a now famous presenter, they weren't famous originally, but they were famous for doing things, making something out of nothing. And now they're quite famous presenters on TV because we've had a TV series about recycling your old stuff. And it's not just your stuff, but it's someone else's stuff. And there's one particular program where the presenter goes to a recycling tip. They just turn up and someone brings their old rubbish and it's about to go into the tip. And she goes to the back of the vehicle. She's got permission to do this, by the way, because she can't do this just off the back of your own thought process. You have to have permission from the local authority. But she goes to the person and say, "Oh, I see you're throwing this away. Would you mind if I have a look and see what I could do with it?" And they say, "Well, no, I'm just throwing it on the tip. It's no use to me anymore." And you will be amazed at what has been recycled. And you'd also be amazed at what people throw away. I mean, I've seen some antique, very old wooden oak furniture, solid oak furniture, which has got a few scratches and dents. It might have been in the garage for a while and it's got half a tin of paint that's stained in the corner. But people just throw it away. And she turns up and she says, well, we can recycle that into something else. And sometimes all they do is literally clean it up and sell it as a table, which is original purpose. Sometimes they turn it into other things. I mean, I've seen old metal vices, you know, the big metal vices that would be on your workshop that have got no use anymore, really, because we're moving into a different society. And they've turned them into lamps that hang on a wall, which are quite, you know, architectural and a bit rustic. You might call it something else, but it's very much the sort of the New York loft type arena, where you would see all of these very industrial light bulbs and light fittings on a wall. So it's amazing what we can recycle. And if we start to recycle and think about recycling, we become a key component to the circular economy. Have you done any simple recycling? Have the kids done any simple recycling recently?
Well, I think the recycling has been done sometimes, but I think there are two critical factors that we need to very badly recycle, all humans across the globe. One is water, and second is electricity, because I think there's a lot of wastage, a lot of water gets wasted, and we should actually divide our water into gray, black, and pure water, drinking water. So none of most of these household do not have this gray water and black water separation. It is now regulation also which is just come in few years back in India, where the large societies have been mandated to reuse the gray water in the bathroom and stuff like that. But I think there are so many independent houses, and India is a large country where there are more houses than societies. And none of these houses have a tradition of building the gray water separation, machinery or a plant or small outfit which will separate it so that you can reuse your gray water and black water can be wasted out. And also the watering the plant, when you're watering, you're wasting a lot. Washing your cars, so a lot of water is getting wasted. I think we need to come up with a way of reusing this water, and rainwater harvesting we should get in every household. And second thing is electricity. How do we generate electricity right from the nature? Because electricity is available. There is a lot of sun, there is a lot of wind, and at a very low cost you can generate electricity. So I think these are the two things which are very critical for us to sustain.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the whole thought of a lot of people would never have heard of this term, and maybe they haven't heard of it now, grey water and black water. But I remember when we were going on cruises many years ago in last century, I was introduced to the concept of grey water and black water, because on a ship, traveling around the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you don't necessarily go into port all the time, and you've got limited resources. You've only got the amount of water that the ship can carry. It can't, at the moment, take seawater in, desalinate it, and make it into drinking water. The technology is coming. It's not quite there yet, but it is coming. So we have this grey water, black water arena. And I'd like to see potentially someone in the future going into these car washes so that the recycling is all done in the car wash. So the only waste actually is the foam that's come off the vehicle. And maybe there's a use for that. So we can all do our little bit if we're smart. I mean, I remember when we had water shortages here, and we would literally be storing water in pans and reusing it out of the washing machine and tipping it down the toilet. So we were forced to do it. It's quite recent this happened as well. So it still happens today because we have a shortage of some of the main resources. You've hit the nail on the head. I think water is a massively reduced resource that we're all desperate for. And at the same time, electricity. There's lots of electricity we use and we waste. we turn lights on when we shouldn't turn lights on. And even in the UK, we've turned from these old filament type light bulbs into light saving, energy saving bulbs. So we've moved, fortunately, from one arena to another. And indeed, by 2035, I believe, we won't have a manufactured vehicle in the UK. You won't be able to buy a new vehicle unless it's electric. So we're moving in the right direction, but we can all do our little bit, really. And I think the challenge today is, recently you and I did a program about what would Mars look like? What would education systems? What would the legal system? Recycling. We talked about food waste recycling. It's going to be millions of miles away. And what we need to be doing is thinking of how we're going to survive on Mars and doing it here. And there are some great, just Google circular economy. There are some great ideas out there, and you'd be quite surprised what you could do. One fact, we in the Western world, and I can only quote the Western world because it's quoted quite commonly, 1/3 of all food goes to waste. Now that is not good news, is it? Imagine the tons and tons and tons of waste that we're generating. We're over providing, we're under using, and yet the Western world is obese. So it's not that we're not eating enough. We're definitely eating enough, but 1/3 of the manufactured food goes to waste. We need to be thinking about that, reducing what we store in the fridge, changing our buying methods and thought processes, and looking at recycling in the big way. And that's what the circular economy will be today. So everyone can do a bit of this. And even the glasses that we've got on, CK, when you finish with your glasses, where do they go? In the trash can?
Yeah, that's a good question. They keep lying around because some of the frames are pretty good. We don't want to throw them, so they just keep piling on our real estate.
Well, the thing is, there's lots of people, there's lots of companies out there that recycle glasses. The Lions Club has a recycling process of glasses. The Rotary Club has glasses recycling. And, many parts of the world, people will be desperate for glasses. So the simplest things, don't just throw them away. Recycle them, find another use. And you'll be surprised, actually, if you Google it and you're about to throw something away, old frying pans, old cooking pans, if you Google it, someone will say, any old scrap metal will take from you. You give them a call and they come and pick it up. And hopefully it's recycled to an even better cause. So I hope this has given our viewers a bit of food for thought today on where we can go in the circular economy, how much you can do.
I think, Neville, this is a lifestyle change that is required to adapt or embrace the circular economy. All of us individually can adapt the ways of, how we can recycle instead of buying, because when we buy, we actually spend money. So we can save that money and store it for our future use. So instead of spending money, you can just find a way to create something new. You mentioned glasses. Soon there's going to be a Google Glass which is going to come up. There are other Samsung glasses which are going to come up. So then these glasses will become obsolete. So we never know. A new contact lens will come. So these glasses will have to find a new utility. So I think we can save the money by adapting new lifestyle, by introducing rainwater harvesting in our homes, separating gray water with black water, separate tanks, use gray water appropriately, use the right soap which is not harming the nature, biodegradable soap in our water, so that the water can be used, gray water can be used to water the plants, and so on. You can generate electricity off the roof. If you, I mean, especially in a country like India, there is a lot of sun. We can utilize our roofs. We can utilize the wind. There is a very windy country. There is a lot of heat here. There is a lot of wind here. We can utilize, um, and things like that. And also, you mentioned food wastage. Uh, I think it is also happening everywhere. It's not only in the Western world. Many times, the distribution cycles warrant the farmers to waste their food because they don't find it viable to take it to another center for selling. They just throw it away. So it happens here as well. But I think we need to change our lifestyle. I think it's all lifestyle changes. And you also mentioned about Mars. I think it's a complete example of recycle, because they breathe recycled air, they drink recycled water, and they probably eat recycled food. You never know. I don't want to talk more than that.
You'll be turning people off, really. But we do eat recycled food, you know. There's a coffee that is very prevalent and very sought after in the UK, and it's recycled through an animal. When people hear that, they go, "Ooh, I'm drinking that coffee." Well, you didn't know it before, but you do know it now.
Right. So I think it's a lifestyle change, and I think as we go along, the circular economy will have to take linear economy behind, to leave the linear economy behind, because there are limited resources, and we need to recycle most of the stuff.
You're absolutely right. And just a passing thought today, recycling, certainly in the Western world, is a way of life. Every week, every day, we as a household, we have different bins that we put different materials into. In one, it's garden waste. In another one, it's food waste. In another one, it's glass. In another one, it's tin cans and plastic. So we're recycling in a big way. Where it actually goes, that's another interesting thought process. But at least we believe that someone's given the thought towards recycling, and therefore it's actually making this a better world. We're actually not, we have finite resources. We need to recognize that. We are now 7.4 billion people, and that is projected to double in the not too distant future, which is why people are thinking of Mars and colonizing the moon, because they know we're running out of opportunity here. We're running out of resources, but maybe we're not. Maybe we can go below the ocean. Who knows? It's been great speaking with you, CK. It's a really important subject, ladies and gentlemen. Just think about your own arena. Don't blame others. Just think about your own arena. What do you recycle? What do you make sure you give away to the right area? Like glasses. Are you just adding to your real estate in the house? Or are they going to be used somewhere where someone is desperate for glasses? There's always someone who can make use of your rubbish.
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Naval, for joining us today. It was a really pleasure talking to you on this very important subject. We'll catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
Thank you, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. Today we have a very distinguished personality. before I tell you about her name, let me tell you what she is and what she has been doing. She is a professor of ancient India history in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. She has a great experience in teaching international students and thus creating a knowledge base for foreign students, and thus giving awareness and information about our rich culture and tradition. She has been guiding scholars to do PhD. A part of this, she has tremendous amount of publication on ancient India tradition. So before, I don't want to waste any moment. I would like to introduce you all to the Professor Bindi Paranchpai. Welcome to the show, Bindi. How are you?
I'm just fine, and I'm excited about this idea that I'll be talking to you people and students or younger minds who are joined with you. And it's a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Today, we'll be introduced to one of the greatest rulers of ancient India. His name was Harshavardhan. I think this is so important that he actually increased the joy of his people, and his name was Harshavardhana, the one who increases the joy of people.
Yes, we are ready to listen about this great king, and please tell us about this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so let me take you way back by about 1300 years or so. This ruler was ruling from Thaneshwar, Kanauj, that is today's Farrukhabad district of Uttar Pradesh, and he was one of the most revered, most liked king of ancient India. He ruled in first half of the 7th century AD. That's how I said that let me take you back to 1300 years of Indian history. We have lot of good sources to know about him. One, the famous book Harsha Charitam, written by Banabhatta. Banabhatta was his court poet, and an entire account of this king's early life, written in fabulous Sanskrit, that is available for our study. We are lucky because in ancient India, very few rulers we get information, such a contemporary information, somebody who lived with that person and wrote about him. And another, which I think is more important, because a court poet obviously will write so many good things about a king, the one who patronizes him, the one who appreciates his literary acumen. But one foreigner who visited during the time of Harshavardhan, he was a Chinese pilgrim. We Indians pronounce in different ways, Xuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang. But generally, we know that around 7th century, this was the Chinese pilgrim who visited India. And today, when we Indians are a bit nervous about our relation with China, Indo-China relations are a little strained today, but certainly India stands for peace. And in this peace building process, India's contact with China way back in 7th century AD, and an emperor of ancient time welcoming a Buddhist scholar to his court, giving him lot of honor, and that pilgrim goes back to China and writes about China and writes about this king. And that's how a very strengthened relationship between India and China that gets built. Because after that, Harshavardhana sends envoys to China, Chinese send embassies to Harshavardhana's court, and this contact is made more or less permanent after that. So this is very important that we know about Harshavardhan. This Yuan Sung, when he came to India,
his main intention was to learn Buddhism from the land of Buddha. Harshavardhana, to begin with, was not a Buddhist. He was a Shaivite. He followed Shaivism. But the beauty of the polity of this time in India is that may the ruler be follower of a particular faith, they used to be absolutely respectful and open to the other faiths. And that's how Harshavardhana was so happy to welcome a Chinese Buddhist pilgrim to his court. Now, this is something in the present disturbed times we can take as a wonderful
Hello, friends.
inspiration
This is
coming from
Chandrakant
ancient
from
India.
Akulmach,
It does not
and
disturb
today's
a person
headline is
having a
that
particular
Perseverance
faith,
has
but
touched down
respecting the other
successfully
faith.
on the surface of
So,
Mars, and
Harshavardhana
it's
and Yuan
really a big
Seng's
deal.
close
Why it's a big deal?
association
Because
is
I
very
was awake
important for
whole
us.
night watching the
What
live
happened
stream
during
from
that time?
NASA. Many of my
Harshavardhana
friends were showing,
convened
how
a
things are
big,
progressing,
big,
and
attended
this
by
is one
thousands
of the
of
biggest
people, many
spacecraft that the
important
NASA
rulers
has
of the
sent to
times, and
Mars,
many Buddhist
bigger
and
than the
other
previous one,
scholars
and it has
in his capital
basically
city,
a
Kannauj.
lot of other experiments which are
And
included
Yuan
into
Sung
this
was
one. So we
given
will
the
actually talk very
position
briefly
of
about
the
those.
main
But
lead
as
acharya,
far as my
the
knowledge
main
shows,
lead
Perseverance is
teacher
a part
in
of a
this
mega
conference. Now
project
that
by
is so important.
NASA, where they want to
This was
actually bring
to
samples back
build
to
bridges
Earth without sending
between
humans.
various
So it's a
faiths
very
and come to terms of
specialized, high-tech,
acceptance of each
groundbreaking
other's
robotic mission.
principles. And this
Perseverance
is
is the
what
first
very
leg of that mission.
importantly
There
both
will be
these
a
great
second one in
personalities did.
2026, and
Harshavardhana from the
finally the
Indian
samples
side
will
and
arrive
Yuan Sung
on
from
Earth
the Chinese
by
side.
2031.
Another
And
thing is that
I think we can
Harshavardhana
be
also
mesmerized by all
generously
this
donated
effort
to the
which has
Buddhist
been put in by a lot of the
establishment
scientists
at
while
Nalanda.
preparing for this mission.
This Nalanda, the
And
ancient
one name
site, is
which
near
immediately comes to
Bkhtiarpur
our
in
mind is
Bihar.
the
And
Indian
few
connection with this whole
decades
project, and
ago,
that is Dr.
archaeological
Swati Mohan.
excavation was done
She
at
was
that
just 1
place,
year old
and we
when
have
she
found
reached
that yes, there
US,
was a
and at
huge
the age of 9
establishment,
she
and that is
saw
to
the
the
Stark
level of
exterior,
being called
and
a
she then
university.
made up her mind to get into
Now
the
that
space tech
university was
area, and
established
finally she
before
landed
the
with
times
NASA.
of
Now she is the
Harshavardhana, but
person who designed the whole
Harshavardhana
landing
made
mechanism
sure
of
that the
this
university
particular
sustains
spacecraft, and
economically,
the
having its own source
and
of
also
income. How
supervised
did
the
he do
whole
it?
landing procedure
He
for
donated
Perseverance. And
revenues
why
of
this is a big
100
deal? Because
villages to this
first of all, we
center
are
of learning.
traveling for 7
Now,
months. The
just try
spacecraft
to
is traveling
understand
from
that the
for 7
times
months,
were
and it's
not
at a considerable
so
speed.
peaceful
So you need to
always.
first slow down the
There
speed
used to be wars, there
to
used to
get there.
be
Your spacecraft
ambitions
into
of
orbit.
various kings, and
Once it gets into
in such
orbit, then you have to
situations,
slowly descend on
these
the surface. The
institutions
problem
could
on
be
the
suffering
Mars
because the royal
is
patronage
that
or the patronage coming
the
from the
air
important
pressure or the
personalities
atmosphere
will be
is just
hampered
1%
during
of the
such
Earth's
war
atmosphere.
times.
So
But suppose
when
if the
you're
institution
sending
has
your
got the
probe
source of
down to the
income of its
surface,
own,
there is
then
obviously
these
some air which will
difficult
heat up the
times, the
spacecraft,
times when there
but
are
it does
wars
not give
also,
enough pressure to
the
slow it down.
university
So
will
that is
not be
why this
disturbed.
whole
So
process
this
is
is
so
one of the
different
biggest
from landing a
contributions that
spacecraft
you
on
can see
Earth
of this king to
or on
the
moon. It
learning.
is a totally different
And
ball game,
Yuan
and
Sun,
you have to
Yes, I
angle
think he is
the
also very
space
literate,
spaceship
and
in
I think
such
he
a
has
way that
written
it heats up, but it does not
author
burn
of
up.
3 Sanskrit
At the same
books
time, it
also,
has to
which
slow down,
later on
because
yes,
if
of
it
course.
does not slow
But
down, it
yeah,
cannot
I
deploy
would
the other
certainly give a
mechanisms
bit on that. But before
which
that,
are
Yuan
there
Sun
to
stayed in that university,
successfully land the spaceship.
University of
So
Nalanda,
basically, that
and
is
he
why
has
the
written his
supervision of
memoirs. So it
this
is not
person
just
was so
some
important. She
Indians
successfully
praising
landed
about
the
their own
spacecraft
king, but it is a
on
foreigner,
Mars,
and
and for
that
the
too a
first
foreigner
time,
coming from
they've also
China
used the
is writing about
sky
this king,
elevators.
his
It is
patronage to learning.
it's because
Now
this
coming to his own
Perseverance
scholarship,
spacecraft is
this king
much bigger than the
Harshavardhan
previous ones
himself was a
which landed
Sanskrit
on Mars.
scholar,
It's
and
almost
there
twice the
are some
size, and it
books
has a lot
credited
of
to
payload.
him.
So
And
this time
we
they
can
have used
see
something
that
called
how
spy elevator,
principles
which
of
is
polity
nothing but a bunch of
and the
rockets
king's
which will
benevolence, king
slowly
being very
descend the
supportive to his
spaceship on
subjects
the
as a
ground, and
principle
once it
that
detects
he
that the
promotes through his
spaceship has
writings. There are
reached the
three
ground, it will
dramas which
snap
are
and
attributed
then
to him.
go away.
Those
So
dramas
this
in
is a
Sanskrit
very
literature are
remarkable
taken as
system.
the
It
best
consisting of
classics.
a
So
parachute
one is
and a
Nagananda,
sky
one is
elevator. Finally, it
Ratnavali,
landed
and one is
successfully the
Priyadarshika.
Perseverance
So
aircraft.
in
Now
Nagananda, I
let's look
think,
at,
which is very important for us to look, that
what
king
is
is
so special
trying
about this
to
spacecraft.
promote the
This has
principle
many
of
experiments. Many of these
compassion,
experiments also includes a
karuna,
drill,
which
and the
is the
drill is
highest principle in
something
Buddhism,
which is
through his drama.
which
The
will
hero of the
collect up
drama
to 40
offers
samples
his
over the period
own
of next
body, sacrifices himself
80
to
months of its
save a
operation.
naga.
And
Now, naga
but it
means a
does not need to
serpent.
drill
In,
at
in
all the
the
location.
human
It has got
hierarchy, we
sensors,
can say
so
that it was a
the
very lower
spacecraft
being,
is
right? It was
going
just
to
a creature.
basically explore
But a
old
person
crater,
tries to
which we
save that
feel was filled
creature
with
by
water.
sacrificing
As far
his
as
own
our
body.
data
And
shows,
that is the theme, that is
whatever
the
research
hero
NASA has
of
done so far.
Harshavardhana's drama.
So
I
they want to
think this
really
is
examine the
so much in
science of
tune with our
ancient life
ancient
or
tradition
water.
of
So it will go
compassion,
around and using its
sacrifice,
sensors
and
to
trying
identify
to
which
bring
place to drill, and
peace
then it will drill
and trying to
and
resolve the
collect a sample,
conflicts.
store the
Because
sample after
this
sanitizing it,
hero's
because it does not want the
sacrifice, he
any
sacrificed his
microbe
body
from Mars
to
or Earth
the
to
eagle,
contaminate
Garuda,
the
because
sample.
Garudas,
It will
the
sanitize
eagles,
it
they
and
eat the
store it,
snakes.
and
So
that
for
will be the job
saving
of
the
the
snake,
Perseverance.
this hero
In addition to that,
Jivutavahana, he offered his
Perseverance is
body.
also
So then the
going with
Garuda
a unique
had a
device,
remorse.
and
He
it's the
thought
first
that
time a
I ate
powered
something
flight
which was
will be
not my
tested on
food.
the surface of Mars.
I
This
was
has
not
been
supposed to
designed.
eat
It's
this
a
person. I was
helicopter
supposed to
which
eat a
is
snake.
specifically
So
designed
then he
to fly
promised
in a
Jivutavahana
low
that
air pressure
henceforth I will
environment
not hunt
like
these
Mars.
snakes. So the
It has a
snake's
specific
lives will
design.
survive.
The
So
rotors
what I
move
mean
very
to say
fast.
is
It's
that
very
that kind of a
lightweight
tension, that kind of a
spacecraft, and
conflict,
it has its
that
own
was
power.
resolved
It has solar cell
by
which generate
compassion,
lithium ion
by
battery on board,
sacrifice. And
and
this
it will
king,
take
you
off
can
for
imagine
90
a king
seconds after
writing
each
such a
charge,
drama,
fill
what kind of
the
ideal
surface,
he is
tell the
presenting
rover
before his
about the things
people.
which are ahead, and then
So I
there will
think
be
for
AI
today
based
we
decision
can
making
stop
system
here,
aboard.
and
So
in
this is
future
just an
maybe we
experiment
can
whether we
talk
can
more
take off
about
and land
Harshavardhana's some other
unmanned flight
achievements.
on an
But
alien
I
world. So
think
this is just the
if
first
our
one
young minds
which is going
start
to
reading
come up.
more about it and knowing
This device will be
firsthand what
deployed
this king
after a
has
month
done from his own
of
works and
operation.
from the works of
The
Banabhatta and
other thing
Yuan's
is the
son,
drill bit
it would
itself.
be
This has
great.
been
And
designed
also, as
specifically
I
for
said, that
Mars,
during these
and
difficult times, the tension
just
times
to
between
collect this
India and
sample. When it
China,
drills,
and when
it
India
collects
is
the raw
standing
sample,
for peace,
and then there
these
is a process in
ancient
the spacecraft
traditions
itself
of
to sanitize it,
peaceful
store them in a
interaction between India
nice
and China,
jar which
I
is
think all
sanitized
of us we
using
must
some
remember
technology,
and respect.
and it
Thank
is
you very
being
much.
Yes, it is
stored
so pleasure to talk to
until
you, and I just want
2026.
to add one thing.
Until
Though
the
he was
time
a
that the next
Shivite
spacecraft land,
by
that
religion,
will have a
Harshvard, but
collector
he has
of these
given
samples.
lot
So
of
these
freedom
samples
to
will be
Buddhism, and
dropped
he
at a
is impressed
designated
by
area.
Buddhism. So we'll be
The
discussing more
next
about
spacecraft
Harshvardhan in
which will
our
land
coming
in
series.
2026
For
on
today, it
Mars
is
will
so
collect all
wonderful
those
to talk to
vials
you,
and shoot
madam.
them out
We'll
back to
be
Earth.
talking with
So
you
that is the second
again
phase,
on
and
the
the
same
third phase will
subject
be to collect those
tomorrow. Till then, bye
samples
bye. You
back
take
and
care.
bring them to Earth. So that is the
Namaste.
last phase, which will finish in
Thank you.
1931. So it's a very long drawn space mission which NASA has embarked. And there is one very unique experiment which they are carrying this time, and that is the oxygen generator. Now, oxygen generator is not something new. The astronauts and cosmonauts have been going to space for last 50, 60 years, and they have been converting the water into oxygen for their breathing purpose. So, there are different oxygen generation techniques which have been used in the past. But this time, they are sending a totally new experiment along with Perseverance, which is going to use the atmosphere of Mars, which is, as we know, is rich in carbon dioxide. So with using the electricity, this device will convert oxygen directly from the atmosphere. So convert
Hello
the
friends, I am Kanchan
carbon
from
dioxide into
Akulmach
carbon monoxide
Technologies
and
and
then
you are
divide
welcome
them
to
into
our show
ionized
Nation. And
oxygen
today we have Sikesh Srivastava, who
atoms,
has a deep interest in
which will
corporate
then
training
combine
and is closely
together. Two oxygen
associated with
atoms will
radio
combine
broadcasting.
and to become
So welcome
O2
to the
to
show
form
Sikesh. How are
oxygen
you doing
gas.
today?
So this is going to produce 1
Thank
kilogram
you,
of
Kanchan.
oxygen
Every day talking to you
every hour
seems like a
using the power which
meter
is being given
ticking on
by
the life, like a
perseverance
taxi meter.
perseverance
So
spaceship.
in this
So this is
COVID
just an
and the end of
experiment, and it's
2020
also
is just two
one
days
of the
away.
steps
How
whether
are
we
you?
can convert
Yeah, I'm
the
fine,
oxygen
and
or the
see,
the CO2
Sikesh,
which is
all these
presence in
year,
the
all these last year,
present in the
and all these
atmosphere of
days are
Mars
quite crazy
directly into
days
oxygen
because we
for
are
breathing
waiting for the
purpose
vaccine.
in
And
future when the
see, all
human
our
experience
life
happens. So
pattern
this is a very important
is
experiment.
kind of
Perseverance is
upside
carried out.
down.
So
We are
with
not
this,
going out. We are not
it's a
meeting
great news.
people.
I
We are
think
not
I
meeting
thought
our
I will
friends,
cover this very
relatives,
briefly
and waiting for
because
the
I was
vaccine.
excited about
And you know,
this.
Sitesh,
I
that there is a
spent
dry drill
I burned the midnight
which was
oil watching the
conducted
live
on
stream
December
happening
28
from
and
NASA
29 in
and
Assam,
saw the entire
Andhra
occurrence
Pradesh,
live.
Punjab, and
And there
Gujarat.
is an Indian
The
connection,
exercise was aimed at the
and I was
testing
quite
of
excited that there was an
vaccination
Indian
process,
person
including
who
planning
actually
and
designed the
preparation,
landing system, which is
creation
so
of
complex,
facilities,
and also supervised
users
landing the
on
Perseverance
co-win
successfully. So with
applications,
this, I
session
end my
sites,
discussion today.
creation,
Do engage with
mapping
me,
of the
friends.
sites,
Write in, and
healthcare
any
workers,
suggestions you have for
data
our future
upload,
video is
receipt of
most welcome.
vaccine and
Until next
vaccine
time, bye-bye.
allocation by the district, session planning, deployment of vaccination teams, logistic and mobilization at session site. So all these is being done because we are hopeful to get vaccination in very near future, maybe in the month of January or Feb.
So, Kanchan, the biggest vaccination campaign has already begun, as we have seen. More than 4.6 million doses in 16 countries have been administered already, according to the data that we have from Bloomberg. And vaccination starts in the US from December 14 itself with healthcare workers. And so far, 2.13 million doses have been given out in the United States, which is the most affected country with this COVID. The challenge with the vaccine is multifold. Have the scientists done enough trial? What the people are asking. The most prominent one, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, which is being given out apart from the Moderna vaccine. You know, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine was not taken by the executives of the same company. There have been some cases where the nurses, the healthcare workers who took, they passed out and then they regained conscious a couple of hours later. That took the whole hospital by fear. And you know, these vaccines, the way the 64 or 70 odd vaccine trials are happening, they are into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Apart from US, there are other countries also. But the question remains, which I'm asking to my friends and associates: who will be in the priority number 1 to receive it, and who will be priority number 2 to receive it? Will it reach the normal public? Will it be like me, a normal healthy person walking to a clinic and asking for it and getting it? What is the difference between dose 1 and dose 2, and how many weeks? All these questions are something we have already started seeing along lines in front of the clinics. And those are again dangerous signs. With a new strain coming in, that also is a question whether the vaccine that is coming, is it effective for the new strain as well? So there is a lot of fact and lot of confusion. And therefore, it is important for us to find out and follow the news carefully from the right kind of sources.
Yes.
You talk about what we are going to receive.
Yes. So actually, Sitesh, nowadays what I feel is based on the reports
the situation is quite critical because there are more than 135 vaccine candidates in different stages of clinical trial, while 44 of them have reached to a critical phase of human trial. Currently, there are at least 91 potential vaccine in pre-clinical trial which are still being tested on animals. Now, when I'm talking about this, again, you see, we are very hopeful about Oxford University vaccination because this vaccine is produced by Oxford University, backed by pharmaceutical giant AstraZeneca, is one of the front runner in the race of producing a safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19. The potential vaccine has been developed using a weakening version of common cold virus and has been combined with a genetic material of spike protein of SARS virus. So you see, we are hopeful for this, and we are also batting for this Oxford University vaccine because I have heard that Pfizer vaccine require minus 70 degree for the storage. Otherwise, it get corrupted. It is not useful to be given as vaccine. So as I told you, things are quite critical and quite worrisome.
Yes, Kanchan, and I'm also quite upbeat about the Oxford jabs, which is supported by our own Indian Serum Institute of India, SII. They are manufacturing, I hear they are manufacturing 50 to 60 million doses of Covishield. But Kanchan, I would say these 50 to 60 million doses, most of the volume will be geared up to be given in India. If it has to be exported out of India, they has to go for some more approvals and checks, which will take another month or so. And Mr. Poonawalla has talked about increasing the capacity to 100 million doses by March after commissioning the third of the plant. And European Union is due to receive its first 12.5 million doses of Pfizer by New Year's Day, just 3 days down the line. And therefore, it is important for us to actually watch carefully the results that are coming out and from the right resources. And there would be a lot of fake news as well. We have to clear what we are seeing and receiving because we are truly in a fear mongering business also. And that's something we need to separate from the real news. And therefore, many people are saying that, okay, I'm not going to be part of trial, but I would like to wait and watch. There have been, during the trial, people have put up some court cases because they developed some kind of allergies and rashes. So who is going to get the first one? Dr. Fauci, the chief epidemiologist in the US, he took the Pfizer vaccine on television. So people like those and the big ones, the leaders, they should come on television and show that they are taking it. It brings some kind of a confidence because the speed at which the research is being finalized is something that also creates a suspicion rather than a complete going away of this vaccine, given the new strain is also in our picture. So the new year is not going to be a really great celebration, Kanchan, I would say.
Yeah, I feel that celebration, maybe we should feel happy that at least we have a vaccine. But then the after effect of vaccine is still a critical analysis because what I heard that the volunteer who took this vaccine, which was developed by Pfizer, and she experienced a headache, fever, aches all over her body after taking one dose, and then there was a severe hangover. So all these are it's said to be a mild side effect, and nobody has come out. The company who are developing these vaccination have come out with sure shot analysis that it is 100% cure, 100% cure COVID, because they always say 70% and 30% they say that it's a side effect. So what as you told that Oxford University will be selling its vaccination under the name of Covishield in India, and that will be produced by Serum Institute of India. So that is again gives a little hope, because this company, the Serum Institute of India, is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccine by volume. So as LL is currently like overviewing the critical phase second. So I think we sit and see what's happening, and is this will be viable for people, and I think will may have good days ahead in 2021. We are hopeful.
So
Be hopeful actually.
I hope so. I hope so. But and that's the reason I told you that I would rather reserve the word Happy New Year and just say, may the new year be good for all of us and to you or in your family, rather than being upbeat. While also it is important to note, Kanchan, that while the vaccines are being rolled out, let's not let our guard down for even a minute. Whenever we are going out and meeting people, we have old people at home, and there are a lot of myth around the COVID, the myth busters. We all need to know the myth busters. We need to spread the myth busters, starting from 5G mobile networks, alcohol, antibiotics, bleach, cold weather, snow, drugs, garlic, hand dryers, a hot bath, hot and humid climate, masks, exercise, methanol, swimming, supplements, shoes. So many of the myth busters. We have to be really careful while the vaccine is available. And it is important also to restrict the travel. You see, the new strain has traveled already to many parts of the world, and it has more potential ability to infect and spread. And therefore, we have to be really careful, be doing whatever basic we can do at home while we wait for the vaccines. And we all have to take care of ourselves and our family members till such time, which I think is August, September 2021, when the more producers of vaccines would be able to supply to India. We have to hold on to this fort till at least August, September. And I believe only the most vulnerable one would get it in January. And that's the best way to administer it, because it is not possible to give 1.3 billion people of the country in the first 2 months itself.
Yes, and the current tally of COVID patients is more than 1 crore in India itself. And there's another company which is Moderna and National Institute of Allergy and Infection Diseases. They are also developing their vaccine, which is into third trial, and the study shows that there's no side effect of this vaccine on candidates. So I think yes, what you said is right. We have to maintain our social distancing. We have to clean our hands on daily basis as the precaution we were taking. We have to continue with that. We have to eat healthy, and we have to strengthen our immune system. So all precautions we have to take care, and you have to wear mask to really safeguard your health.
And let's not go out on 31st evening anywhere.
Yes, surely. Celebration at home. And maybe
celebration at home, like Doordarshan style.
Yes, like we are talking to each other. And though I have
yes.
invitation last time, but then again, there's a critical situation. So we have to stay where we are and safe and healthy. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. And we look forward for good days to come with this introduction of vaccine in India. We are hopeful.
Thank you, Kanchan. All that ends well, does well.
Bye-bye, Sitesh.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown, and there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. But I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
So we are amidst the circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then, it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. A couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc. But you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool. On the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see what mama is doing.
Yeah. She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
Yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak a lot to a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. and India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office, we'll meet up for a coffee, and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take, so let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise, and we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually in normal situation it would have taken a lot longer, but we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available, but where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available, but I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is a dampening of sentiments, and even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet. So people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to keep the morale up, they are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government, and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think
Because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So, we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that, what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't, kind of execute any of them because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. You know that we have been discussing about great Kings of India in our last series. And today I would like to discuss about the great kings from Rajput dynasty. In 11th century, the term Rajput appeared as a non-hereditary designation for royal officials. And several Rajput ruler kingdom played a significant role in many regions of central and northern India until 20th century. The Rajput population and the states are found in north and western, central and eastern India, as well as south and eastern Pakistan also. These are areas which I would like to tell you is like Rajasthan, Haryana, Gujarat, Eastern Punjab, Western Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu, Uttarakhand, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Sikh. But today I'll not be talking about Rajput clan, but the great Rajput kings. The first Rajput kingdom was of Susodia, ruled kingdom of Mewar. Hamir Singh established the Rajput kingdom in Mewar, and Rajputana Empire has been given many great kings and warriors and administrators. To name a few, Rana Sambha, Rana Kumbha, Uday Singh I, Rana Sanga, as I mentioned, Uday Singh II, Pratap Singh, and many more. So, today we'll be discussing about Rana Sanga. Rana Sanga was born to Sisodia king Rana Raimal in 1482. He was a grandson of Rana Kumbha, who was also a great king. Rana became the ruler of Mewar after a battle of succession with his brother, and he lost his one eye in combat with his elder brother Prithviraj. It was during his rule when Mewar reached to the pinnacle of power and prosperity. As a ruler of Mewar, he united warring clans of Rajputana and formed a powerful confederacy until the uniting Rajput after 300 years. So it was a great job this king has done, because earlier Rajput clan used to fight with each other. So then Sangha said to have fought 100 battles, lost one eye, an arm in the battle, or of course a leg also in various struggles. But he was very brave king. Following the victory of Babur over Lodhi dynasty, Sangha gathered a collision of Rajput from the kingdom of Rajasthan. They joined by Muslim Rajputs from Mewar, Afghan under Muhammad bin Lodi, the son of Sikandar Lodi of Delhi. The alliance fought against the Babur in the Battle of Kanwa, where Rana Sangha was lost the war. It was the first and last war of Rana Sangha, and he is being remembered as one of the greatest king of this region and of course of India. He was very brave, and he has done one very special task of uniting all Rajput who were scattered at that point of time. So I will be discussing more Rajput kings in coming days. Till then, bye bye, take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Legal Matters. We want to discuss something about which happened this week, and it was a judgment given by Supreme Court against the farm laws, or rather Supreme Court gave an order saying that the farm laws are stayed until further decision. To discuss this matter, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me to discuss about this matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Jeet, as you know that Supreme Court has listened to a lot of parties, and I think the big question that is running in everybody's mind is that when Parliament passes a law after so much deliberation, after discussing in lower house, upper house, and also with president signatures, once the laws are passed, and can these be stayed by the Supreme Court? That is question number one. And question number two is, so much effort goes in by the representative of people, and then Supreme Court basically stays on such laws. So I think that is what we want to discuss today.
Right, absolutely. So, yes, in a democratic setup, there is separation of powers with regards to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it is properly separated and it is not intermixed. So, yes, when you say that a lot of efforts go in, a law is enacted by an entire procedure which is followed, and thereafter the enactment passes when the president gives his assent, and then it becomes the law. Certainly, that is the job and object of the legislature, and when they have done it, they have passed the law after so much deliberation and after taking so many factors which go into it, and also the fact that these farm laws which have been passed were to liberalize the farm sector, and that was done, which was required, which was suggested by several committees, which was recommended by a lot of expert bodies. And it would liberalize the farm sector, which is necessary, in my opinion, as well. And also the International Monetary Fund giving out a statement saying that these farm laws are beneficial for the future of this country. And certainly we have seen the effect of market economy now that India is, and the effect and the growth that we have seen in last around 20 years. Certainly market economy is the way ahead, and every sector gradually should be brought into this market forces of the market. But with regards to the protests that are going on, certainly whenever a new change comes in, there will be protests from some quarters of this country, and The best way to deal with it is to give time to these new laws, because we've seen since 1991, since we opened up our economy, there have been protests going on since that time when the market was liberalized. But gradually now, all those people who had been protesting are also aware of the benefits of this liberalization policies. And therefore, in this new farm laws liberalizing the farm sector, if they had been given the chance to be implemented and to be seen its effect, then probably the agitators would have also seen the benefits. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court has stayed the implementation of these three farm acts, which were passed in 2020. But what appears to be the reason behind saying this, undoubtedly, it's an unprecedented act which has been which has been passed by the Supreme Court. Because generally, it is Supreme Court's orders itself, judgments, that not to stay the implementation of the act. Because once it has been passed by proper procedure, there is a constitutional presumption that these laws are valid and they are not infringing any of the fundamental or constitutional rights guaranteed under the Constitution. But the factors what weighed in before the Supreme Court by passing this unprecedented order has been recorded in its order dated 12th of January. And what it says is that there were three categories of petitions which came up before the Supreme Court. The first category of petition was challenging the validity of these three farm acts by the agitators and unions of farmers. The second set of petitions was with regards to those unions of farmers which said that these farm laws are good and they should not be held as invalid. And the third set of petition were filed by individuals and residents of Delhi and neighboring states, complaining that due to these agitations, their right to freedom of movement across the country is violated. Because these agitators have been blocking the roads which enter Delhi. And therefore, residents' rights to movement is infringed, and therefore they should agitate, because agitation and protesting is also a fundamental right. But there has to be a place, a ground, a dedicated area where these protests should go on. And it should not be in a way that it violates the normal life of the city. So these three petitions came up. The Supreme Court also observed that the agitators have been agitating and protesting in a peaceful manner. And the Supreme Court appreciates that. And it says that laudably the farmers have so far carried on the agitation peacefully and without any untoward incident. So it recognizes that the protests are going on in a very peaceful manner. But what it also, what was alleged is that some unions and some members are planning an tractor rally on 26th of January to disrupt the Republic Day function in Delhi, to which also some unions and their lawyers denied, saying that we would never do it because every family, one member from Punjab or Haryana is in army. They would never disrupt the Republic Day function, which is carried out in Delhi. But still there were reports, and it was confirmed by the Attorney General, that some banned organizations are funding and wanting disruption. And therefore, that was the allegation which was made before the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court also observes that negotiations have been going on, protests have been going on since September, and they are not fructifying. There is no result coming out. There is no way that conciliation or negotiation seems to be going on successfully. And therefore, Supreme Court was of the opinion that a committee of experts have to be formed and both the sides have to submit and represent before this committee, and let the committee make a report and submit it to the Supreme Court. So in order to do that, the Supreme Court constituted a committee of 4 persons who are experts in this field. Those 4 persons are Shri Bhupinder Singh Mann, who is the National President, Bharatiya Kisan Union and All India Kisan Coordination Committee. Second is Dr. Pramod Kumar Joshi, who is Agricultural Economist, Director of South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute. Third is Shri Ashok Gulati, who is the Agricultural Economist and former Chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices. And fourth is Shri Anil Ghanwat, who is the president, Shetkari Sangathan. So the Supreme Court constituted by appointing these four members in the committee and has directed the committee to allow all these unions to make representation and hear them and come out with a solution and ultimately file a report within 2 months from the date of first meeting of this committee. Finally, the Supreme Court also observes in its order, and I think this is the why the Supreme Court has granted stay in an unprecedented manner. What the Supreme Court states is that while we may not stifle a peaceful protest, we think that this extraordinary order of stay of implementation of the farm laws will be perceived as an achievement of the purpose of such protest, at least for the present, and will encourage the farmers' bodies to convince their members to get back to their livelihood, both in order to protect their own lives and health, in order to protect the lives and properties of others. So this fact is what has been weighed by the Supreme Court in order to stay that the Supreme Court observes that it doesn't want to stifle a protest, but it also thinks necessary that life and property of those who are protesting is also at risk, because we've seen a lot of members dying during this protest, some committing suicide. There are women, elderly person, there are children who are on the streets in this cold winter and also during this pandemic. So there is threat to their life. There is also threat to life and property of other residents of the city of Delhi and neighboring states. So therefore, in order to convince the members who are protesting, the Supreme Court has given a stay so that they have some confidence in the Apex Court as well as in this committee which has been constituted by the Apex. And therefore, to gain their confidence, the Supreme Court has granted this stay. But undoubtedly, it's an unprecedented order, not seen before. And the Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay. But because of these circumstances, the Supreme Court might have thought that this is the best way to handle the situation at the moment. And thereafter, the Supreme Court will consider the constitutionality. But also, the Supreme Court in its order has not touched upon the merits. It has not heard the arguments of the councils on the validity of the act, because an act enacted by the parliament is not final. Ultimately, if it is challenged, it is for the Supreme Court to decide whether the act violates any of the fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution, and therefore the final say is of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can ultimately declare an act to be ultra vires or unconstitutional if it finds that it violates any of the guarantees which are granted by the Constitution under Part 3 of the Constitution. So therefore, the Supreme Court will decide, but Supreme Court normally doesn't grant stay of these acts which are challenged, and therefore this is unprecedented. But it seems that these are the reasons what made before the Supreme Court while passing this order staying the implementation. But certainly there was an argument made by an advocate who represented 15 unions from 15 different states of this country, who submitted that don't grant stay because this will affect, because we have already implemented and we have placed orders with regards to fruits and vegetables. So the Supreme Court said that with regards to minimum support price, that will remain. Otherwise, the implementation of these acts would be stayed. So certainly, the Supreme Court weighed in the current situation, law and order situation in Delhi and neighboring states, and therefore has granted this extraordinary order.
So I think, Jeet, thanks for clarifying. I think the people are thinking that the parliament spent so much time in passing these laws, and then one fine day, few people will file a petition in the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court will decide the fate of that law. So I think that is one thing that you have clarified very nicely, where you have said that very clearly that the Supreme Court is the ultimate custodian of any legal matter. So I think they have the complete jurisdiction in this area. But I also feel that they have not really, they have just put a stay on the laws. They have not said that, hey, these laws are unconstitutional. So it is for the benefit of both parties, where the government talks about their pros and cons, and the people who are protesting also talks about pros and cons about these laws, and ultimately the decision will be taken by Supreme Court. So I think that is something which you have explained very clearly. But what is the way forward from here? What is your opinion on this?
As I understand, the protests are with regards to repealing of these laws. Their demand is that these laws should be repealed. Now that the parliament, unless they pass another law, cannot repeal the laws which have been enacted. And I don't think the government wants these laws to be repealed. So in a way, this is a stalemate situation, and there is a deadlock. But ultimately, it depends on how effective and efficient this committee is in in convincing the members of both the sides in order to reach some conclusion. But I feel that ultimately only the Supreme Court will have to decide the validity of these laws, and the Supreme Court has the final say, and the matters would be argued. But in my opinion, I think the acts should have been implemented, and they should not have been stayed because it is not the entire country which is opposing these laws. It is some unions from some states who are opposing. Others are wanting these laws to be implemented. So only because there are protests going on and the protest cannot be stopped or cannot be managed, that should not be a ground for staying. And it is not as a precedent also, because Supreme Court itself observes that this is an extraordinary order of stay. So certainly it is not to be applied in all cases, or it has to be used as a precedent. But I think Supreme Court in these facts thought it best to stay. That is what they've done. But otherwise, in my opinion, it should have been allowed to go on, to be implemented, to be seen its effects, pros, cons, so that the Supreme Court would have been in a better position to even judge the effects of the laws.
Jeet, thank you very much for joining us today morning, and especially in the north of India, it is quite cold. So I appreciate that you found time to explain this for the benefit of our viewers.
Well, thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure.
So, dear viewers, as you can see that we're trying to bring clarity on this whole matter, and it is coming in the news every day.
So finally, I think you can hear
please
me
engage
and
with
I
us,
can hear
send your
you.
comments,
Is it?
and based on your comments, we will include you live with our expert panel of expert headed by Jeet in the next episode of our Legal Matters. Until then, I'll like to say goodbye
No, I don't know.
to you,
Just
Jeet,
something
and also
happened.
to all our viewers.
It went into waiting,
Goodbye,
and
Chandrakant.
I just kept on waiting for Zoom to connect me back into this call. मैं lab पे हूँ. Okay.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, our point of discussion is about the RBI allowing cryptocurrency to come in a country like India.
This
So,
is all the
we will
options.
not
Just
discuss
may
about
switch to gallery
what
view only.
cryptocurrency is,
Okay,
but
switch
we
to
will
active
discuss about
speaker.
how does this impact the new world order. So let me draw your attention
I'm still
to
on one side.
very briefly what is cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency is a currency which is generated based on some algorithm.
It's an iPad actually.
And so I will not also go into the depth of how the cryptocurrency is generated, but the fact of the matter is the cryptocurrency is basically very secure. It can be generated based on certain algorithm. The downside is in the current the way it is regulated at this point in time is the user need not give his identity. So you have the cryptocurrency working on a public key and a private key concept, where the public key is shared, but the private key is with the consumer who's actually paying money.
The week
So
was
because of
quite
this, you
hectic.
don't have to reveal
In
your
fact, very
identity
hectic
in
because
case of
I've been
when you want to
traveling a
use
lot in the
cryptocurrency.
last few
It is
months.
very, very popular among
But
the
yes,
underworld
I
people,
think that's the part
among
and
all
parcel of
these
the life.
terrorist activity at the moment. And not many countries have allowed it because of
First of all, these reasons, because
No,
it
women
can be
in defense
misused.
services. We
Second
can talk
is
about how is the
what will
life,
happen
how is
to
the training,
the regular
balance,
economy, regular
and
currency which is
how
running in
is
those countries.
the life in
So out
general
of
for women in the
190
defense
or
services,
200
especially
odd
since a lot
countries,
of people have
only
seen the
a
recent
handful
movies
of
in
countries
gym,
have allowed
and people
cryptocurrency
have
in their
been
country.
deliberating that
And
the life for
there are
women in
certain
defense
countries who have
services
allowed
is all
it
pious, and
with some minimum
it isn't all
regulations.
rosy and glory as it
Now, it does not
appears
impact the
to be
globe because,
from
the
one of the
countries who
countries
have
we
allowed,
speak
they have
about
very
it.
little
So I
population.
thought, let me just,
So the major part of
if I
the
get an
global
opportunity,
population
then why not
exists
speak
in two
about it?
countries, which
Because
is
I have
China
my
and
own
India.
experiences with
So
the Air Force,
obviously
and they've been
China
very
has not
positive.
allowed it, and India did not
Unlike
allow
what we
it
saw in the movie.
in last 10 years. But now the Supreme Court has given order that it can be used as a viable currency in a country like India. So if you look at this order, it has far-reaching impact,
absolutely.
because
Well,
in what form the cryptocurrency will come in use in a country like India. And in the beginning of this recording, I said that this is the starting point of a new world order. Now, if you see all these science fiction movies, people don't use currency for buying spaceships and buying different things, which they show theoretically in these movies. They basically buy in units. Hey, this particular spaceship, which is Star Destroyer, costs so many millions of units. So unit is nothing but a type of a cryptocurrency, which is prevalent, or it works across the entire empire. So there is no currency like dollar, rupee, pounds, etc. So that is the first shift that will happen. And the second thing is the cryptocurrency has to be regulated, because at this point in time, each country has their central bank regulating their own currency based on their economic criteria. So in a country like India, again, the regulation will come from RBI, which will say that, hey, the cryptocurrency can be used in these XYZ conditions. So until that happens, we need to be very careful on investing in cryptocurrency. Second thing is, if you look at the transition from regular currency to cryptocurrency, there is hardly any challenge from the technical standpoint. Because in today's world, when you use your currency, for example, whichever country you are, the currency is not really the value of that currency. It is a value which is given to you by the central bank of that currency. The value of that currency, resides with the central bank of that country. So, in many ways, starting from 1970s and 80s, all the currency exists in today's world is in a cryptic format. Because your bank account really carries the value that you have. It's not the currency that you hold in your hand.
Obviously, we've also seen the famous.
So, say for example, you have $10,000. It is actually the figure on the piece of paper which says that your net worth is $10,000. It is not the actual currency that you carry with you in your hand, because that currency can be devalued tomorrow. And who can devalue that currency? It is the central bank of that country. So that is why it is very easy to replace the cryptocurrency with the regular currency from technical standpoint. What are the challenges in this area? Because there are a lot of foreign exchange issues, the GDP issues. So all that has to be brought in such a way that it does not disrupt the economy. And right now, the owner of the currency is the central bank in respective countries. Whereas the cryptocurrency, there is no owner. There is no foreign exchange that applies. So if we just bring in the cryptocurrency just like that, without any regulation, the global economy as we know today will have very drastic impact in terms of how do we do exchange with each other. Because cryptocurrency is beyond the foreign exchange, it's beyond the ownership, it's beyond the regulation. So it has to be released in a country like India, which is 25% of the global population, in a very systematic manner. And it has to be dealt with in utmost
there hasn't been any
serious
bias
manner,
for
because it can be
divorces.
misused
It was
by
exactly the
the
same physical
in
rigidity.
underworld
We passed the
transactions
same
and the
physical
terrorism
fitness tests.
activities.
We passed the
Because
same
right now, the
examinations.
currency,
We
we know
went to
exactly
exactly
who's
the
using
similar
what
service
currency and where,
selection
and we can
boards.
catch
So
hold
the
of that
entry
person
to the
if the person
training,
is
to
misusing
our specialized
the
training
money
post our
for money
commissioning,
laundering or
they
for
all
wrong
have been
purpose.
exactly the same. So
When it comes to
I really
crypto,
don't understand from where
there
this
is no
question
regulation
comes,
like that.
that
So,
what is the difference between the
so I
men
just
and
want
women?
to
Because the
basically bring
services,
this
I think, the
aspect to you,
pioneers when you
and
talk
I
about,
feel that
who don't agree
RBI
that sort of bias
allowing
of caste, color,
cryptocurrency in
creed,
India
sex, gender,
will
it's
change the
never
world
been
order, as
around.
I said,
So nobody
because
really asks,
the India,
can you do this
a lot
task
of
or will
Indians
you
will
not be
start
able to do this
buying
task
currency and
because
start
you
paying
are
in the
ABCDXYZ?
cryptocurrency.
No,
So
exactly
this
not.
will
That's
impact
sufficient.
major
If you are, so
trade
the Indian
war,
Army logo, do you
and
have it in you?
at some point
Does
in
it say,
time
do you
in
have it
future,
in
because
you
India has
if
shifted to
you are
cryptocurrency,
a
maybe
man
5
or
years,
if you
maybe
are a
10 years, I
woman?
am not sure
No,
how
it
long it
doesn't.
will
So
take.
it just asks, do
The
you have
China
it
will
in you?
also have
So
to
if you
move
have it in you,
into
you
the
just prove
crypto
yourself.
world
So that's
with
what defense services
proper
is all
regulation.
about.
So what is needed today is a proper regulation, and we have to slowly phase out the currency which we know today and get on to the bandwagon of cryptocurrency, and thus the banking industry will also undergo a lot of changes in terms of how they run their business, uh, because cryptocurrency is generated automatically based on algorithm in the internet itself. So you don't need bank to print the currency, to hold the currency in a vault or stuff like that. Each individual will have two keys, which is primary key and a public key. So when he is making a payment to somebody, he is also sharing his public key. So you can basically get the currency uh, from the internet directly, store it with you based on your private
So
key,
if you
and whenever you're
look
making
at this
any
present, so
payments,
let
you
me
can
give a
just share the
very
public key
common
and
example,
number of
like
units
this
of the
these days.
cryptocurrency,
So what has
and the
COVID
person who is
taught
receiving
us?
that will receive
It's
in his
taught
account.
us to be
So it
adaptable
becomes very
and
simple. You don't have to go
survive
through any
in
bank,
a situation
and
which
therefore
has been put in
uh,
front of us.
the regulations are
This
required.
adaptability
Very
and the
serious thought is
survivability
required, because
is part
until
of a
now,
training in
very
defense
few
services.
people
Don't you think
across the
these are the
world
most important skills which
as an
even the
experiment were
girls
using
of the
it, or
today
maybe
they need to
using it
learn?
as a
I think
barter
everybody, why
system,
just
because there are
girls?
certain
I
countries like Canada
generally
and
don't
Australia,
mention
they allow
male and
crypto
female
to be
separately,
used
again because of
only
the
as a barter
backgrounds that I
currency,
come from.
not as a regular
But
currency.
this
They
sort of
have formed
independence
some
that the
sort of
defense services have,
regulation
put
to control
inside
the
us,
crypto spread.
the
But with
confidence that
India
they've
coming
built
into
in all
this
of us,
fold,
I can tell
which is
you,
a
I am
large
from a
country with
middle
1.3
class
billion
family. My
people,
parents were
I
in
think the Indian
services,
government or the
and
RBI
we
has the
were
onus to
just like
create a
any
proper
other
regulation
girls
and
in the
launch it, because
household,
this will
just like
have a
even
bigger
our
impact on
mothers
the
in
global economy.
kitchens. But
So with
there
this,
weren't
I
any
welcome your
biases or
comments,
differences which were
and I
kept
look
from the
forward
girls and the
to
sons. So
responding to your
we
comments as
still
much as
grew up
possible.
thinking that
And
okay,
I
these are
will
the
meet
things
you
that the
again
bhaiyas
tomorrow
do and
with
these are
some
the
more
things that the
interesting
girls
subject.
do.
Until then,
So when
bye bye.
I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In
Who
fact,
let the
the
dogs out?
physical and the
Who let the
psychological
dogs
strength
out? Who
that
let the
women have
dogs out?
is far more than, I'm so
Good morning,
sorry,
Neville.
but it's more than
Very good
what
morning
men
to
do.
you, CK,
And
and
that has
another
been proven,
bright sunny
in the
week
last few, if
starting
you've
in London.
read the news, the women
It
are
is
just
quite hot
breaking
in India as well,
records of all
and we
kinds
are
when it
still
comes
in
to
lockdown. It is day
displaying physical and
27th today.
psychological strength. So
So
I
I
think
have
for all the
a bit of
girls,
information for you,
not just
that
independence,
some of
the
the states have
confidence, a
extended the lockdown in
financial
India. Earlier,
independence,
the lockdown
and a
was
lot of
up till
pride,
May
which
3rd.
you
Now, some
yourself
of the
feel when
states
you
in India
adorn
have
that
today
beautiful
announced the
uniform. It
lockdown
can
will
be olive
extend till
green,
May
it can
7th.
be blue,
So
it
I
can be
think
the white.
some of us
But the
are
moment you
going
wear
to be in
that
lockdown for a very
uniform
long time.
and you
But the
give
good
that
news
quick
is
salute to somebody,
that
the
so
pride
far,
with which your heart
India as a
swells,
country is conducting
I
a lot of
think
tests,
there's
and
no
the
other
fatality
profession
rate
in this
is
world. I'm so
lower
sorry, I
than the
think that
other
we are
country,
very
other
partial
European
about it.
countries in India.
But I think
And
there
also
isn't any
the
other profession
number
which
of
gives you
cases,
that sort
positive
of
cases that the Indian
self-satisfaction
government has
that,
announced are lesser than the
this
European
is like,
and the American
it
numbers.
cannot get better
So
than this.
we have not yet
So
flattened the curve, but I think we
I
have to wait
think
for another 6
this
to
is
7 days
the
to really
profession for
see
the girls of
the
today
curve
and the
being
girls of
flattened.
tomorrow.
So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news. and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
It's worth smiling about.
An awesome
Because
session.
it's really good news.
I'm smiling.
Excellent. Excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is going to hit the word smiles. Okay? Because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're
Trust me,
crying out
Chandrakant,
their
it's
eyes out.
not 30,
You know?
it's
But most babies
definitely
have got
in
a smile
three
on their
figures.
face.
It's
In
sometimes
fact, if you
100
look
and more.
around
So 30
the
is
web
like a
currently,
lucky
and you
day
look
for
for
us.
gifs of babies, they're all smiling.
But yes, the trainings are
Whereas the
quite
adults
intensive.
don't
So
smile a
they
great
do understand, the
But let me
services
ask
do
you a little
understand
quiz.
that everybody
What's
is
the
not
longest
coming
word in
from
the
a very
world?
athletic background. So the
You know,
defense
I've heard
services,
this
they
word.
prepare you
It's
for
quite difficult.
what
I don't
is
really
going to
remember,
come to
but I
you
think
in
it
your
goes into
future.
2 to
So
3
it's not like you need to be
sentences.
a
I think that's one
outstanding
word.
sports
That's the
person or a
longest word that I
gymnast or
know
a
of.
body weight.
I'm sorry,
You know,
I
you
don't know
need to
the
do a
answer.
lot of exercises
No,
before
no,
you
no,
can do
no,
a
no.
defense. So the defense services really
Someone said to me
understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
So the first year
Are you sure this
Which
is
is
a
a
long
big
training
word.
includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts
And it
early in
begins
the
with
morning.
S,
So mornings
amazingly
generally
enough.
start at
But
around,
very
sometimes
simply,
it
the
starts at
longest
3.
word in the
So
world is
normally I'll
smiles.
just not scare
Because
people.
between
It
the
starts
S
at
at the
4.
beginning and the
So it
S at the
starts
end,
with
there's
us
a mile in
getting
between.
absolutely
Right.
fit and ready
Yeah, that brought a
in our
small
whites.
smile on your
We
face.
call them whites.
Right.
And we get ready for a morning
But it
PT.
could,
So after
joking
PT, which
aside,
is
we
approximately a
don't
run of
smile
around 1.5
enough.
to 2 kilometers,
But let's do something. Let's
we
do
get
something
back to our
really simple
exercises,
here.
which
And
includes
you're
a lot of
my guinea pig
push-ups, a
of
lot
the
of
day.
jumps,
You
and
haven't
a
even
lot
got
of
a choice whether to
rolling,
volunteer or
and
not. You are
everything
the
in
volunteer.
academy.
What I'd like you to do
We
is
are
to look
taught
up
that
into
you have to earn it.
up
So we earn
to the
our
ceiling.
breakfast, we earn our lunch,
Get a firm
and
look
we
on
earn
the
our
ceiling,
dinners.
and I
We
want you to
also
have a
earn
big smile
our
on your
bookouts.
face.
So the earning session is wherein the entire course
That's it.
just gets
So,
together and
big
they say,
smile on your
okay,
face and
so
big beaming
our
smile. You've got
bookout
to look
today,
up at the
which means
ceiling
we'll go out in the city today.
and a big smile on your
We
face.
can
And what I'd like you
negotiate
to
at,
think of is
you know,
something
approximately
negative
like
without
500
losing the
push-ups from the
smile.
entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups all in
Now,
high
the thing
josh.
about that
That,
is,
you know,
it's
these
not easy, is
500
it?
push-ups are going to
But
take us
I can
out
do
to the
that
city
because
and
I am
we
thinking
will
about
have
smiling right
nice
now.
food today in
Exactly.
Hyderabad.
So if
So
you're smiling, trying to think of
again,
something
it
negative
also
while
builds
you're
on your
smiling,
strength, but it
your
also
brain is now
builds in a lot
confused
of
and it says, well, actually,
camaraderie
I'd rather
amongst
smile
your fellow,
because
you know,
that's happier.
cadets.
That's
So
easier
we all have
because we
again
don't
a
have to think
common
much to
cause, which
smile.
is, you know, taught
So
inside us from a very
consequently,
simple
you know,
thing,
if we smile,
like,
we
you know,
can't
just
think of
a
things
book out.
negative.
So we all just believe, yeah,
Right.
that's a
And it's
common
one of
cause.
the
We all need to go out.
simplest
What do
things
we
you can
need to
do to
that?
start
We all
reducing
need to
your
give
what we
500
call
push-ups.
behavioural waste,
So
which
let's all
doesn't
do
begin with
that.
an S, by the
So
way.
there have been times when,
It's
you
a B and
know,
a W.
we've
But
gone
the
in
thing
for
is, by
cross countries,
smiling,
which we
we
have
can actually
regularly.
start to reduce some of
And
the negative.
again,
So
I've
when
not been
you're
a very
working
athletic
with
person.
your
And trust me, I just
team,
had one of my fellow cadets
especially
hand behind my back.
on this
He's
interactive
just put
arena that we are
his
today, when we're
palm
locked in
behind
at home
my back
and our only
and
real
just continue to
communication
run.
is digital with our team,
Again, if you think,
smile.
what would that
It's
palm on
infectious.
the back of,
Even by
you know,
me
me
just
would have
saying
done
smile,
in
you
helping me to
smiled.
run?
You
Actually
know?
nothing.
So
But what it did to me
it's just
psychologically was,
it's
Manvi,
illogical,
just
really,
keep on
but
running.
it's
I'm
really
behind you.
simple,
So it didn't
and it
matter who
gets
comes first.
things
What
moving.
mattered was, you know, all
And
of
if
us
you
just do this
noticed when
together.
you're
So,
walking down the
you know,
street,
the
I mean, we
physical
notice
fitness
all the
was
time when we're
part
walking
of
around,
all these
people that
qualities and
don't
these
normally
traits
talk
which
to
were
each other, if you
built into us.
smile over and
So it
say,
wasn't
"Morning,"
like today we'll just get up
they're
and we'll
just to
start doing
smile
A, B,
back.
C, D, X, Y, Z.
It's an
It used to be a
automatic
lot of small
reaction.
activities
It's very
through which
difficult
the
not to
cause spirit
smile at
used to
someone
develop,
that's smiling.
through which we would
So,
understand, how to stand
Neville, I think what
firm.
you're
So there
trying
used to
to
be
tell us
exercise
is
wherein
that
they just used to teach
always
us,
be happy,
can you carry
and that is
your
infectious.
friend behind your back?
I'll share some
He's hurt.
experience
Can
with
you
you right
carry
now.
him? And
So, when I was in
people would.
US,
I think about it
people
that
used
how
always
could
say,
a
"How are you?"
girl with a frail figure
Right?
like me
But they
be
don't
carrying
ever
one of my
smile.
postmates behind
It's
my
like
back?
it's a
But
very stern,
we
very
did.
very stubborn
And
kind of expression. If
I
you meet somebody,
sometimes I
"How
just
are you?"
wonder,
without
what
smiling,
did they do to us?
right? So I think that's,
it's all in
and
the
they are not
mind.
waiting
That's what
to
they taught
hear
us.
your answer. They
Physical
will simply
fitness
say, it's like a
is
custom. How
an
are you? And they walk
aspect
away.
of you being
So I think,
strong.
I think
But it starts with your
another
mind
thing we need
believing
to
that
learn
you
from
can
what you're
achieve
saying
and
is
you
that
can
we
do
need
it.
to
So that's
be
what the
always
physical
happy within
regime is for the
ourselves
defensives.
and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis, and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So
after this
although
first
we're under
year
lockdown,
of training at the Air Force
and the
Academy in
majority of the time
Chandigarh
you're
in
just looking at
Hyderabad,
the screen,
we all moved to
smile,
our technical training. So I've
that
been a
comes
technical
from
officer
within.
with the Indian Air Force.
And the more
So
you
then
do
we
it,
moved for 6
it's not
months.
just an issue of
The another
being
1
happy.
year, we moved to
It's being content.
the Air Force Technical College in
if you're
Bangalore,
content,
Dindigul.
then you're relaxed.
And that's where we
And the more
do
relaxed
our
you are,
technical
the
training
faster
there.
you can think
After that training,
about
there's a
things.
6 months Tetra, which
And
is
all
a
of these
specialized
things
training for
are,
all of us.
they're all
Which is a
syndicated
training imparted
together.
to officers based on what
So if I'm
equipment has been
relaxed,
allotted to
I'm
them.
actually
So I've been
incredibly
a
productive.
communications officer.
If I'm under
So I was the
stress,
first batch who was
not stress that I'm
learning, and we
enjoying,
were put through a
because there is an
Tetra
enjoyable
for
amount of
learning
stress.
all these new age
That's
radars,
another
which were
letter
being
S, by the
inducted
way.
into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force
not
was
one that I
also
would
going through
recommend.
the process of having the Air Force
But for some
network.
reason,
So we all
a
were
lot of
being trained
students
on
like
these
to put
things.
themselves under stress
Again,
because
there
they hand in
hasn't
their
been any difference in
assignments at the
men
very last
and the
minute
female. We all been together from day one,
for
and we
whatever
were
reason.
also together
But
during our
some people work
specialized
that
trainings.
way.
Yes,
But if you
there has
smile
been a
your
lot
way
of
through
effort which has
then
gone through
life is a
in
lot easier.
having women go through
This isn't difficult. It's not
specialized
rocket
training on
science,
the
and it's very simple. And you
fighter
think,
aircraft
it can't be as
streams from
simple
the
as that. The
technical
answer
side
is,
too.
that's
But
another
again,
S,
we've been
simple.
very successful in
There was a
breaking those
phrase, I don't
barriers.
know
The
if you
women,
recall
we
this
also have the
phrase,
first women
keep it
being
simple,
in the Mirage
KISS.
fleet, the first woman in the IELTS, the
And some
first
people
women in the
would keep it
Sukhois.
simple,
So
stupid,
took us
might be on
some
the end,
time, but then
depending upon
the
where you
enviable
were in the
force
world.
that the women officers of
Because it
today
didn't
are,
mean
we
stupid.
proved our worth and we did get it.
It meant
So
keep it
no
simple,
cribs at all.
stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Yes.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to. We will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow.
Absolutely not, Chandrakant.
With a
If you
tea.
see even the United
Yes,
States,
I wonder what that tea is.
the number of women
won't be tea.
officers that they've been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen
Anyway,
how
enjoy
women
your
have
day,
performed,
CK,
especially during their
and
conflicts.
smile, everybody. 'Cause
It's just
life's
grows
beautiful.
manifold. So
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville.
The issues.
Be safe, be positive.
What issues?
We'll catch up tomorrow again.
So that's my question.
High five.
We've gone
High
through
five.
the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I graciously welcome you all on this edition of Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss on a very, very important legal issue And ladies and gentlemen, you know that we want to discuss about love jihad. And to discuss further, let me invite my close friend from Ahmedabad, lawyer Jeet Bhatt.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you for introducing me and having me in this show. I'm also looking forward for this discussion on this interesting topic.
Uh, Jeet, actually, you know that lately, for last 5-10 years or
continuing with
slightly
what you
more,
just said,
this word
whom
love
which
jihad
can
has been in a
give birth to a
lot of news
child,
and lot of
and arms which
controversy,
can
and
give a lot of love to a
so
child and
much
a
so that
family.
the
In
state
case it
governments or
really
certain state
requires, like
governments in
history
India
has
have
taught us,
brought
that
in
it can also pick
a
up arms and
separate
fight.
law to
So the
prevent
women
the
are an
interfaith
integral
marriages.
force, and
So we would like
the
to know
companies, the
that
corporates,
what
the defense
this
services, they have
legal
realized
aspect
that
of this, is there a
it's just
validity of this
beyond
law?
anybody to
Do you
imagine
think
a life without
this law is
women in all
justified?
these
So I
services.
think you are
So
the legal brain in
it's a
between both
great
of us.
future for all
I
of
will
us.
ask
Looking
this from
forward
you
to
to
a
explain
great,
the love
great,
jihad
great future for all the young
to our
girls who will
viewers
be
and to
willing to join
listeners.
the defense services in near future.
Yes, Chandrakant, what is
Thank you.
we see in news these days that a lot of states are coming up with these acts, passing acts against unlawful conversion of religion. And basically, love, there is no legal terminology as such as love jihad. But what it is understood is that religion is used to convert, and love
Yes.
is being
Yes, we will.
used, and
Thank you so
marriage,
much, Chandrakant.
through
It was a
marriage,
pleasure.
there is a conversion going on in some of the
Bye-bye.
states
Have a nice
in
day.
India, and which is known as the love jihad. But all these acts which have been passed against conversion speak about unlawful conversion which has been done through fraudulent or illegal means. But it does not in any manner stop
Yeah, I didn't
the
want it to be
willful
a very, very
conversion
history
of
or a
any individual
data-oriented session the
from one
first
religion
time.
to
I just
another.
wanted
And it
people to,
cannot as
since
well,
we're going to do
because
it week
the
on
right
week,
to
it's better first to
practice,
have that sort of
profess,
an
and propagate a
association with
religion,
people
any
wherein they
religion,
know
is
from
a
where I
fundamental
come, who
right
am I,
of
and
every
then,
individual.
build
And it
it
is
up
guaranteed
from
under
somewhere.
Article 25 of the Constitution of India, which I will,
Absolutely, I
which is
could have done
subject
it
to
for
certain
an
restrictions, of
hour
course. But basically, what Article 25 guarantees to every citizen
It's,
is the freedom
I
of
love to
conscience
talk.
and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion, which provides that all persons are equally entitled to freedom of
Yes, we
conscience and the
can
right to
pick up
freely
Army's
profess,
famous war
practice, and
cries, especially
propagate
the ones
religion,
which have
but
been
that
around
is
in the
subject
movies,
to
and
public
give some
order,
brief history about
morality,
them
and
and
health,
talk about those war
and
cries, from
to
where
the
do
other
they originate.
provisions of the Constitution,
We can
fundamental
talk
rights
about
of the Constitution.
also
So it
talk
is
about
subject
how
to
the
other
regiments
fundamental
came up,
rights,
and
and is
like it
also
may be
not
the
permissible when it
Maratha
is
Light
against public
Infantry,
order,
or the Sikh
morality, and health.
regiment, and what's the
So these three
history.
are the
Or we can also talk
basic
about the awards. So
restrictions
you can
imposed on any
just let me
individual
know.
to practice and
We
profess
can,
and propagate
so
his right to religion.
we
But
can talk about
otherwise,
the war cry,
right
since
to
you
freedom of
suggested it that
religion is
first.
guaranteed
So
from
let's
Article 25 to 28, wherein the first is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. The next is freedom to manage religious affairs,
yeah.
and
There are
freedom
a
as
lot
to
of them.
payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion, and freedom as to attendance at religious instruction of or religious worship
We can.
in a certain educational
We can.
institute.
Otherwise, we can talk about the
So
regiments. So we can
freedom of
start with some
religion is
history about,
prescribed as
like we can take
fundamental
up one
rights
regiment
guaranteed
and we
under
can talk
Part
about
3 of
its
the
history, the
Constitution of
famous
India.
people from that
So there
regiment.
cannot
For
be any law
example,
which
we can
violates
just
the
pick up,
fundamental
we can
rights
talk about
guaranteed
Kargil, the
by the
famous
Constitution.
heroes, which regiments
And
were
if any
there, what
law
was their
which
war
is passed in
cry,
violation
from where the war
would be
cry
declared to be void
originated,
or
what's
would
the
become
motto
inconsistent
of that
with respect
regiment, and
to the
we can pick
extent
up
it is
something like that and talk
in
about it.
violation of the fundamental rights. But recently, what we find is that the Uttar Pradesh government has come out with the Uttar
Right.
Pradesh Prohibition
Yeah.
of Unlawful Conversion of Religious Ordinance 2020, in which the conversion and what Section 3 provides is for unlawful conversion to be an offense. It says that no person shall convert or attempt to convert, either directly or otherwise, any other person from one religion to another by use or practice of misrepresentation, force, undue
I'm
influence,
following you on
coercion,
LinkedIn,
allurement, or by
and
any
I
fraudulent
didn't know
means,
about
or
the
by
other
marriage,
platforms, but
nor
I'll
shall any
connect
person
on the
abate,
other platform.
convince, or conspire such
Okay.
conversion. So, conversion which is
Okay.
done through such illegal means
Yes, yes.
under undue influence, so by making false representations or by making false statements,
Okay.
if or under coercion, which means by threat or under some fear,
Yeah, I'll do that.
or through some kind of allurement of giving
Yeah,
monetary
please call it Mandy,
benefits or
or
a
it,
better
it
life.
gets very
So
formal.
all such types
A
of
lot of
conversion which are
for
done
that.
using such tactics is made illegal and an offense under this
हाँ, तो आप
UP
प्लीज मुझे
Prohibition
मांडी
of Unlawful
बोलिए. We'll be
Conversion
doing this week
Act of
on week,
20.
so it will get a little bit
So
more
this
comfortable.
act also speaks about the
Okay,
validity of
take care.
marriages which are
Yeah,
done,
see you. See you.
and also it imposes restrictions, and also prior permissions are required in order to convert one person from one religion to another, wherein an application has to be made to the district magistrate 60 days in advance, and thereafter an inquiry would be held by the district magistrate through the police. And on the basis of that inquiry, if ultimately it is found that it is done through free will and it is not in any manner an unlawful uh, conversion, then such permission would be granted by the district magistrate. So uh, this is the basic scheme of this ordinance which is passed by the Uttar Pradesh. But I must also point out that this is not the first uh, anti-conversion act passed by any state in India. There are around 8 states in the country which has anti-conversion laws having, to an extent, similar provisions restricting conversion from one religion to another by unlawful means. And in fact, it would be interesting to know that the parliament also in the initial days in 1954 as well as in 1960 attempted to bring an anti-conversion law at the central national level, but somehow at that time it could not gain majority, and therefore it could not fructify. But there is a legal impediment in creating a national law is because the public order under which these acts are passed is exclusively in the domain of the state, and therefore only the state legislature can enact such laws on anti-conversion. The national, it would not be possible for the central government to come out with a legislation through the parliament. So therefore, there are 8 states in India which already have these anti-conversion laws, and Uttar Pradesh is the ninth state, and there are a couple of more states who are also planning to bring out this anti-conversion law. But the initial acts which were passed by the state legislature in the year 1967 in Madhya Pradesh, those acts were challenged for the Supreme Court, saying that they violate Article 25 of the Constitution, and such acts, therefore, are unconstitutional and cannot be passed by the state government. But uh, the Supreme Court, in the judgment of Rev. Stanislaus versus State of Madhya Pradesh, delivered in the year 1977, examined the entire issue on this right to practice and propagate one's religion, and ultimately held that it did not include the right to convert others from one religion to another. That there is a right to propagate, practice, and profess one's religion to his own conscience. Through his willful means, he can convert, and there cannot be any restriction. But that right does not include the right to convert others. So there is a difference. I can accept any religion, but that does not give me a right that I can convert others from one religion to another. So that is a restriction which the Supreme Court interpreted Article 25 and said that 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 does not include in Article 25 the right to convert, and therefore any restriction on the right to convert would be well within the permissible limits of uh, powers of the state legislature, and therefore such act which uh, prohibits conversion through unlawful and illegal means can be an offense, and its constitutional validity was upheld, and they were not declared to be unconstitutional. So what I would just like to read a couple of lines from what the Supreme Court uh, 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 has summarized. I quote that it has to be remembered that Article 25, subclause 1 guarantees freedom of conscience to every citizen and not merely to the followers of one particular religion. And that in turn postulates that there is no fundamental right to convert another person to one's own religion. Because if a person purposely undertakes the conversion of another person to his religion as distinguished from his effort to transmit or spread the tenets of his religion, that would impinge on the freedom of conscience guaranteed to all the citizens of the country. So this is what the Supreme Court held, and also why the Supreme Court permitted these anti-conversion law was because it holds that Article 25 stipulates that the right is subject to public order. The court also found that the acts clearly provide for the maintenance of public order. For if forcible conversion had not been prohibited, that would have created public disorder in the states, and that the expression public order is of wide connotation. On the question of competence, the court found that the acts fall within the purview of the states pursuant to entry 1 and list 2 of the Constitution's 7th schedule and are not regulated as a subject of religion, which is under the residuary jurisdiction of the central legislature. So this is how the Supreme Court in 1977 found certain anti-conversion statutes passed by Madhya Pradesh and Orissa states as constitutionally valid and permissible. With respect, so therefore there is no wrong or there is no unconstitutionality with respect to passing of anti-conversion law. So with respect to this act, which section 3 also provides that any conversion through unlawful means would be an offense and would not be permissible, I don't, in my opinion, I don't find that provision to be constitutionally unvalid.
So, Jeet, thank you very much for explaining the legal implications and the legal aspect about love jihad. I think, as a layman, I feel that there has been instances where the forcible conversion was happening with regard to marriages. So, even though there is a anti-conversion law and provisions given by the law to Indian citizen, that means nobody can forcibly convert. But if you're doing a conversion into from one religion to other without any compulsion, it is perfectly normal. And India is a free country; you can follow your religion. But when it comes to the marriage, then you can marry interfaith without converting into any other religion. There was no compulsion. For example, a husband can have a religion and wife can have another religion, and they can practice their own religion as far as the Constitution of India is concerned and the liberty which has been given to citizens. There is no compulsion that for marriage you have to convert. But I think the love jihad has been brought in because there were in certain cases the forcible conversion were happening, and this was happening just before the marriage to be announced. So a partner gets totally confused because the partner is now getting married, and then just 1 hour or few 1 day before the marriage it was conveyed to the partner that now you have to convert, otherwise the marriage will not happen. So I think these are the issues which were not covered in the anti-conversion law. That is why, in my opinion, as a layman, I feel that there was a need to bring this aspect also, uh, so that the people do not convert forcibly just for the sake of getting married. So, do you have an opinion on that from not only from the legal point of view but also from social angle?
Well, Chandrakant, actually, forcible conversion certainly through misrepresentation or through inducement or allurement, as the act itself defines, would be unlawful, and therefore such conversion would be bad, illegal, and would ultimately become an offense, wherein the punishment which is prescribed is from 1 year to 5 years. And forcible conversion of girls or of minorities or scheduled caste or scheduled tribes, the offense is even stricter. But with respect to interfaith marriages, there are two views, because interfaith marriages has not always been encouraged or seen in a manner which is constitutionally
Hello,
permissible. Of
friends.
course,
This is
to
Chandrakant, and
adults
welcome to
wanting
Great
to
and
marry
Valor.
any person is
And today we
their
have very
choice,
distinguished guest with
and there can
us.
be no
She's a
impediment or
veteran
any
from Air
restriction
Force. Her
posed
name
by
is
anyone.
Squadron Leader
But we
Manvi
see in
Bali.
our
So,
social
without further
fabric
ado, let me welcome her
that
to our
there
show.
are several
Good
hurdles
afternoon,
which are
Chandrakant.
created
Thank
by
you so
family
much
members
for
or societal
such a
pressure,
nice, warm
wherein
welcome.
such interfaith
And
marriages
it's my
or
pleasure to be a
intercaste
part of
marriages are
this
not
today.
easily been permitted.
Absolutely. In
And we
fact,
have
we
also
would like
seen
to
the
know
consequences when,
about certain
despite
things which we have been hearing in
adults
the
wanting to
press.
marry, and if they
Something to do
marry
with the
by running
condition,
away,
working
then we have
condition of
seen
the women
terrible instances where
soldiers in our
the Khap
armed
Panchayat
forces.
or even
And you have
the
been a
family
veteran.
members,
You have served the
they
Air
kill
Force
their
for a
own
very long time.
kith and kin,
And I think you are the
and which
best
is
person
completely
to
unconstitutional,
discuss on this
impermissible, and
subject.
it
And
is
we have also
extremely
seen
barbaric.
recently there was a movie which
So
covered
there
that.
needs to be protection
Obviously,
of
that was all
choice,
false,
freedom
and
of choice, and
Supreme Court of
liberty.
India struck that down.
So when
But
two
anyway, I think
adults want to marry any
what is
person of
the
any faith
training
to
schedule
their free
for
will,
women cadet?
there
Is it
cannot be
different
any
from men?
impediment,
What
and
is
that
your
should
opinion?
be
Chandrakant, I think
clearly
I will
enforced and
start
also
with, just
protected by the state.
very, very
And
briefly
what
talking
we
about
also see is that
from where
there was
we
a
all
survey
began.
wherein it was
So,
found that
if
in
we look
last
at
1 month
the history of
alone,
the women in
there were
defense services,
117
in
cases
1888,
filed
the
in the High
role of
Court
the women in the Indian Army began
by
with the
couples who
Indian
were
Military
wanting to
Nursing
marry or
Service,
were married
which was
for
formed
protection,
during the
as
British rule.
they
And
were
we have some
threatened by
very,
their
very
family members
notable
or other
names
community
around
members or
from
religious
that
members.
time. In
And
one
the
of the
High Court
recent
has
series, also a
throughout
lot of people would have seen
directed the
very, very strong
senior
women
superintendent of
warriors
police and
like
district
Noor
police
Inayat
officers
Khan, Kalyani
to act
Sen.
upon the
And
complaints
then
of the
obviously
couples
we've
who are
also seen the
facing
famous
threat to
women
life and
regiment
liberty from
under
relatives
Netaji
on account
Subhash
of their
Chandra
marriage
Bose's
outside caste or
Indian
religion.
National Army,
And
called the
therefore,
Rani
the
of
High
Jhansi
Courts and the
Regiment,
Supreme Courts have
one of
always
its kind regiment during the World
upheld
War
and
II. And the
protected
Indian
this
Armed
right
Forces,
of choice
they
and
began
liberty of
inducting women
every adult
officers
individual.
in
And
1992.
it also directs
And
the
look at
senior
where we
officers
have
to
come,
grant protection
breaking
to
all the
such
societal
couples who want
barriers.
to live
At
on their own
in
free
this
will.
present day, we have fighter
But
pilots.
yes, with
Women
respect to
have flown
fraudulent
into combat
marriages which are
zones.
done
They
by
will be inducted
alluring or
as
giving
sailors. And
some
we are a very
monetary
strong
benefits
group
or
of
by way of
women in the Indian
illegal
armed
means,
services.
certainly that would
And from
cannot be
1992
also
to
permitted at the same time.
2021, it
But
has been a long way. So
unnecessary
would we say
restrictions
it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a
which
lot
I
of
find
work
in
had
this
been
act is
done
that
by the
it is not
pioneers,
just
the
that an
early batches of the
advance
women in the
intimidation
Indian
is
Air Force.
required to be given to the district
So like
magistrate.
you
It
mentioned,
is
there's
also
been
that
a
the
recent movie.
permission is to be sought and
Without mentioning the
inquiry is
name
held,
of the movie
and the
and the
district
person
magistrate
who's
in
being
every case
mentioned in the
would
movie,
find
a
out
lot of
through
respect
police
for
means that
the
whether
senior lady
the couple
officer.
which is marrying or if
But
there
of
is any
course,
conversion
around
that is
that
happening,
time,
that is
the
happening through
Indian
free will.
services were
So
adjusting to the
such
fact that
in
women
my
could be
opinion,
inducted into the
this
defense services.
amounts
It
to
was very new
intimidation
concepts
as
for
well as
them.
interference
And now
with
we've come a long
with
way. That's the
your
reason
right
we
to
have
privacy
the
and your right
three
to choice.
women officers
So
into the
every
fighter
decision or
streams.
every
So the life in Indian Air
person who
Force,
is
when
trying
we
to convert
started
or
off with our
trying to marry
trainings,
some other person from
there
another religion
hasn't been any
is
bias for
not
lady
through
officers.
illegal means.
It was
So those
exactly
who
the
are
same
legally
physical
trying to
regime.
settle
We passed the same
into their
physical
marriage,
fitness tests.
interfaith
We
or
passed the
intercaste,
same
would not
examinations.
like
We
such
went through exactly the
restrictions or such
similar
permissions
service
to be obtained.
selection
Because
boards.
if
So
I
the
want to marry
entry to
any
the
person, I don't
training,
have to seek any
to our
permission from any other
specialized
authority.
training
So this
post our
authoritarian
commissioning, they
approach of
all
the
have been
government,
exactly the same.
which
So I
makes
really
me
don't
take
understand
permission
from
before
where the
marrying,
question comes
I find it a
that
little
what
intimidating
is
and
the difference between
violating
the
my
men
right
and
to
women.
choice
because
and
the
the right
services,
to
I think, they're the
freedom of choice
pioneers when
which
we
I had.
talk about,
So
who
that is one
don't
thing which is
create that sort
objectionable.
of
Second
bias of
is
caste,
what is
color, creed,
objectionable
sex,
under
gender.
the UP
It's
Act, and which is
it's
different
never
from all
been
other
around.
acts,
So nobody
is
really
that the
asks,
burden of proof. Now,
can you do this task, or will you
if
not be
any
able to do
person
this
who
task
complains
because you are A, B, C,
that
D, X, Y,
this
Z? No,
marriage or
exactly not.
conversion is
It's a
illegal,
mission.
then it is not just
If
that
you
the
are, so
victim who is
the
being
Indian Army
converted or
logo,
who is being
do you
allured
have
into
it in
marriage
you?
can
Does it
only
say, do
register
you have
the
it in
FIR or
you
initiate
if
prosecution.
you are
It
a
is
man
any
or
person in
if
his
you are
family
a
member,
woman?
it can be
No,
any
it
blood
doesn't. So it
relative
just asks, do you have it in you? So if you
who
have it in
has
you,
a right to
you
lodge a
just prove
first
yourself.
information
So
report, that is
that's
the
what
FIR,
defense
and
services is all
initiate a
about.
prosecution which I
think it's a
believe
great
is also
answer,
intrusive,
and I think you have
because the
conveyed the
victim,
message
if there is a
loud and
victim
clear for our
who has been
viewers.
lured into
But
love jihad, or
there are two
has been
sides of
converted through some
viewers we have.
fraudulent
One is
means,
called
he
civilian,
can very
other is
well
called the
come
forces.
up and say
So
that
when
I've
you talk
been
about all these things,
I've been
certain section of society
fraudulently
would know
converted from
exactly
one
where you're
religion to
coming
another.
from.
But
But
his
then there
parents,
are
so
people who
suppose my
are
parents
in the
do
civilian,
not want me
especially
to
in the
marry
civilian
into
side,
another
who have never
intercaste
seen,
marriage,
who have no exposure
then
to the
even
defense,
though
how it is done. I
it
think
is
there will be a lot
within
of
my choice and my
confusion with
right,
regard
and
to
I am an adult
specifically
wanting to
sending their
marry,
girl
my
child
parents or any
for
blood relative or
army
any
training.
community member
I think
can
it is
object
required
and
to change
initiate a
the perception.
prosecution.
What
That
is
is
your
one thing.
message for
Another
those
thing
kind
which is
of people
objectionable. And the
where
third
equal
thing is the
opportunities are
burden of
given
proof,
in the defense
which
services for
says
men and women,
that the burden
and
of
how they
proof
can
as to
leverage it?
whether a religious conversion was
So
not
if you
affected through
look at
misrepresentation,
this
force,
present, so
undue
let me give a
influence, coercion,
very
allurement, or
common
by any
example,
fraudulent
which I
means,
give these days.
lies on the
So what
person who
has
has
COVID
caused the
taught
conversion,
us?
and where
It's
such
taught us to
conversion has
be
been
adaptable
facilitated by any
and
person on such other
survive
persons.
in a
So
situation
the
which
burden of
has
proof
been
is
put in
against
front of
the
us.
person who has
This
caused conversion.
adaptability and
Now,
the
this is again also
survivability is part of a training in defense services.
objectionable,
Don't you think
because
these
if
are the
I have
most
converted
important
some person in
skills which
order to
even the
marry, and if
girls
that
of the
person has
today they need
willfully
to
and with
learn?
her consent
I think everybody, why just girls? I
converted, but their
generally
parents
don't
object,
mention
now
male
then,
and female
which causes an
separately, again
FIR and a
because of the
prosecution,
backgrounds
then
that
I
I
have to
come from.
prove that this
But
conversion is
this
by
sort of independence
lawful
that
means
the
and it is
defense
not
services have,
unlawful means. Now
put
this is
inside
so these are
us,
the three
the
objectionable
confidence
things in
that
the
they
act.
built in all of us.
Otherwise,
I can tell you, I am from
unlawful
a
conversion,
middle
yes,
class
is
family. My
permissible
parents
and
were
can be
in
made an
services,
offense.
and
There is no question with regards
we
to that.
were
But
just
this
like any
act goes
other
beyond the
girls in the
other acts which
household,
are passed in other
even our
states,
mothers in kitchens.
and therefore
But
this
there
act is
weren't
again
any
challenged before the Supreme
biases
Court
or
by some
differences which were
members
kept from the
of the
girls and the
community, and
sons. So we
ultimately
still
it is for
grew
the
up
Supreme Court to
thinking that,
decide whether
okay,
this
these are the things
act
that the
is
bhaias do and
constitutionally
these are
valid
the
or
things
not.
that the girls
But there
do.
are some
So when I entered academy,
aspects
the
which
first thing that was grilled
seem
inside
to
my
be unfair.
mind was that there isn't a thing which only
So,
the
Ajit,
boys can do
the
and the
way
girls can't do. In
women were
fact, the
harassed,
physical
and some
and
of
the
the members of our
psychological
society were
strength
harassed,
that women have is far
forcing
more than,
conversion just
I'm
for the
so
sake
sorry,
of
but
marriage.
it's more than
See,
what
when
men
you
do.
marry somebody, you
And
don't
that
have
has
to
been
really
proven in,
convert
the
into some
last
other
few,
religion.
if
But
you've
then
read
there are certain
reports, the
citizens
women
of
are
India
just
who are
breaking
harassed to convert,
records of
otherwise
all
marriage
kinds
will
when
not
it comes
happen
to
at the
displaying
fag
physical and
end
psychological strength.
of the
So I think for
celebration.
all the
So I think
girls,
that is where
not
that
just
created a problem, and I think
independence,
there were a
the
lot of cases
confidence, a
publicized, much
financial
publicized cases,
independence,
also
and
involving
a
IS
lot of
officers,
pride, which
very
yourself
senior
feel when
people,
you
well
adorn that
established,
beautiful
and
uniform. It
part of
can be olive
bureaucracy
green, it
suffering
can be blue,
because
it
of
can be
this
the white.
aspect.
But
So
the
I think
moment you wear that
a
uniform
lot of people actually
and
had
you give
filed
that big
complaints in the
salute to
courts,
somebody, the
and
pride
I
with
think
which
that
your
is
heart
why
swells,
this new provision has
I
been
think
brought in.
there's
See, as a
no other
layman, I
option in
don't
this world.
see
I'm
if
so
I have
sorry,
to
I'll
marry
be again
somebody, I
very
need
partial
to
about
force a
it.
conversion, because if
But
I
I think there
love
isn't any
somebody,
other profession which
then I
gives you that sort
really
of
love the person. I don't really love the religion
self-satisfaction
of the
that,
person.
this
So why there is a need to
is
change?
like,
So I think that
it
is where
cannot
the
get
fine
better
line
than
is,
this.
and I'm sure, as you
So
were saying, that the
I
Supreme Court will,
think this is
take a
the
decision on
profession
that.
for the girls of today.
But I think
And
there was a social angle associated with it, where
Absolutely.
people
In
were
fact, when you
suffering.
talk
There were
about
a lot
the
of complaints for last
psychological
many years, maybe
strength that
100
women
years,
has
and
inherently, or
finally,
as the
certain
genetic
government
code,
rules that
describes it,
they basically
we
will
covered. We
brought
got
in
an
the
opportunity to cover the
law any
prevent it
success.
in
Yes,
some form or
yes.
the other.
Awesome
And
I
session.
think that is where
right,
the
and
way I
this was,
understand is that this
I
is
mean, it can
basically to
get
prevent
as boring
conversion
as ever. You're
by
middle of the ocean, trying
promising
to
a
land
marriage. I
5-star
think that is
jets
the
from the
only
Indian Defense Services
caveat
all
here.
by themselves,
And
circumnavigating the
moreover,
Earth.
so
I think they have
if you basically
achieved
say
it.
that, hey, I am
It was
willfully
a great feat.
converting, there is
Now,
no problem.
coming
You
back
go
to
ahead and
the
marry.
moot question,
But
when
if
you
you
were
don't
undergoing the
know
academy
about
training,
that conversion aspect and you're
what
getting
kind of
into a
training would you
marriage,
like to share? I
and then
mean,
at the fag
what I've
end
heard
of
from
the
my friends
situation,
is
you
that
have been told
they
that
have to drop
you have to
down and
marry
plead 30.
because
It's like that.
we will
Is it
not
similar
marry
for you
until
also?
unless you convert.
Trust me,
That is where
Chandan,
the
it's
problem
not
lies.
30, it's definitely in three figures.
Right.
It's
To that you are
sometimes
right,
100
because
and more.
there is a
So 30
difference
is
between
like a lassi
unlawful
day for
conversion
us.
and lawful conversion, and that
But
has been
yes, the
clearly laid
trainings are
down
quite
in the
intensive.
Act.
So they do
So my
understand,
only
the services do understand that
concern is
everybody
that those
is
who are
not coming
lawfully
from a very
wanting to
athletic
settle
background.
by way of
So
marriage should not be
the
harassed
defense services,
only
they
because there are
prepare
certain
you
elements
for
who try to
good.
unlawfully take advantage. So that is the only concern. Otherwise, illegal or unlawful conversion is not permissible, also under the Constitution as well as under the Act, and therefore there cannot be any problem to that.
So
But they should not harry the persons who are on the right side of it.
I think your concerns are well taken and appreciated, because obviously the harassment should not be there, because two people are in love with each other and they're trying to marry. It should not lead to some sort of harassment. I think the legal fraternity will take a right decision. The matter is in Supreme Court. I'm sure the judges, honorable judges, will basically decide what is best for India. So
absolutely.
Thank you for finding time and discussing this very, very important subject and clarifying some of these legal aspects to our listeners and viewers. Jay, thank you so much, and I will catch up with you next Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to The Journeys. Today I'm very pleased and honored to bring you a very distinguished personality who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia, and he is the elected secretary of World Council of Boxing. Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Clement Dunn.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nice to meet you. God bless y'all, and I hope y'all having a wonderful day. I am honored, CK, to be on your show and everything. It's great meeting you and everything. I'm very honored.
So I think our viewers would like to get inspired by your story. You are a very disciplined human being. You are an athlete. You have a great exercising routine, and you also compete. So why don't you tell about your life story and share some good inspirational story with our viewers?
Well, I'm James Dunn. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia originally. Just relocated down to Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm going into a whole different field of work. Born and raised Roanoke, Virginia. Um, Played sports, track, football, and baseball. Played sports just 2 years in high school. I played semi-pro football. Um, Pretty much, I'm a jack of all trades. From electrical, from whatever you know. I done firefighting. Um, Pretty much, my story is, I've been through struggles all my life. Ups and downs, challenges, and been through. I done been homeless before and everything. And I just want to let everybody know, they'll never give up on your dreams and everything, because what I'm saying, it's always hope. Life is what you make it, and that's what I want to tell everybody. Recently, last year, the end of last year, I got nominated on the executive board, the Hughes, the Third Enterprises, which is Miss Geraldine Hughes. She worked on the molestation case for the attorney on the defensive side for the Michael Jackson case when they tried to say he molested the little boy, and she nominated me. And right now, she's done a book called Redemption, and she did a documentary called Redemption. You can find her book on Amazon. She nominated me on her executive board. Right now, we working on the about to be give it start working on the movie. Then I got nominated with BMM AFU, which stands for Boxing MMA Fight Union. Mr. Charles Russo, president, he pretty much nominated me as North Carolina State Chairman. Then Miss Geraldine got me on a conference call with Troy Edwards, which he built his own brand, 3HP Marketing Promotions. He's doing the soundtrack for Redemption and a lot of other soundtracks and working on a lot of other things. He got a lot of things going on and coming. Troy Edwards called me around January and wanted to nominate me with his staff for 3HP as his A&R promoter. So been working on promoting and things like that. And then recently, beginning of this year, they nominated me again with the BMMFU as vice president of talent support, which I recruit talent all over the globe and United States, international. You know, I could recruit boxers, managers. Pretty much, they reach out to me because of my title, but I also reach out to them as well. And I got nominated this year too with the World General Council of Boxing as committee secretary, which secretary, I keep track of all records and files and everything that's going on with the boxing and the boxing union and things like that. You know, just keep records of everything and keep track of everything and keep everything in file and everything. So I've been working on things with that, and then I built my own brand from ground up. I've been working on, which is global and is in the market with Denisa. She pretty much started her own Hoinser. She's got CEO of Hoinser's magazine. I'm global partners with Hoinser's magazine, and I'm a brand ambassador. And my brand, I'm building my brand. My brand is Done Right Promotions, which is a brand for the sports entertainment, and you know, pretty much for pretty much kids and whoever want to wear the brand and support the brand or whatever. But I created the brand, and I'm the owner of the brand, the founder, and I'm pretty much gonna start going, maybe I'm gonna go to some schools and stuff like that, maybe hand out some shirts and stuff for the kids and things like that, because I'm big into like donating and like big into like homeless and cancer. I lost a lady I was with for 3 years back then, years ago. She had breast cancer. So I'm a big, huge supporter of breast cancer, homeless. I support the homeless and veterans, things like that. USO, I donate to USO. I donate money every month to the USO. I'm big on nonprofit. Big on nonprofit, and that's my plan to, go around and make donations and help out, nonprofit organizations and things like that.
Fantastic. You had a fascinating journey, I think very inspiring. And you work with the boxers, and you also are recruiting a lot of boxers. Would you like to share some of these traits that you're looking for in the budding boxers?
Repeat that again.
You are working for the Boxing Association, which is also looking for the boxers. So what is the big quality a boxer must have?
Basically, what I do, we a union. BMMF AFU is a union. It's a union we started, to help out boxers. What we do, we make sure the boxers have insurance. We make sure they have life insurance benefits. We have our own events we do and gonna be holding, but is COVID stepped in, and we had a lot of stuff coming up last year got canceled. But you got to go by government rules and certain things on airlines and getting fighters because we globally, so we got fighters all over the world, so getting them here and getting them back, a lot of things we work off the government, and it's a lot of rules, and what I'm saying, you got to go by, and we here to support the boxers 100%. That's what we do. We're the law of the boxing, and we here to stop a lot of nonsense, because a lot of boxers get treated wrong and stuff like that. You got managers and promoters treat boxers. Some of them treat boxers fair and good. Some of them don't. So we here to find out all the negative and all the crookedness going on in the boxing, and we're gonna weed all the negative, everything out of that. You know what I'm saying? So what our goal is, that's what we do, man. We here to support. We here to support, and we the law. We here to stop all the nonsense, and everything. That's what we here for to do.
Very good. And the people who can associate with you are from the United States, or they can be from anywhere in the world?
We got them all. We got boxers from United States, UK. We got we got them all from all over, China. You know, Britain. We got them. We got them. They all over the world. This a global union. Global boxing union. It's a global boxing union.
So how do you engage with these boxers which are in China or UK or Malaysia or in United States? Do you have a website for registration? How does this start?
A website. Basically, like I said, they reach out to me. Anytime you're in the boxing field and you promoting and you are managing everything, your title, we normally reach out to their managers, promoters, and we normally their commissions, and we normally reach out. They reach out to us, and if they want to decide, or their manager, or whatever, bring them on with the union. We bring them on. We bring them on with the union, and we pretty much sign them up and get them in. And once they get in, we're gonna take care of them and make sure, we're gonna put them on there when we have our sanctioned events, our fights and stuff like that, fight cards, and you know, let them fight on the fight cards. We're gonna pay everybody fair, equally. Ain't nobody gonna get cheated, things like that.
So is there a joining fee that your organization charges from these boxers?
Repeat that again.
Is there a joining fee that is charged for providing these services?
Nah, it's not charged. It's no fee.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So what is the plans?
Like I said, we here to support the boxers. We here to look out for them. Make sure we here to support them. That's our job. We here to support. Support.
Understand. So what is the plan looks like in 2021? How do you see restarting the fights this year, considering the new administration is there in United States, and at some point in time the lockdown may be lifted? Are you preparing for this?
Oh, right now it's looking good. We had a lot of we had some stuff. We had some stuff promoted and pretty much started, but the COVID, like It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things going on with the COVID in other countries and things like that too. Like, we still playing everything by ear. You can have and schedule events and put things together, but also things can come up too. And if we might have a date on a car event, but the date could, because of that, could be pushed to. We'll still have it, but it can be pushed to a later date. But it's nothing we can control with whatever the government dishes out. With the COVID, it's better to be safe. You know what I'm saying, than anything. So basically, we got things happening and things coming up and things in the making, but at the same time, you got to go by the government rules and the government laws and stuff like that. In the COVID, we had to having this big issue with the COVID and stuff like that. So basically, we got to wait on, so a lot of stuff we've been having, we just waiting and everything, but we still, it's all in the making and everything is happening. We might have to push maybe back some events back, maybe a month back or something like that. Like if it's March, you might have to push it to April or something like that.
Sure. So in terms of the future of boxing, where do you see this sports going?
Can you repeat that again?
The future of boxing, does it look very bright, or people will stop doing practice because of COVID, and they will take some time to get in shape? Do you see some challenges in that area?
I think other than the COVID, I can't really say nothing about, because the COVID is a COVID, but people are still trained. They might, train. I mean, gyms and stuff is back open right now. People still doing like training and stuff like that, but you still got to be cautious. Certain stuff you do and this and that. You can't really say much. It's a lot that you can't really say because you don't really know. You plan things and you know things, but with this COVID, you don't know. You don't know if it get worse or it can clear up. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know. So basically, right now, it's a cautious thing. Boxing is looking good and looking great and everything, but with this COVID, you never know. That's with anything out here, not just boxing. That's with anything, jobs or anything that's going on in this world right now. This COVID, you don't know. Entertainment, anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't see any new movies also coming in, right? So we are all waiting for these new movies to come in theaters, but we don't know when they are going to get released. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we about to start working on some things and stuff. We got some things in the making. I can't really say much more or say really anything, anything else about. I know we got a lot of things coming close and in the making, and a lot of things get ready to happen. And you know what I'm saying? I just can't say more, you know what I'm saying? But, we got a lot of stuff coming.
So I think it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, James, and learning about the fight and the kind of work you do for the boxers, and you help them in terms of having the fair remuneration being given to them, legal support, and you work across the world. You have UK boxers working with you, you have Chinese, Malaysian, all over the place. So I think you're doing a remarkable job. You are already have done so much for the boxing community, and above all, the boxing as a sport inculcates the discipline in people. So would you like to give your last advice to youngsters about how to be disciplined?
What with the boxers and the discipline and everything, basically, I just tell the boxers stay healthy. That's the main key of boxing and everything. Stay healthy. Make sure you eating right. Make sure you dieting right. Stay training, but be safe. Try not to get hurt. Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? they say watch out, watch out for this COVID and everything, because if you get that, it can harm you too if you get, if you got a fight coming up and you get sick or COVID anything, you know what I'm saying? Just be safe and everything, just stay healthy and be safe. That's the main thing right now in this whole world is being safe and staying healthy. That's the main key of life. Being safe and stay healthy and stay disciplined.
Absolutely. This is a very powerful message that you have given us today. Stay disciplined, stay healthy, eat right, and never stop practicing. So, with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today. It was my personal pleasure talking to you, James. And I would like to interview once again after few months or so, when the situation looks better and more boxers are coming to you for getting associated with the World Federation of Boxing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's my honor. Once again, my honor, and appreciate the interview. And you be safe and everything out there. And God bless you and your fam. And you know what I'm saying. Stay healthy, yourself too. And yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day and week. You know what I'm saying, weekend and everything. And God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, James. You have a good time and stay healthy, safe, and disciplined. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Nations. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is an IT professional and is closely related with radio broadcasting. So today we are discussing very interesting and very close it is very close to Sitesh heart. So before I just tell you about the topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav on the show. How are you, Sitesh? Welcome to the show.
ये आकाशवाणी है और अब आप समाचार कंचन से सुनेंगे. How are you this day? It is wonderful to see you.
Yes, it's good. And you know that today is we are celebrating a World Radio Day 2021. And you see, radio has been it has played a very important role when we talk about the communication aspect of people, especially in India. Radio remained the most resilient and effective mode of communication, which is still today, I guess. And like majority of information is being received by this channel, even after 100 years. Radio still reaches to different uh, uh, geographical places and terrains and connect to people. So how are you today? And let's listen something about radio from you.
Kanchan, radio in our modern India after independence, the radio's importance was first felt in the 1947 15th August when Pandit Nehru made that iconic statement or speech, the whole world sleeps and India rises to freedom. And from the day All India Radio was in existence, radio was the lifeline for all of the homes, the big radio sets, the Murphy radio sets. In fact, the radio sets were given as dowry, if you remember, Kanchan. And listening to the different news of those days and waiting eagerly at night 9 o'clock or morning 9 o'clock. This is All India Radio and this is the news. And that was a very, very captivating kind of voices. Even in Hindi, ये आकाशवाणी है. अब आप मनुष शर्मा से समाचार सुनिए. And the whole country used to be close to the radio sets. I remember during the cricket matches, especially in Australia, West Indies, outside India, people used to keep the radio sets near to the ear, and the commentator would say, इस समय बारबाडोस के मैदान पर एक बहुत ही अच्छी धूप खिली हुई है. And the whole world, whole India would imagine. And this is the sixth ball from Kapil Dev, and Sarfaraz Nawaz is out. And the whole country would go for a silence. So radio has been a part of me since probably I started understanding voices outside me that was happening. I grew up in small hinterland in the country, and somehow radio, and especially All India Radio, is very, very close to my heart. And still, when I hear it, and I always try to chase All India Radio with their news app, the Vivid Bharati, and most of the time it is just relishing. I'm sure you have similar things to say.
Yes, I also been associated with radio for long, especially from college days. But Sitesh, the first radio broadcast started in early 1920s in India, and the first program was aired by the Radio Club Bombay in 1923. The radio and its glory remained one of the main source of entertainment information for ages. And the World Radio Day came into existence in 2011, but was adopted by International Day in 2012 by the United Nations General Assembly. And every year, this day is celebrated with different theme. Now, what you have as any incident you would like to share to our viewers regarding your radio journey on this auspicious day?
So Kanchan, I got a brush of radio myself when many years back I got a first prize in a story writing competition in a university, and I got an award from the local All India radio station director. And the director used to be the elder sibling of Salma Sultan, whom you know or probably you have met in Doordarshan. And she encouraged me to come to the All India radio station and meet me, and I met her, and then the journey started from there. And this was many years back, and I also got paid for it. That was a icing on the cake. And I said, wow, my words can fetch some money as well. And that was a lifelong relationship with the radio. I was taught about how to do the basic radio recording in All India Radio studios, and from there this journey started. Over the years, I moved to Mumbai, where it was all about digital, not digital, television media back then in 20 years back, and the television media, but radio always remained at heart. And last few years, from 2013 onwards, online radio has caught my attention. I'm very attracted to the radio medium. And I sometimes practice while I drive my car. I practice that I am a radio announcer who is being heard on airports, who is being heard on railway stations, who is here. There is a secret desire that I would tell you, Kanchan, that someday at the Heathrow airport, you can listen my voice and saying, this is Sitesh, and the British Airways flight 786 lands from Mumbai in another 1 hour. So it is a fantastic journey. And I'm sure you also know about it. In 1980s, many times the top national news used to be known not through All India Radio, but from BBC, but from Voice of America. And one such incident is the assassination of our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And this was confirmed by BBC first and All India Radio later. And in those days, I remember also tuning to Voice of America in India at 4 a.m. in the morning to listen to the Bollywood music which was being aired from America. And because 4 a.m. was the night time in the American cities, and they used to play the Bollywood songs. And you know, the Vivid Bharati was a very captivating experience in whichever part of India you stay. And it always gives a goosebumps to listen to the announcers, the programs, the radio drama, not only the songs, but news, multilingual news. And it is always wonderful.
Yes, it was so lovely to hear you about the way you think and you feel about this medium. And that's great that UNESCO has declared 13th of Feb as the Radio Day, because Radio Day celebrated to create or spread awareness about the radio as a medium providing information on diverse culture and tradition. Since century, it has played an important role in the life of people. And so this year, we are again celebrating today is a Radio Day, and the theme of Radio International Radio Day is evolution, innovation, and connection. So people sometimes say that this is a dying medium, but I feel if you are connected with radio, it has far more reach than we talk about any digital, though digital also have the far reaching connection. But when we talk about television, so sometimes we do get glitches, but in radio you can even listen in very remote areas of our country. So what I feel, and as you mentioned, that BBC has informed first about the assassination of Indira Gandhi. Actually, she was giving interview to BBC journalists at that point of time. So that is that's quite tragic, but this is how information is being circulated. Now on this day, there are many changes which are happening in radio technology wise, and people are working to really go ahead and do some innovation on this radio. So what kind of innovation, if you have ever thought, we're looking towards radio?
Well, Kanchan, in 2013, I got a chance to know and work on online radio as a medium, which completely negated any physical radio device or a radio set. That I told in my earlier part that radio was also given as dowry in marriages. Now, the radio sets are very, very rare to find, and online radio completely removes it. Now, in the technologically, I have seen that in online radio medium, you need a streaming server. You can connect that streaming or broadcasting software to messaging applications like Skype, and you can directly connect to a sound engineer who is sitting at another place, announcer is sitting at another place, streaming server is at a third place, and we can do live radio on online. This seems to be very strange, but I was part of a live online radio. In fact, me and you both have been there, and we were part of that radio and a live medium. And from there till today in 2021 or 2020, end of 2020, I also made a proposal to the government of India about why not take online radio to deliver school curriculum. As you have been saying, radio reaches the nooks and corners of this country. Why not online radio be the harbinger or the messenger for the course curriculum? I have submitted that proposal. And if that happens, we can be saved, the government can be saved of high data costs or laying another network costs from a technical point of view. At the same time, radio is easy to use. Today, it is on our phones. We can use the radio from our laptops as well. It can be used through the public broadcasting systems as well. I was just seeing in one of the, I think in the Kaun Banega Karodpati program, that they have put the All India Radio to a village in a tower on top of a temple or some kind of a place, and that throughout the day there that runs the All India Radio programs, and the whole village is hearing that. And that was such a surprise that radio is such a dear medium, and it has always been.
Yes, actually, as you mentioned that the curriculum and the education can be also done through radio medium, and I have heard that there are some community radios which are into this education in remote areas. So it's a good idea and good proposal by you. I hope we would be having many more educational programs on radio, since online education is already there, so why not radio? So when I am talking about the innovation, there are so many technology driven software are there in the market, and many people are using these technology of to enhance the radio broadcast, but they are still not available to general public, or maybe they don't have the idea so what kind of software can be used to really attach, where they can attach themselves to radio broadcasting. So I think time has come to adopt new technologies to remain, to go to the medium mobility and accessible to everybody. This medium has so far reaching effect, and it can reach you anytime, anywhere. So I think this is something very wonderful, and we have to work towards that.
Yes, Kanchan, and I think our Prime Minister has also made it again popular by Man Ki Baat, which is like reaches throughout the nooks and corners of the country. And I must also thank especially to UNESCO, Kanchan, as you said, UNESCO declared this as a World Radio Day. I mean, what a great thing that they have given me to reach out to all my well wishers and friends and tell them happy Valentine's Day just before one day. Thanks to
Yes.
you for declaring this as a radio
Yes,
day.
this year we are celebrating 10th anniversary of Radio Day, and I would like to extend this good wishes on this day to all my colleagues who are in radio, and all people who are serving people through this media.
Well, and I would like to remember our great Amin Sayani and his radio broadcast. और पायदान नंबर 1 पर 1972 का ये बेहतरीन गाना शंकर जयकिशन के लिखा हुआ और मुकेश की आवाज में आपको पेशी खिदमत है. Remember those Binaka Geetmala days and Sibaka Geetmala days, Kanchan, and how we were all close to the radio set.
So on this day, this happy day, it was so lovely to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with a different topic in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava. As you know, he is as a radio personality, a part of this. He has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing and IT professionals, and he enjoys his career, his hobby too much, and I know that. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good day, Kanchan. It's a nice, cloudy, and good temperature in Bangalore and pleasant weather out here. And therefore, it's a great to talk to you again. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm quite fine because weather is good and people are just little coming out, and so we are communicating. In this middle of this, I have heard demise of our dear President Pranab Mukherjee, and it was kind of sad news which we Indians received, because he was 13th President of India, and he had a career which spread over 5 decades, and the kind of impression he has left on Indian politics is immense, because his way of working is entirely different than those of contemporary which were there with him. And he remained a finance minister, he remained a defense minister, and you know that he started his career as a professor of political science in Kolkata. And then suddenly we heard about his demise. He is a Bharat Ratna recipient. So it was little sad to hear about his demise, which is a bad.
Yeah. Yes, Kanchan. I have summarized his passing on in terms of a great loss to the current Indian political setup, the vacuum that has been created by his passing away. One of the tallest political leaders that we have seen, and who was one of the best persons which India did not have as a prime minister, is my reading about Pranab Mukherjee, or we fondly have called him Pranab Da. And as you rightly said, 5 decades of a political career, it needs not only the energy, but also a belief in the democratic system of this country to be at the hem of affairs as a finance minister and a lot of other ministries that Pranab Mukherjee was part of since 1969, when our late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi brought him to a Rajya Sabha ticket, which is also an upper house in the Indian parliamentary system. And he became almost number 2 man in Indira Gandhi's cabinet. With his wittiness, with his depth of knowledge, with his enthusiasm, with his empathy towards the policy matters of the country, he was known by his political friends and foes as a master in any subject in the policy matters. The great part about Pranab Mukherjee is that he was equally respected by his government as well as the opposition. So he was able to cut across the political spectrum, which helped our democracy in some of the very, very crucial times when we had a series of prime ministers between the legendary Congress party and the BJP. We had a string of 5-6 prime ministers in VP Singh, in Deve Gowda, in Chandrasekhar, and then of course Rajiv Gandhi. So they were very, very ably supported by Pranab Mukherjee. But my always feeling, a peculiar feeling about the Indian politics, and I don't want to call it a beauty, because some of the great leaders, great thinkers, visionaries could not get into the top job in the controlling power where they could have steered forward our country into a transformational age. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel that he is a leader which is way apart than those of leaders in Congress in his time, and he has a lot of intellect to really solve. He used to be a problem solving for most of the situation which was faced, especially by Indira Gandhi. And after the death of Indira Gandhi, there was some differences, and then he came out of the Congress for a small part of time, and then he made his own party, Rashtravadi parties, Samajwadi Party. But then again, I think he loved Congress too much, and he went back to the Congress. But the important part is he has a keen interest in economy of India, and he always, in fact, he has written many books on economy of India and the national building, national building books in his career. Apart of this, he also been nominated as the best finance minister of the world by Euromoney in 1984. So these kind of appreciation he has been given in his career, and I feel his demise will leave a lot of vacuum even in current polity, because he is a person who can give advice to the current dispensation when required. He is always, in fact, I have seen few clipping of 2014 when first time Narendra Modi was elected and went to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gesture of Pranab Mukherjee was very, very welcoming. And it doesn't, at that point of time, I was not able to find out that being in a congressman, I respected and welcomed Narendra Modi. At that point, whatever clipping I have seen, I found out this. So I think he has that quality to welcome the point of even opposition also.
Right, Kanchan, and more tributes have come in, and from all walks of the political spectrum. You know, Kanchan, the facts are there for everyone to see in his political life of 5 decades. I noticed some of the very interesting personality traits of Pranab Mukherjee, which also reassures my belief in our strong democratic system. He, as you said, he had little differences after, with Rajiv Gandhi, after the passing of Indira Gandhi, where he assumed that he is the number 2 in the cabinet and therefore he should succeed. And that was not a very blatant sign of his coming, because before Pranab Mukherjee, we had a Congress leader called Mr. Gulzari Lal Nanda, who had assumed a prime minister's position in the gap after Pandit Nehru's death, and also after the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri. So that's where the little bit of differences of opinion they were observed in the Indian political life. And it is said that because of that, he was always, shunned out of this key position in the Indian politics. But despite this, he was never instrumental in blocking any prime minister, whether it was Rajiv Gandhi from his own Congress party or the opposition parties, and that is the hallmark. If you ask me today, it sounds very cliche that at a given point of time between, I think in 1982-84, when he was finance minister, the Reserve Bank of Governor chairman was Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who used to report to Pranab Mukherjee. But if you see the turn of events, when Manmohan Singh became the prime minister, it was Pranab Mukherjee who was reporting to Manmohan Singh in the government. And both men have equal respect for each other, because they were not thinking in terms of who is reporting to whom, but they were seeing that each other's strength is ultimately going to benefit our India. And therefore, they stuck together
So, in a way, I can always think the relationship between Pranab Mukherjee and Manmohan Singh specifically can be compared with what we had during Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel, and later we saw in the lives of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Alke Advani. So that is the hallmark of Indian political system, where when it comes to the core of running the country, politicians have come together, they have supported each other, they have supported the hopes and aspirations of the country, and they have steered forward of our nation. And we should be proud of our political system at the top level. And you would be surprised, Kanchan, that I have heard uh, many good things about our Indian political system outside India, but probably we fail to see it while we see it from inside. What do you say?
There are many good things when we talk about Indian polity, because we choose our leader from our board, unlike in US, which is where we count on percentage. We directly choose our leader, and that is a very good democratic right every Indian is having. And I think everybody appreciate our freedom, our democracy. Part of this, I think Pranab was a great democratic. He had a great democratic ideas. He believed in freedom, and we will miss him dearly. Uh, I think it's a great loss.
Definitely, Kanchan, we will miss him, and the country will miss him, the parliament will miss him, because as we see today, it is very, very rare to find such kind of leaders who have a backing of their own party as well as the opposition system to steer forward the country on a political matters, especially when it comes to the international relations. And therefore we need more and more leaders. I mean, opposition doesn't mean that you have to oppose everything of the government. The opposition also means that you have to stand with the government in those matters where the country is going through a critical phase. And very, very few leaders understand that. And Pranab Mukherjee was surely one of those leaders, and that is one of the reasons I believe he was awarded with Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award of the country. And while he was president, he was completely away from the party where he grew up, and he was not seen as a president coming from just one party and working for only one party. And that's the reason you said he was very happy to give the oath to our new prime minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and the relationship they shared, I believe that should be written in as a hallmark in our political books or political students. And that is something. He also broke the ranks with his own party where he grew up, when he went to RSS in Nagpur to deliver a lecture. So these are very, very rare political personality we are talking about. And I think the country as a whole is proud of Pranab Mukherjee and will always remain indebted to his political acumen and his political responsibility.
Like you said, you mentioned parliament, he remained leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. So I'm sure that parliamentarians will be missing him, like all of us will miss him. So it was a great loss for us. So I'll end today's program now. We'll meet again tomorrow with another topic. Remembering Pranab.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brands. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, how was the morning today in London?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it is typical summer. It's pouring down. It's stair rods. You can hear it in all the windows. But let's not dampen our spirits because today's Wednesday, so it's Snotty Wednesday. So what are we going to tell our young people today?
It is Sorty Wednesday, and Mr. Naval is back in his flamingo shirt, so that is a welcoming sign. So I think the topic of discussion is we are moving beyond the presentability, how to set up your technical stuff like camera, light, how to look good, how to speak. I think the topic now for today is how do you create engagement with the client, with the viewers? Because if you're talking in a physical world, you are actually seeing, hundreds of people in front of you. You know what they're thinking. You have the ability to change your pitch to attract as many people as you want. But when you're talking on a video, you don't see the other side. And yet you have to appeal to the people who are not even visible to you. And how do you create that stickiness? How do you induce that glue in your content, in your video? That is something that we would like to take your inputs on. And I think that is a very critical subject today. So Naval, what is your opinion?
Well, I love the way you explain it, CK. That stickiness, that little bit of glue, the thing that really brings people into the screen so that you're waiting their every word. And you're absolutely right, Aaron. Speaking into a screen is not easy. Not easy at all. You're not having this one-to-one conversation. I mean, we're lucky because I can see your smiley face. So I can see whether you're listening, you're interesting, whether I need to change the tone down or put the tone up. But we can't do that in literally a 90-second interview because that's what we've got. So the tricks of the trade are be engaging. That very first time that someone sees you in your video is going to be the time that they're going to start to judge you. And I'm not talking about judging you in a negative way, okay? This is judging in a positive way. So feel good about it. Feel excited about it. Because if you get into your interview, your 90 seconds, 90 seconds, it's a minute and a half. You'd be amazed how fast a minute and a half will go. We've been talking for longer than a minute and a half, and it's just flown by. And it always does flow by because we need to be engaging. We need to get to the point. So this is pressure, okay? Now, you can look at this video time and time again, and I will still say this is pressure because in 90 seconds, you've got to get over your message. It's a brilliant example for if you're going to be going into the entrepreneurship to get your message over in a very short period of time. So you need to be presentable. As CK's already mentioned, my flamingo shirt. Make a statement, you know? I'm wearing this today because I'm actually about to go and play golf, although, frankly, in the weather that we've got out there, I'm not too sure that the flamingos will be very happy about getting wet. But the point is, make a statement. We've talked about the technical bits. Look into the camera. It's the most difficult thing in the world to do, look into the camera. Firstly, finding out where it is, because it's not down here and it's not over here, it's up there. But if you're using an iPhone, guess what? It's in the top right-hand corner. If you're using a Dell machine these days, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. So, you know, you need to be looking down there because that's where the camera is. So be presentable. Be in that arena where people can understand what you're saying and how you're saying it. And notice, I don't know whether you noticed, my background changed.
I did.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you did, you know? But that's what's going to happen, you know? Was it done automatic? Was it done deliberately? Only you're going to guess about that one, okay? But this was for impact. This is the impact you have in a short video. It's 90 seconds. I mean, CK, 90 seconds. It's just goes in an instant, doesn't it? I mean, how many conversations do you have that last hours and hours and hours that could be summarized in 90 seconds? Yeah, I can see you smiling because you're thinking about it.
Well, I think the first 90 second is what matters, and you're going to make or break in the first 90 seconds. Even though after your first 90 seconds have gone, you can actually continue talking for an hour. But I think the impression is made in the first few minutes of your conversation. So I think one of the trick that is important for a video is you know, do a very good research on the subject on which you're talking. Because if you're just talking too many words with very little meaning, I think you're going to put off your viewers and they will just move on. They will not watch the videos. In fact, many times if you see the videos, you know, you don't want to stick around more than 10 seconds. So that you don't want to happen to your video. So make sure that you have a well-researched subject, you have subject matter expertise, so that you can use certain keywords to attract these people as a glue. Because, you know, if you're talking about certain keywords and then you know that, you know, this person has done some research and there is something for me to take, so they will stick around in your video, they will watch it, and therefore. And second thing is, you have to convey your messages in the minimum words, because nobody has patience to listen to your long essays. You have to use the minimum words to convey the right message. So I think you have to form your sentences, making sure that, you know, you use the English properly. And English is a very flexible language. You can convey the same thing in 10 sentences, or you can convey the same thing in half the sentence. So make sure that you convey quickly, so that since you have 90 seconds, you convey maximum. And the listeners are also getting in their ears the keywords, and that will create the stickiness. So what do you think, Neville?
It's absolutely brilliant, because you're explaining things that you listen for. You know, you do a lot of interviewing, you do a lot of commenting, you do a lot of meetings with other people, and it is all of those things. It's that stickiness, it's the keywords that you're looking for. It's that motion. And as you've noticed, I changed my background 2 or 3 times. I wonder how many people noticed it. But if you're in this video arena, remember, you don't know who's watching. You are on parade throughout that 90 seconds. So let's give you some very simple, we're just going to give you one tip, because like anything else, if I give you a whole list of things, it will be overwhelming and you won't do any of them. So we're just going to give you one tip. And this tip I learned from a really good friend of mine that was a BBC reporter. He spent probably 10 years of his life reading the news. Now, if you look at these people reading the news, they're very engaging. They look at the screen. If you go to where they read the news, they're not in this huge chasm of a cave with lots of screens and lots of people rushing around. They tend to be in a corner cupboard, stuck away in the middle of nowhere with all these gadgets around them. They can hardly move. You know, they're so rigid that they daren't move because they can't get out a camera shot. Okay? These are the people actually you can learn a tremendous amount from. And Clive said to me, almost the first time I met him, and I said, Clive, I really like the way you present. And he said, it comes from practice. So we're going to give you 2 tips today. Number 1, it comes from practice. So you need to practice, practice, and more practice. But the other thing is, and I didn't know this until he said it to me, they talk about the elevator pitch in some of these meeting groups. One particular one is BNI. It's a worldwide network. They talk about the elevator pitch, and it's a 30-second or a minute or 5 minutes. You've got a pitch that lasts for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes. And the interesting thing is, Clive said, what you need to do is to break down your pitch into segments. And you said it, CK, the keywords. So just like when you're writing a long report, you pick out the headings for the long report. And then you fill out that long report. And then what you need to do is to create the executive summary. And that's the 90-second interview that we're asking you to do. That 90-second pitch, that executive summary. You're just going to pick out a few key areas that you're going to talk about in 90 seconds. So if we split what he would do, he would split 90 seconds down into 15-second segments. So for the mathematicians out there, I don't need to tell you how many segments there are of 15 seconds in 90 seconds. For the non-mathematicians, I'll make it easy for you. There are 6. So what you need to do is to break it down into 6 segments. The really important segments are the first and the last. Because the first one is, how engaging are you? Are you presentable? Are you going to talk about something that I'm interested in? And the last one is that leaving the impression. What are you going to leave them with? But that doesn't mean to say that the 4 segments in the middle are not equally important. They are important, but if you've made a noise at the beginning and you're going to leave them with a noise at the end, you need to make sure that the noise is consistent. So rather than noise, it needs to be music. And it's not music from an orchestra that's tuning up. You know, I'm sure many of you have heard an orchestra, you know, there's like 30 or 40 piece orchestra and they're tuning up and they're doing it individually, but they're not playing together. And they're all going, and they're all doing it at different noises and different sounds. And it sounds noisy. But when they make music, when the conductor gets there and goes tap, 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 and everyone is ready to go, and when he waves his wand, but first time the baton goes, bingo, they're in position and they're off and running. Now, whether that's a musical orchestra of 400 pieces, or whether it's a duet, you know, or a single soloist, they're making music. And that's what you need to be doing in this 90 seconds. A short intro, building up so that people are more interested as they go through, and bang, hit them at the end so that you leave them with an impression. And that's as simple as it is.
It's very simple. In fact, it's a great advice, Neville, that you're asking us to do, is to break down our 90 seconds into 50 seconds pitch. So you can have different segments of your 90-second program. And I think this is so true because you mentioned songs. I think it's similar. You know, we're talking about making a video, but I think it also applies to the songs. So if you listen to a song and if it is not appealing to you in first 50 seconds, you're going to change the channel. So first 50 seconds has to be very, very engaging, and next 50 seconds will be determined by the performance of your first 50 seconds. So I think you have to plan your pitch in such a way, well-researched subject, even if you're talking about some current affairs or some technology or home care. It has to be engaging, it has to appeal to the people, and it should be very original. It should not be run-of-the-mill stuff where thousands and thousands of videos are floating around on the net. It has to be unique, and that will create stickiness, and that will drive traffic to your video. So thank you very much, Neville, for giving us this advice, and I'm sure the SOTI Award contestants would take these tips and incorporate in their videos. So as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Always fun, CK. Always fun. Don't forget, guys, 90 seconds is all about practice, practice, and more practice. Enjoy your stickiness. I love it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to give our tributes to Captain Tom Moore, who passed away yesterday. And he has been a great inspiration for the world, specifically during the COVID-19 lockdown periods. To discuss more about Captain Tom, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it was a sad day yesterday, but interestingly enough, it was another day of celebration in a bizarre sort of way, because this elderly gentleman who turned 100 last year was knighted by the Queen for his charity efforts. Started on a short journey in his back garden to help him get over a hip replacement. And all he was going to do was 1,000 steps in his back garden. And 1,000 steps, he was going to hopefully raise £1,000 for the NHS. Not for the NHS so that they could continue their medical arena, but for the NHS charities so that the charities could support NHS people around the
friends,
UK.
This is Chandrakant and welcome to
And
Great and Valor.
a few months later,
and today we have very distinguished guest
and
with
£40
us.
million
She's a veteran
almost
from Air Force.
later.
Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi
Sadly, he died yesterday,
Bali.
but it was a
So
day of
without further
celebration
ado, let me welcome
because
her to our
this
show.
elderly gentleman of a
Good
particular
afternoon,
ilk
Chandrakant. Thank you so much for
who'd
such a nice
served
warm
Queen and
welcome.
country
And it's my pleasure to be a
during
part
his
of this today.
working life.
Absolutely. In
And
fact, we would like to
he
know
was just
about
elevated
certain things which have been
to
which we have
celebrity
been hearing in the
stardom
press. You know,
in a very
something to
short
do
period
with
of
the
time.
condition,
And the interesting
working
thing is, he took it
condition
in his
of the
stride.
women soldiers
Such a
in our armed
lovely
forces.
guy.
And
all
you
the
have been a
tributes are
veteran.
coming in from
You
everywhere.
have served the
He
Air
met
Force
many,
for a
many
very long time.
celebrities over a very
And I
short
think you are the
period of
best
time.
person to
And
discuss on this
yeah, he's a
subject.
tribute.
And we have also seen recently there was a movie
the
which
tributes
covered
to
that.
him
Obviously, you know, that was all false,
absolutely
and
well deserved,
Supreme Court of India struck that down.
because he did it as an
But
act
anyway,
of
I
random
think
kindness.
what is
And we
the
needed it
training
as a
schedule
nation. We
for
needed
women
it, and
cadet?
that was
Is
the
it
thing.
different
And
from men?
people just locked
What
onto it.
is your opinion?
And he didn't
Well,
he didn't shy
Chandrakant,
away
I
from
think
it, and his family engaged with it. So all credit to them. And yeah, we've lost
I
a
will start
celebrity.
with,
We've
you know,
lost a
just
nice
very,
celebrity.
very briefly talking
But what has
about
it been in
from
India? I
where
mean,
we
it's been
all
trending
began.
on
So, if
the
we look
press
at
here, and
the
I'm sure
history
you've
of the
heard
women
over
in
the time,
defense
because you and I have
services,
been
in
speaking about
1888, the
Captain
role of
Sir
the women in
Tom,
the Indian
as
Army
he's
began with the
fondly
Indian
known,
Military Nursing Service.
over several months. What's it mean? What do you think it might mean to Indians?
Well, Captain Tom has been trending world over, and India is not unique. It's trending here also. It's one of the top trending subjects in India for past
Exactly the
2 days.
similar
That is
service.
yesterday and today. Lot of condolences are pouring in from India, and it was so
think it's a
interesting. You
great
know,
answer,
a few
and
months
I think
back,
you
such an
have
old
conveyed the
elderly
message
gentleman who
loud
had a
and
hip
clear
replacement,
for
and
our
he
viewers.
basically set
But you
out to
know,
take
there are
10
two sides
steps
of
in his
viewers we
backyard
have. One is called
in
civilian,
front of
other
the
is called the
camera and
forces.
saying
You know,
that, hey, if
so
I
when
can
you
take
talk
at
about
the age of
all
98
these
10
things,
steps,
certain section of society would know
you know,
exactly where you're
everybody
coming
else
from.
can do
But then there
you
are
know,
people who
different
are in the civilian, especially in the
unachievable
civilian side,
activities, you
who have
know.
never
So
seen,
if I'm
who have no
98 with hip
exposure to the
replaced
defense, how it is
recently, I'm
done.
taking 10
I think
steps,
there will be a lot of
and that
confusion
became
with
a very
regard to
inspirational video which was
specifically
posted
sending their girl child
and for all of
for
us, because
army
that was a
training.
time of the
I think it
lockdown
is
and
required
people
to change
were
the perception.
having
What
different
is your
kind of
message for those kind of
you know,
people
feelings, because
where
feeling of uncertainty, not knowing what they will, what will be the fate which awaits them. So
So
those
if
kind of
you
things, I think
look at this present, so let
Captain
me give a
Tom or
very
Sir
common
Tom's
example,
10
which
steps
I
gave
give
a lot
these
of hope
days.
to a lot of
So
people
what has
worldwide.
And he's quite clearly touched lots and lots of hearts. And as you said, basically he said, if I can do this, you can do anything.
Absolutely. In fact,
And
when
that
you
was his
talk
whole
about
point.
the
And there was the
psychological
time
strength that
in
women
social
has
media, he
inherently,
had this
or
phrase,
as
tomorrow
the
will be a good
genetic
day.
code,
So
describes it,
irrespective of
we
how
got an
good
opportunity to
today
cover
or
the
bad today's
Triveni
been,
success
tomorrow will be a good
last
day.
year.
And that was trending on social
awesome
media.
session.
For a 100-year-old
Right, and this
person
was,
to have
I mean, it can
trending
get as grueling as ever.
hashtag on social
You're
media,
middle of the ocean,
phenomenal.
5
He
women,
also,
5
by the way,
soldiers from the
he
Indian
also
Defense
had a
Services,
#1 hit
all by themselves
at Christmas.
circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it.
Not at Christmas.
It
He had
was
a
a great
#1
feat.
hit
Now, coming back to the moot question,
with
when you were
Michael Ball,
undergoing the academy
with
training,
You'll Never Walk Alone.
what kind of
And
training
it got
would
to
you like to
#1,
share? I
and
mean,
everyone was amazed.
what I've heard from my friends is that,
Which
you
was,
have to drop down and give me
yeah,
30,
phenomenal.
it's like that.
So,
Is it similar
as I say,
for you also?
he captured
Trust me,
everybody's
Chandrakan, it's not
hearts.
30. It's
Here was a
definitely in
person
3 figures.
with
It's
no axe to
it's
grind,
sometimes 100
really,
and more.
nothing to
So 30
say,
is like a
real,
lucky day for
other
us.
than tomorrow will be a
But
good day.
yes, the trainings are quite
And I think that's where we
impressive.
should
So they do
leave the
understand,
tribute,
the
really.
sensors do understand that everybody is
Tomorrow
not
will be a
coming
good
from a
day.
very athletic.
Yes, Neville. In fact, I would like to add few things before we call it a day today. Is that you don't have to be a celebrity, you don't have to be a politician, you have to be just an
I think you have put
inspiration.
it very nicely.
Which
In fact,
was
it's 90% the
this
mental
man,
ability and 10% physical.
Captain Tom,
And that is what the
when he
discipline
could
of the
show at
defense
such a ripe age of
teaches you.
98,
I think
taking
all
10 steps after
soldiers
his
go through
operation.
that, and
I think that
it's
was quite
basically
inspirational, and it
you have to be
touched the
fit all the
heart of
time. And if
billions
you're
of
not fit,
people
you
on
will
the
not be
earth.
able to carry
So
out
I
your
think,
operations. So going to the
as
operations
you
side of
said,
it,
and as he said, and as
today
the
in the
the
mechanized
top
warfare,
chart
you
said that
use
tomorrow is a better
billions
day,
of
is a
dollars of
very, very
equipment.
powerful
You
words
may be having
from
$1 billion
Captain Tom.
in your both
Absolutely. And
hands.
that's the way we should live our life.
Uh,
Get on with
what
it.
kind of training you go
Take an
through,
example
and is there
from a
any difference
100-year-old who's
between
been
men
there,
and
seen
women
it, and done it.
training when it comes to equipment
Get on
and
with
all
life.
of
Go and
these
enjoy
gadgets which
yourself.
are being used today?
Doesn't
We would like
matter
to know
what's
more
happening
from
around you that you
about
can't
this.
affect.
So after this first
Go
year
and do
of
what you can
training
do.
at the Air Force
And
Academy,
that's the message he says. So, as I say, fantastic little phrase. Couldn't say it
as
any
a first
better.
year,
Tomorrow
we
will be
proved
a
our
good day.
worth and we did get it.
And all
So
of us
no cribs
from
at all.
Akulmach and all the Indians, we would
Absolutely. So I
like
think
to,
the defense
condole the
services
passing
treat
away of this great soul. He was truly the citizen of the world, not only of United Kingdom. He is a global citizen. So with this, with heavy heart, because now he has parted, we would like to end our video today with our tribute to Captain Tom Moore.
Thank you, Captain Tom.
every individual equally and equal opportunities are
Yes.
given. I think that is very clear. Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously,
Hello friends, I am
men are
Kanchan from
chosen
Akulmach
for doing
Technologies
that
and you are
because
welcome
there
to
are inherent
Talkcast. Today we have
risks
Sitish
involved.
Srivastava from Johannesburg, South
However, now
Africa.
we are seeing
And he
women
has deep
also in
interest in
India
corporate
who are
training.
now
He has
getting
been
inducted
training
in
lot of
the frontline
professionals
combat,
like IT
and Israel
professionals and
has been
marketing
having the
professionals.
women
So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you
officers and
doing today?
soldiers for a very long time.
Kanchan,
Do you
I'm
see
very
any
well.
challenge in that
Good to
area
talk to you
from
always
combat,
and
frontline
ready
combat?
for
Do
another
you see any big
verbal
challenge
duel
for
with you.
women soldiers?
Yes,
Absolutely
Sitesh, we have
not,
been doing
Chandrakan. If you see,
communication
in the
and
United
critical
States,
thinking
the
subjects. And
number of
when we talk about
women
communication,
officers
there's a
that
very
they've been
interesting topic
inducted.
which is called visual communication. Now, when we talk about visual communication, there are gestures, there are eye
In fact, they'll
contact,
be great.
the way you present yourself
History
is
is
a very,
proven
very
that.
critical aspect of the personality
Yes, I
of any
think
professional.
as far as
And
my
even in
opinion
the
goes
profession,
on this
even
subject
every
is that
individual
India
should
has been
have these
always
kind of
having women soldiers, always. And I think the
good
whole paradigm
communication
shift happened after the British
parameters
started
to really get
coming to
success
India,
in their
and
life.
they didn't have
So
women
I would
soldiers
like
in their own
to
army.
hear your
But
views
if you
on
look
that.
at our history, Indian history, I mean,
Kanchan,
we have a lot of
visual
examples of women
communication
fighting
is
and also carrying
something
out
that
strategic
is
decisions which are
most
required in
profound
the battlefield.
way of
Do you have any
communication
last words
because
to convey for our
one,
viewers?
it is
Just
said
continuing with
in very,
what you just
very
said,
less words
womb which
and
can
more in
give birth to a
pictures,
child, and
diagrams,
arms which can give a
observations
lot of love to a
of
child and a
motion
family.
graphics,
In case it
or
really
some kind
requires,
of,
our history has taught us that it
graphical
can also become
representations,
harmless. But
illustrations,
so the
supporting
women
text,
are
data
an enviable force,
visualization,
and
and
the companies,
nowadays
the corporates,
animation.
the defense services, they have
So visual
realized that
communication is
it's just
something
beyond
that
anybody to imagine a life
has its
without.
base in that particular phrase, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now I don't know, please don't
Women
ask
in
me
all these
where that
spaces.
1,000
So
words measurement came from.
it's a great future for all
And
of
probably
us.
that
Looking
was
forward to
much,
a
much
great,
before the
great, great
digitized
future for all the young
stuff was
girls who
around.
will be
So
willing
probably
to
that
take
1,000 can
services
become
in the future.
10,000 now. So visual communication is a
Absolutely,
very
it was a great
core
pleasure learning
important
about these things from
message
you.
that is
And shall I
used
call you
in
Officer
every
Manvi?
place
I think
in
that is a
our
better way
schooling
to
system,
call,
in
instead of
our
saying Miss Manvi,
higher
because you are
secondary
a officer of
education,
the army, and
corporate
once you are a
side,
squadron leader, you are
and
always a squadron leader.
we
So it was
see
a
that
great pleasure talking to you.
it is
We will catch
important
up in the
to
next
talk in
episode
terms
very
of
soon with something
diagrams,
even more interesting.
presentations with
Yes, we will. Thank you so much,
visualizations
Chandrakant. It was a
and
pleasure.
animations.
Bye bye.
Because
Bye-bye.
for one reason, the word is not sufficient. The word that me and you speak or write is not sufficient, and therefore we need to depend on the visualization part of it. And ultimately, the whole aim is to convey the message across to the audience for that particular reason why they are there. Now, there has to be then a good mix of a verbal, non-verbal, as well as visual communication part of it. But also, to give you a small caveat, it is not just about any other presentation that we just make a slide and we make a presentation, we put some boxes here and there. It has to be a story that needs to be depicted in those visualizations. To the tune of that seriousness or that particular message, if we go back to some of our historical items like the pyramids, our India's Ajanta and Ellora caves, those were visual communications that have stood ground for centuries. And therefore, it is a very serious and very interesting subject.
Yes, you have said very well that less is more when it comes to visual communication. But I feel that here, when there's a digitization era, we need more enhancement to this skill. We have to look for the inspiration. When we have to do a visualization or doing visual communication, the texture, the coloring, plays a very important part, a part of the written communication. So, do we need a training for that?
We definitely need a training for that, Kanchan, and there is no doubt about it. You just think about a trade show, and these trade shows all over the world, they are intended to bring certain kind of suppliers as well as customers together. And these trade shows are technology trade shows, food trade shows, textile trade shows, communications trade shows. Then we generally know the global trade shows that happen. Like I try to follow the Consumer Electronics show in Las Vegas every year, or Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. So all these trade shows, if we see closely, the idea of a trade show is to have probably 80% of the stuff into a visual communication format, because that's what allows the onlooker to make a story in their head and therefore be interested in that part, that subject, and then try to attend that trade show. Then another is the websites. In the websites, it's all about the moment we go to a website, we should spend some time there and not just browse through. Generally, we just browse through, we explore, but how many times have we really typed www.abcd.com and said, no, I have to go to this website and study it for another 15 minutes? And therefore, the website, which is very, very rich in the written content, may not get our eyeballs, but the one which has got visual communication, the diagrams, part of the animation part of it, probably it will say, wow, this is something I understand that what they are trying to do. Because when I am at a website, I'm probably not going to buy something from them, or I just want to see whether the people behind that website or the company, the organization, they have thought through about the solution or a product or a concept the way I understand it, right? And therefore, visual communication also needs to have its content strategy, and that content strategy has to be agreed by the stakeholders, because once it goes out, you actually can control your word, but you cannot control your visual communication, because it could mean something different that probably the content strategists have never thought about, right?
Yeah, while speaking to you, I have an idea, so I just want to share with you. The visual communication is with us from very, very long time. Even when the languages were not developed, there were cave paintings. So it's visual representation only. And when the children go to their nursery, their visual representation only about alphabets. So it's a very, very critical aspect of communication. And when we grow up, somehow we mingle with words and we get confused sometimes. So I feel that for a good visual communication, we need a good inspiration. We should have how to use the whiteboard properly. That sense has to be developed. And how to really color combination, how to reach out through visual communication without saying anything. So what will be the best age when it comes to visual communication to teach, to really train the individuals?
I think, Kanchan, the visual communication needs to be taught from a very, very early age in the schooling system, or probably before that. Most of the painters that we have known, they were the visual artists, from their childhood. The sculptors who just, make something out of a stone or some other metal, their visualization is something that they are able to think through in their head early in their life, and they start tinkering with it, with the small places, small things. And as we have discussed earlier, in our earlier schooling, like in the primary section, we give our children lot of visual clues, visual stuff, and then after a certain period of time, from an Indian perspective that I know more, we give them books and books and books, and suddenly the whole visual aspect is lost. And then after 12 years after higher secondary, the students think that they should go into design, they should go into textile design or engineering design. And then they realize that last 12 years, it was only the books and some diagrams, that they did not make anything out of it. They did not make their own diagrams. They did not make their own visual communications. They didn't learn it from the nature. And the biggest virtual and the visual communicator is our surrounding. You know, when we travel, when we are at our homes, when we go to a certain landscape, the whole nature is talking to us through this visual communication of color, combination, pattern, shapes, sizes, fluids, flow, stones, everything. And then we capture all of those moments on our phones, on our cameras. But when somebody asks us to produce a visual communication on a piece of a paper, suddenly we feel, oh, how do I do it? What is the storytelling? What is the narrative? How do I put it all into pictures? And then we go to those standard boxes and those few of those templates that we have known, and we put it there. But I must say, I'm seeing some great stuff in the visual communications coming these days, where problems are being narrated as visual stories, visual resumes, video resumes are being put across. And I think people are thinking more and more, for one simple reason: nobody has time to read all that stuff. Nobody has time to read. From a resumes point of view, people would say, oh, 3 page? Oh, 3 page is actually too big. 1 page? Can we get 1 page? Few paragraphs? Then people say, okay, now let us bring something in the visual part. So something which we see every day around us all the time, but we ourselves are not great visual communicators until unless we are taught by someone or something. And that we all can think of doing it for our youngsters. That's my feeling.
Yeah, now the new education policy is there. Prime Minister has inaugurated this and has been implemented very shortly in the schools. So I think the policy makers or the educationists, they will take up inputs, and maybe they'll take up this subject as a very initial age of a child in school. So it was great talking to you, Sitesh. As usual, we'll take up this subject and extend our views in further episodes. So till then, bye-bye, take care.
I will leave you with my last thought. We say, seeing is believing. That comes from the visual communication. No one says reading is believing. Seeing is believing. Thank you, Kanchan.
Perfect. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand, which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She was going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in, so it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team. Why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute. So there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level, our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more. And my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels, because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier. And it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy. You're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is, because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies. So all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you're also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you, because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We're able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level, because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours, you always end up just talking about work. But right now, you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all
Sure.
under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community, are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens, across the balconies or the terrace, that, oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there are perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy the provisions. So we have a supermarket in our community, and their main door main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. The rules and regulation around who can go out and come in. So we are following that as a community.
Right.
We have built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is no.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. It creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is he's saying that he's grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which something I really appreciate today, because as a leader also he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's very the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right, both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call, we're not going to talk about work but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought, to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Branding for Beginners, and why the subject is so important and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business, especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money. So all of that is very, very important when you start your business. And often this aspect of doing business is ignored, because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development, or solution development. And then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is a course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you uh, to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature, even perception can create a branding impact on the society. And the brand is then attached. So you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger. It creates a much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And when we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. One of the methods is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand which is getting associated to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding, and I have taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say for example, if you are a well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you are a very good trainer, so you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value, and if it is not, then you should try to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product.
So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufacture Mercedes. Uh, the brand, the company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. That's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. For example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. And about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend, the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true. Nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves. It is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions, it's about knowledge-based assessment, data collection, what is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up. The Gartner as a analyst will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like Just Dial. If you dial Just Dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves, which are very, very specific selves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call Just Dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is a service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, They provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony. It never breaks. You have engineer always available and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. The Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, the brand has an impact on the product, even though if they make salt. So a simple thing like salt, if you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. For example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata, then Adani, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing groundbreaking work and a lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, "Hi, I'm working with Reliance," that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company. And hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata's, I'm dealing with Adani's, I'm dealing with Kirloskar. The brands has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is won if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASSCOM is a good example. Now NASSCOM has to also promote their services for the sake of selling, helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASSCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage? If I go to NASSCOM, what will I get? If I pay their annual fee, what do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASSCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand, that if I go to NASSCOM and not anybody else, there is always a competition between different NASSCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASSCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly.
faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job. But there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time. But nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website. And the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. Search. You can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind it's called Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company, but the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs. I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are 1 or 2 will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on who can be your customer. So one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ, reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, it will result in a something which will become
sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you are not going in any other direction, because the market is such that there is always competition. And then when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, anything that your extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage. And what is the reason that the customers stick around with you? That you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from let's say a Japanese car, people know that you don't never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down. It will give you comfort. It will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding.
Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, uh, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you're saying I am best quality, and then the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that, hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement in the field and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar equal product from Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not an easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them, so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as compared to other players in the market. So your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. You cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind. So that, say for example, you're selling like a fountain pen, and that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now you have exhausted your client list by selling 100 fountain pen in previous month. So what we will do in the next month? That I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding. You have done everything. So as a growth of the company is now stopped. You have developed, you have reached the market cap,
In that market area, you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires, and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a three-wheeler, and then they come out with a four-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank and he will give it
hello friends, this is
deposit,
Chandrakant and welcome to Grit and Valor.
8%
And
yield.
today we have very distinguished
Now
guest
with that kind
us.
of
She's a
investment,
veteran
he is not
from
going
Air
to make
Force.
2 million.
Her name is
I mean, he can
Squadron
make 2
Leader
million, it will take him 10
Manvi
years.
Bali. So without
you
further
have to
ado, let
offer
me welcome her
something
to our
which
show.
is better than what the
Good
bank
afternoon,
can offer.
Chandrakant. Thank
So
you so much
obviously
for
you have to
such
give
a nice
some
warm welcome. And it's my pleasure
very
to be a
attractive
part of
figures.
this
If you
today.
give me money, I will give
Absolutely.
you a
In
return
fact,
on
we would like to
investment like
know
this. I will
about
make sure that
certain
in 2
things
years
which have
you
been
will
which we
double
have been
it.
hearing in the press.
So
Something to do with
now
the
this is very important. If your
condition,
product
working condition of the women
sales are
soldiers
also branded,
in our
that
armed
hey, you
forces.
have grown
And
like
you have
this,
been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time.
$100,000,
And I think
now
you are the
you are
best
$1 million.
person to
So obviously you are
discuss on
growing,
this
and
subject.
this
And we have
kind of
also
branding
seen
can
recently
help you
there was a movie
find
which covered
investors.
that.
So when you get
Obviously,
investment,
that was all false,
capital,
and the Supreme Court of India
the
struck
chances
them
are
down.
that your
But anyway,
company
I
will
think
thrive. And then you
what
can
is
look at new
the
avenues,
training
expanding
schedule for
markets,
women cadet? Is it
opening new
different from
offices,
men?
hiring new
What is
people,
your opinion?
building a
Well,
infrastructure for
Chandrakant, I think I
manufacturing.
will start
There could
with,
be
you know,
endless
just
supply of capital.
very, very briefly
And
talking
if you
about
don't do this
from
branding
where we
around
all began.
the growth
So,
element of your
if you
company,
look at the
innovation,
history of the
growth,
women,
customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you. They will find some other avenue, and that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who is going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply.
So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There is no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at, it's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame for themselves, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and then after 6 months they lose a lot of money, and they run the company without any business. So I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business, where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? And many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to buy, you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it. But when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulations may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you are not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself. And that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company. So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers, and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section. Which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will define that each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. Now if if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturer, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client, So if you convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? Somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client. So your branding is related to those clients. You produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment, where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. For instance, let's take another example. Rolls-Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls-Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. You simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important that if you have a Rolls-Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than let's say Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls-Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media, and they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls-Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls-Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, so each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media. But in all of that, you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now, if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to talk about, you cannot talk about your products. You know, when you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture. Then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about, you know, how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems, what kind of job satisfaction you give, what are the growth prospects for Tata, what is the the place in society you build for your employees, are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company. So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and extra, you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding, which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself, you have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about things like, you are doing some course, you have done your Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard. That can be a star in your personal branding. Or you've gone on a whitewater rafting, every year you go, so you are a sportsman, that can be a brand. Now this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately, without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding, and it doesn't matter even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter. But you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand, and your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very, very important, because if you are known, if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company. So they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very, very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very, very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. You know, his personal brand is so huge. His company brand is also big, but his brand, I mean, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company. But then he has other personalities. You know, he talks in other forum, and he's indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. You know, there are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind. Because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer. Because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very, very important. If you are a professor with 30 years experience, that is driving your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you are building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick onto you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick onto you, and then after some time your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine, but you are the best person to decide. But then your branding the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having X number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the things which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else, you need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. What is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you are a big brand or an equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand, it doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about, hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, you can buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately, but then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton manufacturer, and with a lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is the OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now tying up with all these TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very, very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branding. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So, at the beginning of the workshop, I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding, because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is an example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand. And that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now, in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving. It's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening? You're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage, because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment? So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns, keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You opened a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something, these guys are very active, these guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people, because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic, because you cannot keep repeating those things. Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen? Usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So, you as a leader, or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say for example, if you open a restaurant, it will run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. Not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper serving capacity, a research based decision. Because you know that, say for example, let's go back to the example of restaurants. There could be vegetarian living in that area where you open your restaurants, and then you open a non-veg restaurant. The chances are that this is a very simple example. There could be many things to it. You can open a Chinese, and the people there in the neighborhood don't like Chinese, and so on. So there could be many examples like that. I think the net point I'm trying to drive is that the research is the key to start any branding. And then before you start, so I'm taking you one step back from branding. As I said so far, is that before you start your business, you have to do branding. But before you do branding, you have to do research. So I'm saying that you have to have a proper research in a very systematic manner, and the research will be based on various factors in terms of market size, in terms of how much customer will pay for your product or services, in terms of how you will reach out, what is the best method to reach out to them, how long you see this business running. If you start today, will you have a 5-year life, will you have a 10-year life, or will you have only 6 months life for that product offering? So I mean, there are 1,000 other things. I cannot talk about all of them, but I think the whole point is that you have to have research done. If you have a proper research, more data points, then that will help you drive the right branding strategy. As I talked about the branding calendar, you cannot work on a branding calendar if you don't have a research data with you. Second thing is, when you have a research based approach, then that research will also tell you that how the input from the market is helping you. Say for example, after doing research, you created a branding calendar, and then it's a 2 months branding calendar that every 3 days or 4 days you will publish something or the other, some infographics or some video or something else in various format. So when you do that, the chances are that not many people are engaging with it. So that is one feedback that your research team has to get, or you, when you're doing research for your business, you need to get that input from the market. See, whatever you learn from me, or you learn from your experience, or you learn by talking to other leaders, will be of zero value if you don't hear from the market directly. So when you actually do your business, you have to ensure that the market has to give you direct feedback. You cannot get a Gartner report and apply that to your business. It is a good starting point. It is a good starting point. But when you build your business, you have to ensure that what is the market segment you're trying to reach out to, what is their feeling about you, and that feedback has to be there. That feedback will happen only if you have a proper research document with you. So I think before you start your branding, you have to do research, and this is something that I want to emphasize on. Collect as much data about the product, about the services, about the clientele, about the industry as much as you can. Build a model. I'm not suggesting that you should use this model or that model, but have some data available with you, and then decide what messages you have to send out as a branding, and then decide when you want to start manufacturing your product or services. Having done your brand research, then you have also built a branding calendar, marketing calendar. Remember, I was talking about the feedback. Now the feedback will give you this kind of picture. It will be a SWOT analysis about your business. See, you have come out with an idea. You've done research whether this idea will be successful or not. And today's world, to run different research is very simple. There are a lot of free websites which will conduct surveys for you, or using some of these social media, you can conduct these surveys. You can ask questions. You can build a survey form and ask the question. So that could be one starting point. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm just throwing some ideas. So for free, you can start doing some research. You can do it for some time, but this research will give you a lot of inputs. What people think about you, what people think about the product that you are trying to launch, what people think about the services. Will they pay for it? I think that's a very critical question, which you as a businessman has to understand that. So all of these inputs will give you information to build a SWOT model. So some of you, in fact, everybody knows what is SWOT. SWOT is nothing but, in short, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what are your strengths which you will build, and what are the weaknesses which you need to reduce? So until unless you have a research platform, until unless you have a feedback mechanism by doing proper branding, you will not be able to build your SWOT model. So you build on your strength, so you know that these are my strengths and nobody else can match that. And if you identify your weaknesses, you have to continue reducing those weaknesses. And then if you come across an opportunity, you have to ensure that you capitalize on that opportunity. And if you come across a similar threat in that, try to avoid it, bypass it. So if you have not made a model, you will not be able to come out with a SWOT analysis. So I think it's very, very important, very step-by-step method of building your business. You first do your research, then you do your branding. The branding will also build a mechanism to get the feedback done, either through polling or word of mouth, or send people, or conduct some actual research survey. Put that data into your SWOT model. That will give you a clear indication of how much money to invest and what to do. So the whole idea is that when you start your business, you continue doing all of these activities, and that will help you succeed in your business. And if you don't do this, then the chances are things will be at luck. The success and failure will be purely on the luck basis, not really scientific in any way. Once you have built all of these models, then you build a branding strategy which will be running for forever almost. So you do your research. It's a continuous process, repeatable process. The research keeps happening. Then your SWOT models keep evolving, and then your branding will keep coming out of it. So usually what happens is that how do you take your messages out in the field? It could be related to the name of the company. Now your product offering is something related to education, but you want to call it your company name is something else which has nothing to do with education, like disco, let's say, right? So their mismatch happens, and that reduces your brand value. So you have to ensure that your name, your website, and your everything is properly designed in such a way that it sends the right message out for the offering that you have. Then when you decide your logo, it should convey the right meaning again. You cannot decide a logo using your creative license and design a logo which is a mismatch to what you're offering. For example, I'm offering consulting services to startups and SMEs, and my logo is very simple. It's the name of the company. It's a very simple, well-spaced name of the company is my logo. So if somebody is using my services, they know my company and they know me, and this is the logo that I have, and I have registered this logo so nobody else can copy this. So things like that you should do, and all of this will be done easily if you have a proper research and proper branding mechanism in place. And how do you reach out to your client? You have to build a website. So your website should be in line with what your business is, and and website is nothing but is your window to the world. So is the flyer, so is the presentation. So you have to ensure that whatever you have done have a consistency across. So you have a logo, you have your company logo, your website, your flyer, your business card, and your collateral carrying the same color, same logo, no difference at all. So make sure that it is talking about the same thing, no spelling mistakes here and there. That basically makes the brand more strong. Now once you have established the basics building block of doing this, then you come to medium of what you will be doing. So if you are say for example, if you are running a small business which is servicing the close by clients, then you can choose various methods of sending your messages. You can use a banner, you can use leaflet flyers sent out to their houses, or you can also use social media, telling them, hey, I'm doing this XYZ. And there is no second thought about it. If you don't do advertising about yourself, nobody will know that you're here, you exist here. You have to tell the world. I mean, if you don't put a board outside your office, a small office, how people will know that you're doing this XYZ activity inside this office? So you have to talk about what you're doing. You have to ensure that you reach out to the client, telling them, hey, I'm such as a person, I'm providing these services. So you have to ensure that you can reach out to, depending on what clientele you're trying to attack. Choose your method of sending your messages. And in today's environment, you can actually advertise on social media. You can choose what you want to do, what type of age group, and so on. In all of this, since in this subject we are discussing only about the how to start your business and all that, but all of this requires a lot of in-depth analysis and research, because a wrong move can spoil your brand itself. So you have to keep ensuring that you follow the best practices, you don't deviate from this practice. Even if you deviate, there has to be a proper thinking behind it, and it has to be done seriously. So you cannot execute an idea which came to you today. You have to think through. You have to also apply the SWOT model to it, cause and effect. If you convey this message, what will be the effect? All that has to get into your model, and then you keep churning. I mean, you don't do anything ad hoc. Even though if you are a solopreneur, you are running your own one-man show, you need to be very watchful of these things. We talked about co-branding, composite co-branding. That will give you something called influencers. Now, influencers are becoming very, very critical in today's world when it comes to the small, medium enterprises and also the startup. The problem is that the startups and SMEs don't have a reach like a large corporation. So that is why the influencers plays a major role, because if somebody else has bought it, it must be good. And somebody else has conveyed the right message, it must be good. So things like that. So you have to ensure that you have roped in the right type of influencers, and you simply cannot afford to ignore this aspect of influencers, because that is a reality. You have to collaborate, you have to co-brand and influence your brand, because in absence of your brand being visible X number of times, if you don't have influencers, that limitation will stick onto you. So you have to ensure that you rope in right type of co-branding influencers, co-branding people with you, or tie up with other brands and so on. And then you can think about advertising. You can start thinking, once you have all of these things that we discussed today in today's session, then you start thinking about how much money you want to spend on advertising, and then advertise, because advertisers will take your message far and wide. So you have to ensure that when you advertise, you just simply don't advertise by paying X amount of money in a newspaper, for example. And if you're running a business which is catering to X type of people, because going to a newspaper advertising, what is the point in doing that if people don't watch it? I mean, your target audience don't watch it. So it is important to decide what budget you have, what is the reach, and how you want to advertise. So you have reached to the point where you are thinking about advertising now by spending money. All this will not happen if you have not done the groundwork, and all of this groundwork is ignored many times, because people concentrate on the offerings. They cut short all of these activities and they straight away jump to offerings. And the problem is that when you start offering, you have to continue doing that, and you will take more time to succeed. So we'll give it a break for a few minutes and come back. In the meantime, you can look at this quiz question and try to attempt it. Welcome back, friends. We will have a Q&A session. If anybody has a question, we can take that up. Or at the end of the program, we will give the email. You can reach out to us. Anything specific you have or any suggestions you have, we can take that up separately with you after this session. So to summarize, the topics that we discussed today is how do we build our research hub that will give us to create a branding strategy that will help us create our company itself. So your research will lead to your brand, will lead to your company, and then after that you have to do your SWOT analysis. That should become your continuous improvement process. And then once you have done these basic things, then you start thinking of roping in co-branding partners. You can start thinking of roping in your influencers. You can start thinking of building your advertising strategy, and that will take the next you to the next step of the business. So next steps are much more elaborate, and in the next discussion we will discuss about how do you take this to create your sales strategy. You have built your company, you have built your brand, you have built your personal brand, you have built your co-branded strategy, you have also built your influencers, and you have built your advertising. Now the leads are coming in. How do you convert them? So if the lead keeps coming in, doesn't mean that it will convert automatically. You need to do something else to convert those leads, because otherwise those leads will be wasted. So you have to build a sales activities around those leads which you are getting because of your branding. Um, then you have to look at how do you monetize your brand itself. So that is a high level subject that we will cover in the next workshop. And over time, how you can diversify it into other businesses, because if you stick around to one business, the chances are that your business will go down after a few years of success. So you have to keep diversifying and keep doing new things. That is a rule of any business. And then when you diversify, you have to keep building your very strategically driven marketing hub, so that your brand, your personal brand, your company's brand, your product offerings, your advertisers, all are part of that ecosystem. So next workshop we'll talk about that. Business is nothing but networking. So how to become a good networker? Because if you are a good networker, then you will grow, your business will grow, people will have faith on you, and so on. And last subject in the next workshop would be how to cultivate loyalties among employees, customers, and investors. So with this, I thank you all for watching this workshop. If you have any questions, please write to me and I will take them up either in the next workshop or one-on-one. I will reach out to you, and we will see how we can address those challenges that you're facing. I will meet you in the next workshop. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, Nebu. How are you today?
I'm really well, CK. Good morning to you and good morning to everybody.
So, India's in lockdown, and today I would like to share my sort of mixed feeling, which is a portion of it is sad and a portion of it is angry. There is an elite group in this country, in my country, who sit in cozy rooms which is protected from all sides, and they have this dumb tool called Twitter, and they basically, without thinking, without applying their brain, they basically bring their arrogance into Twitter. Some guy is saying, hey, prime minister did not made my dog's favorite food as essential commodity during this lockdown. And there are others. So I just want to overlook all of these cynics, and I just want to overlook their foolish comments. I would like to give you what, as a community, what we are doing in our neighborhood. So the place where we have about 3,000 household, and we have a few pharmacies, and we have provision supermarket in our locality, which is reserved for our own locality. So first thing we have done is we've actually closed down or clamped down the main gate of our locality so the other people cannot come in. So completely secure, it's a gated community. And within the community, we are building a token system so that people within the community don't crowd the provision store.
So we have worked out a system where we have put a upper limit how much provision you can buy, so that there is no over purchase. People don't get panic and buy extra stuff. And then there is a token that is only 5 people can spend 15 minutes at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are limited tokens which are being generated, and this token generation is being done through an app. So we are trying to do our bit to make sure that we are following the authorities. At the same time, we don't panic as a community and pass through this lockdown period.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, and this is where your community will be probably copied by lots of other communities. You and I spoke the other week about copying really good stuff that's out there. It's perfectly legitimate, and in these times, it's the best thing you can do. So if you're an SME at home now, it's about getting that little bit of discipline and stop the distractions. You started off with, there's the 1% brigade. There's always the 1% brigade. Fortunately, in India, 1% of 1.4 billion people is a very big number. And all of those people on social media can be a real distraction. And we're human beings. We want to know what's going on. We want to put our nose out and find out what's going on out there. But you've got a business to run. If you want your business to succeed, that's coming out of this pretty, difficult time, now's the time to get a bit of focus, to stop the distractions. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, especially if you've never done it before. If you've sat in that office in a tower block and you've been comfortable with the people around you, it could have been a serviced office, and there's no noise, there's no interference. It's very, very easy to focus on what you do. Now you're sat at home. The dog's barking. Social media's going mad. These things are an absolute disaster. Turn off the connectivity. Turn it on when you want to use it. So this is the biggest distraction we could have. Let's use this not as a distraction, but as a tool that it was used for. Don't use it as your heartbeat, boom, 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 all the time. When it goes ping, as it does, my wife's at home and she has hers on all the time because she can't go to the office. The office is closed. It goes ping, and on another occasion it goes bong, because ping is a text, bong is an email. If you get this right, you can actually create a symphony of saying to people, can you send me this message at this time? And it'll go bing, bang, bong, bong, ching, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong. And it'll do that all the day. And boy, that will be a distraction. So just turn it off. Use it when you want to use it. Now that is real discipline. And I can't stress it enough. But you have discipline. You have discipline every day, CK. You're bright and fresh. You're 5.5 hours later than I am. It's a little early in the morning here. It's about 6:40, but it's about about 12:30 your time, just after 12, 12:10, something like that.
Right.
So it's midway.
12:15.
Exactly. So it's midway through your day. You've been through all of your routines. You've done lots of work today. Believe it or not, I've had a phone call with Japan already. So I had to be up a little bit earlier. But that's the point. You get into the discipline. You get the distractions out of the way. And the good news is when you do that, you will be very productive. And trust me, this really does work. After 20 years of working from home, and then a previous 15 odd years of traveling the world in various airport lounges, you don't need earphones to block things out. Your ears block things out for you. Now, you might think I'm mad, but if you start to do this, you're so focused on what you're doing, You block it out automatically. And then when your wife or partner says, you know, would you like a cup of tea? You've ignored it because you've blocked it out. And then they turn around and say, are you listening to me? And you hear that one because they've now come in your face. You will learn how to do that. And believe you me, when you learn how to do that, not that your partner will be particularly happy that you're doing that at home all the time, but when you learn how to do that, you will be incredibly productive. So just do it. Stop the distractions. Do one thing. Turn this off. Turn it on when you want to use it. So day 2, you know, another 19 to go. Perhaps. Because they only said 21 days lockdown. That doesn't mean to say that on day 19, there's another 21 days coming. Who knows? But just be prepared. It's time to get things right. Great speaking with you, CK. I'm so pleased that your local arena is clamping down and doing some right things.
Right.
And I'm sure it's being copied, which is good news.
Right. So I think we are using an app, so that even for getting those tokens, we don't have to go to any counter or anything. So if we need to buy provisions, we just request on an app and get a token. We get a time allocated. I think it's brilliant. So I think whoever across the world, across India, I think they should do that in their gated communities.
Well, the interesting thing is that could be a way forward, because it doesn't necessarily, difficult times require certain behaviours, but actually those certain behaviours could be followed through after the difficult times. Because the last thing you want to do is to go to your local provision shop and have 15 people queuing up in front of you.
Right.
So we could be really smart here. So don't make a crisis out of a disaster. Let's make some really good solutions. That's one. I wonder if people are listening out there that they've got their own solution. Send it in. Tell us about it. We can always spread the word, because we'll spread good news. Let's get rid of the rubbish news, the behavioural waste, as I call it,
right.
And we can spread good news.
Right.
So if you've got something good out there, folks, send it in and we'll spread it, because that's what we can do. Anyway, day 2, I'll see you on day 3.
Sure. Have a nice day, Neville.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma
from Akulmach.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top brass नहीं हुआ.
How never?
नहीं
4 सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास, तो दिमाग में होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those, because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school. They will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in
different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home, so they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially it's the right time with the corona scare, that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this. They have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today, but I will like to welcome your comments and what you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Do you know DNA has shut down its print edition after running non-stop for 14 years? If you've not, this comes as a surprise to you, isn't it? DNA is a very popular print media in the country, and they have shut down their print section after running for 14 years. Why? The answers are very clear. During COVID, nobody's buying physical print media. When nobody's buying, nobody's reading what they are printing. So I think it looks like uh, the media segment may be the first casualty of the lockdown, of the COVID lockdown. So let's try to understand this business, how this whole business works. Not in too much detail, but let's understand basics around it. So media can be divided into three clear segments, which is entertainment, news, and education. Education or information, documentaries, etc. All that in education, information segment. So if you look at the entertainment, it's primarily comprised of all the episodes which are coming on different channels, soap operas, and the movies. So the second segment is the TV radio, which is primarily news and little bit of entertainment happening there as well. And then the online media. So we will discuss all these segments. And of course, the print media. We will all discuss all these four things together, one by one, and analyze all of them. So when it comes to films and entertainment, let's broadly divide them into films and serials which are coming on TV. So what happens in the movies? You go to movie theaters and you pay good amount of money. You pay something like $3 to $4 to watch a movie per ticket. And then so many people watch the movie, and then there's $3, $4 to $5 per person. Becomes a huge amount, and that's how the movies make money. They actually have production cost, they also have distribution cost, and then they also have some salaries and stuff, and the profit margin. So they also behave pretty much like any other business with all these different costs associated. They recover the money by selling tickets, which are slightly higher, and then they recover. So if they are producing, the industry itself is producing something like 5 movies, and if an individual watches all 5 movies, he ends up spending something like $20, or in the neighborhood of $20 in a month. So I think for movies, consumers are paying that much amount. But in the COVID season, the movies are also not being made because the artists who have to go to the studio are not allowed to go and work. And so the entire segment of the artists and the workers which are associated with filmmaking are not making any new content. So we will keep this aside for the time being. Let's discuss the print. Obviously, print. So there are in the print there are gossip sections, and then there are news sections. People value the content which is being printed. Some people still like printed material, and they spend their money to buy it. So if there are magazines, there are tabloid, there are newspaper, and so on and so forth. So let's look at the daily, which is mostly newspaper. There are many players. Let's look at India. There are many newspapers, and there are many set consumers for these newspapers. The biggest player is the Times of India, which is Bennett Coleman, and they have the largest circulation across India. So what happens is when you buy a newspaper, you only pay 4 rupees. So now you compare, you're willing to pay $5 or something like 250 rupees to 300 rupees for a movie, whereas the value in your mind as a consumer is only 4 rupees for a news publication, and that's what you value, and that's how you pay for it. So this is far, far below the actual production cost of a newspaper. Now, if you see what newspaper comprises of, it comprises of, first of all, the content. It costs them money because there is a whole machinery around bringing the content, the news basically, the photographs, etc. So there is a cost associated with it. Then there is a cost of paper. Then there is a cost of ink. Then there is a machinery cost of printing.
Then there is a cost of distribution and the last mile distribution of basically there is a hawker who actually throws the newspaper in your balcony, in your courtyard, etc. That's how you get your news, and you pay 4 rupees for that content. Now you open the largest publication, which is Times of India. There may be 40 pages because there is a main paper, there is supplement, there is Wednesday edition, there is Sunday edition, there is this and that. So it has a lot of cost associated. So roughly the cost of printing one particular newspaper would be about 40 to 50 rupees total, considering the salaries and considering distribution, considering all the raw material and machinery, running costs, etc. Whereas you just pay 10 times less than what it costs. So how this industry make money? In movies, you actually pay hard currency. When it comes to the print media, how do you make money? As a business house, you actually go and find sponsors, and then you make sponsors to pay very high amount, and the sponsors literally subsidize the consumer of the print media, subsidize salaries, subsidize the running cost, and also profit margins. So the sponsors pay a lot and the consumers pay hardly anything. So that is the nature of that business. Now, when it comes to print, there are some publications which are selling more than the Times of India in terms of per unit cost. So some newspaper may be more expensive. Some newspaper may be 15 rupees. Some illustrated weekly magazine may be about 20, 25 rupees. And their whole strategy is to ensure that the consumer base value their content. And that is why they pay more to buy the content. And the largest publication is Times of India, which rely mostly on the sponsors. So if you just compare this industry, 80% of the media, print media business is controlled by the biggest guy, which is Times of India, and 20% is controlled by rest of the other guys. So now I think without spending more time on the print, the nature of the business is the sponsors run the show and the consumer basically gets subsidized. The third category is your TV and radio. There also the sponsors plays a major role. So you make a program, your episode, and you try to get your consumer, which is the viewer in this case or listener, tied to your program. So the whole trick is to get consumer hooked on to your content, and that is what it drives the whole consumer psychology. Also the sponsor psychology. So sponsors, to address this consumer base, will be willing to pay as much as you are asking for it. So here the consumer pay per channel cost on a monthly basis, which is like few rupees, like a 10 rupees or 20 rupees per channel, where you get to see all kinds of program. So your cost per program may be about less than 10 paisa, you never know, or 50 paisa. So the whole business is again driven by the sponsors in this case. Now the last category is online. So we'll discuss this after some time. So the true power of the media business lies in the consumer base and the circulation. So as far as you are able to have a large consumer base and you can reach far and wide, that means you have ability to circulate it quickly, and hence you can drive higher sponsorship from the sponsors. And the whole nutshell of the majority of media is that the consumer pays hardly anything compared to what the sponsors would be paying to sponsor that content. So, nutshell, the sponsors subsidize the consumers, subsidize salaries, subsidize media house expenses, and also the profit. Now, what is happening here? The COVID has changed the whole scenario. The COVID, first of all, as I said earlier, the movies are not being made because the artists are not going to go to the studios to produce new content. The print media, news may be coming, but nobody's buying the print because nobody's going to spend money on buying physical news item during lockdown, and nobody would like to risk their life to get something from outside, which can be infected, can bring the virus to your home. So this is happening to the print media.
One segment which is doing very well is online. So companies like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, maybe few more are running the online business where people can sit at home and can use variety of platforms to view the content which is available on YouTube. So from PC, from laptops to iPad, etc. Variety of platforms can be used to access this platform. So now let's discuss about the online medium. When it comes to, as I said earlier, when it comes to print and other things, you hardly pay anything. But when it comes to online, you pay nothing to access the content. So when the sponsors realize that most of the people now are glued on to uh, the online medium, it is but natural for the private companies to pull their sponsorship from the other segments which are not doing too well. They are not able to circulate or create a stickiness to the consumer base during COVID season or beyond. We don't know how long this will last. No new movies, no print media is being purchased by anyone. So the sponsors find it very easy to pull the sponsorship out from these media and concentrate on the online media. But look at the difference here. The online medium, the consumer do not pay anything. And there is an opportunity for the sponsors to sponsor the content now, big time in online. So the whole paradigm shift is happening now where the sponsors who drives the media business, majority of media business anywhere in the world are moving to online media, but the consumer do not pay anything for their content. So I think the world is moving towards recalibration where the consumer will have to value the media that they want to see very soon. I think the shutting down of DNA print media is an indication of what is going to happen now. So I am just analyzing the situation where people will start charging for the media that they want to see on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Very soon, this whole will become a reality where the content will be sold uh, just like a news item, just like a tabloid. There will be a per unit price on online medium where people will have to pay for this even up to the unit price, and it will be charged. It will not be too much, but still it will be charged, because otherwise if there is no money left on the table, the media business is going bust. Many media houses will have to shut shop because now there is no money in it if the online medium is not giving them money. So how they can sustain their expenses, how they can sustain their operations. So very soon the next change would be in the media segment where the online will become a major distribution platform. Companies like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram will behave like an aggregator of the content, and consumers will have to pick and choose what they want to see. There will be more packaging on the online where consumer pay for that uh, a handsome amount of money to get access to that content. It could be the school program related to education, it could be entertainment, it could be news, it could be movies. So it is already beginning to happen with Netflix and Prime coming out in a big way. A lot of movies are being launched on Netflix and Prime. Similarly, the YouTube, Facebook will have to enhance their offerings, enhance how the media houses will make money. Because right now the online business in terms of commercial value is very, very low. The media, the content providers are getting very, very little, the payments are very, very minuscule. They are not making any money. And the aggregators are not paying them enough. So the biggest challenge is how do we get sponsors which are not paying for the TV right now. They are not paying for the print, and majority of these sponsors will have to find their audience on online. So this is my analysis, and this is some uh, industry level changes which are visible, and I thought I'll bring to you. Dear viewers, please share your thoughts, share your comments. I'll be more than happy to respond to you as much as possible. So see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.
friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Samudragupta, who is one of the greatest king of India, and I think many of you may not be knowing that he established entire India, conquest entire India, leaving few parts of Kerala and Gujarat. So, to discuss more about this interesting king, we have an eminent historian, Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, Saint Anne's College for Women. So, without wasting any other moment, I'm so eager to know about Samudragupta, who established the Gupta dynasty. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine, Meeta ji. How are you? How's
everything? I'm also good. So, everything is fine. So, I will talk about Samudragupta.
Right.
Samudragupta was the son of Chandragupta I,
okay,
the founder of the Gupta dynasty, and a Lichavi princess. Okay? So, he is also called as the Indian Napoleon.
Oh, really?
By many historians, yes. Like historian Vincent Smith, he coined this word. He compared the conquests of Samudragupta with Napoleon Bonaparte. But here, many historians have, different opinions because Samudragupta was in the 4th century CE and Napoleon Bonaparte was in the 18th century. So, yes, and the empire of Samudragupta was almost the entire Indian subcontinent, leaving some, pockets of coastal Gujarat and Kerala. But if you see the empire of Napoleon, Napoleon Bonaparte in the 18th century, then he conquered, he was ruling the present France. Okay, then the northwest is Italy, western part of Germany, and small countries like Switzerland and Belgium. So if you compare area-wise, there is no comparison because Samudragupta's area was way bigger than Napoleon Bonaparte. This is one difference. Another difference is according to the Allahabad pillar inscription written by one of the officials of Samudragupta, Harisena, who happened to be his court poet also. So he wrote in that inscription that he was the hero of 100 battles. Who? Samudragupta. Okay. And if you leave the battles of North India and if you just count the battles which he fought in the Deccan, in down south, then you will be amazed to know that he participated in 29 battles in Deccan and South India alone. And it is said that he fought more than 100 battles, Samudragupta. But if you see the wars of or battles of Napoleon Bonaparte, he fought 60 battles in his 20 years as a commander of the German army. And in those 60 battles, 8 times he got defeated, Napoleon Bonaparte. But Samudragupta was an undefeated ruler. All the wars he fought, he was never defeated. He always won.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Samudragupta was a ruler, but Napoleon was made a prisoner by the Britishers and he died in captivity in St. Helena in one of the islands.
Right.
So the comparison, you can say that, the conquests of Samudragupta and conquests of Napoleon were similar. Okay, but you cannot compare Samudragupta with Napoleon because if you see the personality, if you see his rule, there is no comparison. Napoleon, and as I Napoleon was in 18th century.
Right.
And Samudragupta was in 4th century CE, so almost 1400 years after Napoleon came.
Right.
So there is no comparison. But because one of the European historians termed him as Indian Napoleon, so
Right.
he is known in historical records as an Indian Napoleon.
Right.
Why? Because Napoleon was a warrior, and he was a main figure in the French Revolution in 1789. Samudragupta, he established his empire when he started as a king, his empire was very small. But sitting at Patliputra, because his capital was Patliputra, and then fighting so many battles and establishing a huge kingdom, but managing it very, very nicely. Because what he did, he, in all the wars, it was not only deaths and blood.
Right.
He went to the rulers and he asked them to accept his suzerainty. So, who agreed, he annexed their kingdoms to his kingdom. So, that way, very, very intelligently, he worked, Samudragupta. And if you see the model of administration, it was very, very nice because after Samudragupta, many rulers have copied that model of administration. Sitting at Patliputra, managing such a huge empire for a long period of time. Because if you see, Samudragupta was from 335 to 370 AD. Okay, and as I told you, in the there are many inscriptions. This is known as Prayag Prashasti. Prashasti means inscription. So in that inscription, he is described as a hero of 100 battles. And because not only he was a warrior, he was a very good poet. He was a very good musician. So he had a multifaceted personality. And in his reign, art, architecture, in every fold there was development. And that's why, because of his, administration and the development he did, Gupta age came to be known as the golden age of ancient India. It was not like this that everything was gold, but the development which happened, and then a very good coinage he floated, Samudragupta. Pure gold coins were, started by Samudragupta, and those coins had an influence of Kushans. Kushan were foreigners.
Right.
So when you see the coins, the dress which the emperor is wearing only had little differences there, because Kushans used to wear a pointed hat. He was not wearing a pointed hat, Samudragupta. Some modifications here and there, but because he had this influence on him, Kushan influence, and uh, when he was an emperor, not only the domestic policies, the foreign policies were also very good, because he had friendly relations with many countries like Burma, Ceylon. So, and he followed Vaishnavism, but he was tolerant towards Buddhism also, because that time Buddhism was flourishing. So
Right.
he was tolerant towards Buddhism, and he even gave permission for many for the construction of many stupas, viharas, and monasteries of Buddhism. So that way, if you see Samudragupta, his personality in total, he was one of the greatest kings of ancient India. One of the
Yes,
greatest
I
king.
can very well understand that, because if we see into the modern India, even Maratha also moved towards the north, and they were not able to sustain that empire, though they were so strong empire. And I can very well visualize the empire so big. I mean, from north, from maybe Kashmir to really Kanyakumari, leaving few parts of Kerala and few parts in Gujarat, and then maintaining it.
Coastal Gujarat and Kerala were left. Otherwise, the Deccan down south, North India, everything was conquered by Samudragupta.
Yes.
And some historians, they also compare Samudragupta with Ashoka.
Right.
But that is a wrong comparison because Ashoka was all for non-violence and peace after the Kalinga War.
Okay.
And Samudragupta was all for wars, conquests, aggression.
Okay.
So two different, ideologies. But if you see the extent of the empire, that matches because Ashoka had a huge empire, Chandragupta Maurya had a huge empire. Same way, Samudragupta also had almost the whole Indian subcontinent under his reign. So
Yes.
that is the difference.
Yes, and that is the thing I think we are missing out. We always remember a Maurya dynasty. We think of and talk of Ashoka, but somehow in some matters we are missing out Samudragupta because he has managed to have that big empire, and then he is also a good administrator, and he knew how to really do the management day to day. So, in spite of being a good general, he is a good administrator also. Otherwise,
Yes,
it's difficult to really manage such a big empire.
As we call Ashoka as Chakravarti Samrat. Chakravarti means who was ruling the entire thing.
Right.
Same way, they used to call Samudragupta as a Chakravarti.
Right.
Digvijay. Digvijay means who has conquered all the, all the dishas, all your north, east, west, south. And even for Samudragupta, it was said for his horses that they have tasted the water of 4 oceans because the extent was so huge.
Right.
So Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, all these oceans, because the trade and commerce was also very good. So the main ports were under the Gupta Empire, under Samudragupta. So that's why it is also said that he and his horses have tasted the water of many oceans, 4 oceans. And can you imagine, Kanchan, a person who fought 75 odd battles and never got defeated? Never ever.
Yes.
So it is a real, a big thing.
Right.
It's a huge thing. And that times the army which Samudragupta had, it was a Chaturang army. Chaturang means infantry, cavalry.
Okay.
This cavalry, infantry, then a unit of these horses and elephants. So all that all together, artillery. So it was a very, very well organized army also which he had. That's why they were able to conquer and they were able to conquest the entire Indian subcontinent because of the army also. Not only administration, his strategies, his war strategies, and his diplomatic policies. Because with some kings, he was diplomatic. He asked them to, come under his suzerainty and he annexed their kingdoms into his. So that way, he developed the Gupta Empire in by all means, art, architecture, music. He was a great musician. In one of the coins, he is shown as playing the veena.
Right.
And it is written in some text that even the musicians of gods, they got defeated by Samudragupta when he played the veena.
Oh, great.
This one story.
He is a master. He was a good personality. He was a general and musician. So two contrasts actually. So because
very because his love for music, his love for poetry,
right?
It's very another side of his personality.
Right.
But he was like that, Samudragupta. A great warrior king. You can call him a great warrior king, a good administrator, and because of him only the Gupta age reached the glory, and that's why the Gupta age was known as the golden age in ancient India.
I know.
Because of all round development,
I know.
art, architecture, administration, everywhere the progress was seen. That's why it is known as the golden age. But after him, like the successors, Ram Gupta, Skand Gupta, they were not as great as Samudragupta, but somehow they managed, to take the legacy forward. But the face of Gupta Empire is only Samudragupta. Only Samudragupta. No one else.
So it was so wonderful to talk to you today. We will be discussing Samudragupta, who is the greatest, one of the greatest king of ancient India, tomorrow. And we'll discuss more about how he managed such a big empire and how he managed his army in our other series. For today, it was so wonderful to really talk to you and know more about Samudragupta. I'm sure our viewers will be benefiting to know about this knowledgeable topic. So till tomorrow, bye bye, madam.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Sortie Wednesday. And friends, as you know, in the Sortie Wednesday, we usually give the tips to our contestants to make more powerful videos so that there are more fan followers. And usually my colleague from UK joins and he's one of the key person to give those tips. His name is Naval Gont. Unfortunately, there is a storm which is bracing UK and in Naval's area there has been a power cut, so he is unable to join. But nevertheless, I will give you the tip. Thank you, Naval. We will catch up again on Sortie Wednesday next week. But in the meantime, the tip today is about how do you ensure that there are more and more viewers sticking to your videos or your channel. So the whole idea is that when you make a video, more and more people should come. It's not only that one video has become very popular, but the next one is not equally popular. So you need to do a little bit of analytics around what is selling on your channel and what is not. In other words, what your viewers, standard viewers like and does not like. So that analysis you have to do in order to ensure that your channel is more popular and the people who are watching you keep coming back again and again. Now, one of the trick to do that is maintain a bit of variety. And since most of the video platforms allow categorization into different categories, you can also make playlists. Say, for example, if you're choosing Facebook or YouTube, in both the platforms, there are playlists which you can create. And if your channel has variety, that means you're catering to a wider audience. Say, for example, if you're making a training-based video, which is related to, say, lead generation, let's say, for example. And if you also have another playlist which talks about how do you create impression using LinkedIn. So that becomes a second link list, playlist, and that is how you can maintain variety in your channel. It's very important, dear viewers and also contestants, to maintain variety on your channel to ensure that your channel caters to a wide array of audience and also provide support to wider audience. It's not only one type. If you're making a video in astronomy, uh, make sure that you also talk about what is happening in the terrestrial world, which is Earth. So you have one thing on astronomy going and another thing what is happening around Earth. So these are just examples. So the moot point here is, viewers and contestants, that in your channel you have to maintain variety, and that is how a set of audience will keep coming to your content, watching your content, because what they like is your content, your presentation style, and your technical skills in terms of presentation. So these are the things that the viewers are looking for from a knowledge-based channel, either on YouTube or on some other platform like Twitch or Facebook. But make sure that you maintain variety in order to uh, popularize your videos or channel. So this is a little tip for today in Sortie Wednesday. I will catch up with you again tomorrow on some other subject. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the greatest kings of India who has a tremendous effect on our history and our future also, because he is the one person who stopped there are two kings and he is one of the kings who stopped the foreign invasion, and I'm talking about Porus. So we will be discussing more about in this current series, and to discuss and to know more about this great king, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is head of the department of one of the prestigious colleges for women in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, madam. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine, ma'am. So, we are discussing about Porus and Alexander and the impact of this war. There was a war. So, we will be discussing more. We want to know more about this great king, Indian king, Porus.
Okay, so before I tell you about Porus, let me give you a brief overview that what happened before Porus in India. There were a lot of Iranian and Macedonian invasions in India, and after the Persians, there were the Macedonians, Alexander of Macedonia, who came to India to plunder his wealth, the wealth of India. His main motive was that, because he had heard a lot of stories about India's wealth, India's glory, about the temples which were very, very rich in terms of jewelry, in terms of money. So he was very, very curious to visit India. So the Greeks were the next. First came the Persians, then came the Greeks. So Greeks were the next foreigners who came to India, and that time the political condition of India was such that it was again divided into small, small provinces, principalities, and there was no unity. There was no unity. So because people have heard about Alexander's personality, that he is a brutal warrior, and he had taken this up in his mind that he will conquer the entire world. There is one small story about him that when he was a child, he showed his hand to an astrologer, and he told the astrologer, "I want to conquer the world." So the astrologer said, "You don't have that line in your hand." So he got so furious that he took up his sword and he, made a line in his hand, and he told the astrologer, "I will prove you wrong. I will conquer the entire world." So he all the Indians knew about his stories, that what type of personality he is. So when Alexander came to India in 326 BC, if we see that time, there was a Prince Ambi, King Ambi of Takshila, and then this King Porus. Actually, his name was not Porus. He is mentioned in Greek records as Porus. Because he belonged to the Puru dynasty. He belonged to the Puru dynasty, so he was called Paurava or Purushottama. So he was in Greek accounts, in Greek, all the travelogues, we get his name as Porus. So Porus, Ambi and Takshila and Porus's empire were nearby. So when Ambi heard about Alexander coming in, he got very afraid. So he said, instead of waging war, let me, welcome him and let me submit under Alexander, so that there is no destruction. Number one. Number two, because if I become an ally of Alexander, then my prestige will increase. So what Ambi did when Alexander came, he welcomed him. He welcomed Alexander and he gave him lot of presents. Because he was also a king, Alexander was also king of Macedonia. So he gave him around 700 horses, 3,000 oxen, and 10,000 sheep. So not only this, he gave him a contingent of 5,000 soldiers and replenished the treasury of Alexander. So now Alexander became more egoistic, that I will be, because he had this in his mind that he is a conqueror. So he sent a message to Porus or Paurava that you also, come under my suzerainty. You accept my power. But Porus refused to do that. He said, no. If you are a king and if you are a warrior, come to the battlefield. I will see you there. So Alexander got very much annoyed by this, because when he came to India, he got such a welcome from Ambi, from King Ambi. So he got very, very annoyed, and they met. It is known as the Battle of Hydaspes, because the river Jhelum, in Greek accounts, it is the name of Jhelum river is Hydaspes. So this war between Alexander and Porus is known as the Battle of Hydaspes. So Porus's kingdom was between Jhelum and Chenab rivers, and because any place which is near a river is very, very fertile, so his kingdom was very prosperous. So when Alexander's army and Porus's army met, the army of Porus's was bigger in size. But the army of Alexander had refined artillery. They had refined, equipments of war. In Porus's army, there were around 210 elephants, and he had a standing army of many thousand soldiers. The army of Alexander was also big, but when it came to warfare, the Porus's army lacked the skills. They lacked the skills. But one advantage Porus had, that he had elephants. And Macedonian people had never seen elephants. So when they saw the huge elephants, they were spellbound. They saw the elephants for the first time. So what the soldiers of Alexander's army did, they started piercing the elephants with the arrows. So the one or two elephants, they got very angry and they ran, and
they're
many
charged.
people, many people were trampled to death because of that. But in spite of this advantage of Porus, he could not. This was one thing. Another thing, heavy rain happened. So because of rain, the chariot's wheels they got stuck in mud. So that became a disadvantage for Porus's army. And in the war was fought in the field of Karri, Karri, Karri. So there it was all muddy, and the chariot's wheels they got stuck in the mud. So that became an advantage for Alexander, and finally Alexander made Porus a prisoner. He made Porus a prisoner, and when he was taken to Alexander's camp, Alexander asked him that, "What do I do with you now? Because you were very egoistic. You did not accept my, suzerainty, and when I gave you a proposal, you refused it." But Porus was such a brave, person, because he is known for his bravery. His bravery and his, this confidence he had. So even if he is a prisoner and he is standing in front of Alexander, he gave a very cool reply. He said, when Alexander asked him, "What do I do with you?" He said, "You do what a king does with another king." So this reply of Porus melted the heart of Alexander. And Porus was also a king. And then he he appreciated the courage, the bravery that uh, Porus could have been killed by Alexander, but still he is speaking in a high volume, and he is speaking with courage, with no fear at all. So this impressed Alexander, and then Alexander embraced him.
Yes, I think this line has become so popular. Even the way Porus told Alexander, "Treat me like any other king treat another prisoner king." So I think this is a very impactful behavior, impactful part of personality of a great king Porus. Because in normal ways, he never answers like that.
Frightened.
Yes.
A normal human would be frightened. You are standing in front of a.
Yeah, he may be thinking of a treaty, or he may be thinking of a friendship. But here's a king who said, "Treat me like another king treats another one king."
As treats another king.
Right.
This was his reply.
Right.
So Alexander embraced him and returned his empire, what he has invaded. Rather, when he left India, he gave some other parts of India also to Porus to take care. So it came under the Macedonian this thing sovereignty, but Porus took care of that entire empire. One thing more I want to tell you, Kanchan. See, somewhere our history is also mistaken, because whenever we call Alexander, we address him Alexander the Great.
Right. Right.
So, if you think as a common man or a common person, he was a brutal warrior. He killed thousands and thousands of people just to satisfy his own ego.
Right.
Because he wanted to become a world conqueror.
Right.
If you see other kings, if you suppose you see Ashoka, he also did Kalinga war, but that changed him, that transformed him.
Right.
You see Chandragupta Maurya, he was also a very great king.
Right.
So, but what made them great was their deeds, their goodness,
Right.
their compassion towards people. But Alexander was a totally opposite personality, and why we call him Alexander the Great, as a history student and as a history lecturer, I really think that that's why, because we portray a wrong history.
Right.
We have given this way you are giving a wrong message to the people, that whoever kills is big,
Right.
whoever kills is great.
Right.
So it is not a right message, which any history chronicler or any history writer would give to the next generations. And when he was going back to his place, he died on the way. He died near Babylonia because of malaria, Alexander. And when before his death, because he could sense that he was dying, he told his people that when you take me to the grave, you keep my hands out of my this thing. When you take me. When they asked why, then he said, people should know that even a word conqueror goes empty hands. When he leaves the word, he goes empty hands. He realized it very late. Alexander realized it very late. But we calling him great, we calling him, okay, he was a mighty warrior. I agree. But that was the power of his sword. That was the power of his army. But if you see the other aspect, it was only brutality what he did. He killed thousands and thousands of people. Many families were totally, finished because of Alexander. And but you can call Porus great. You can definitely call Porus great because he fought with lot of bravery for his kingdom, for his people. He never, because Alexander was a foreign invader, so he never wanted to give that impression to his subjects that as a king I am a failure. So he fought. It is a different story that he was defeated. He lost the Battle of Hydaspes, but still he won. In the pages of history, you remember Porus as a great king, for his bravery, for his valiant behavior, for his courage.
Yes. So I think that the own personality and the character of Porus is much higher in terms of a king. I feel when compared to Alexander, why? Because Alexander just won the territories, but here is one king who fought, who defeated, and after even defeat, he impressed a king. We call the Alexander the Great, and he was so impressed that he has said, okay, no, you are so great, and the way you are so smart, and you deserve to be king, a great king. So he has said, okay, fine, I will treat you like a king. I am a king, but you are also king. But on at the same time, Porus also took care administration, he took care of his kingdom, he took care of his people, which I think in a way Alexander the Great was not having that capability, as not missing out in space, isn't it?
Yeah, he was. He see the history which is written is. I'm not saying that it is not up to the mark, but somewhere they lack. Somewhere they lack in portraying the people.
Right.
Whether it is ancient history, whether it is European history, whether it is medieval, modern. Uh, when we had our Indian struggle for independence, so the Western authors, Western historians, they termed our freedom fighters as, revolutionaries, and they have not termed them as great people.
Right.
Because they were fighting against them.
Yes.
But if you see from our perspective, they were great because they gave us a free air to breathe.
Right.
So some the historians, they have a they had a different perspective to see the events, to record the events, which at some places is not just, because you are giving a wrong message.
Yes.
You are giving a wrong message for the generations to come.
I know. So it was really lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. We'll be discussing about porous and the situation at that point of time in our next episode. For today, it was so wonderful to talk to you and know more about this great king, Porous, the Great of India. So see you tomorrow. Bye bye. You take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now, when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general. He was an empire builder, and he was a greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history. So how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used three legs of administration or three legs of law. One is custom and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks.
Right.
Now these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was, he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration.
Okay.
A centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents.
Okay.
This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Kautilya used to stress on four things. First is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes, that should be sound. That should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay, these three. And one was the civil administration. Because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically. So this was these four pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants. Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses. And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal. Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous. So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign. So when Chandragupta Maurya came into power, and one more factor is there, that the humble background of Chandragupta Maurya, because as I told you yesterday, he is said to be a Shudra, because that time Varna system was very, very prominent. So being a Shudra, coming from, a very, very humble background, and rising to such a stature of a king, but still, after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. If you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment, then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think then when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affect the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads? These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch.
Right.
Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration. So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 60 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire.
Right.
And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 long years as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book which he authored known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire.
Right.
Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound,
right,
all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do, but he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality, made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and he one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to, pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave. And finally, he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave.
I know, a lot of courage. You have to kill your ego.
Yeah.
No. First of all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing. Abandoning, what you have already.
Right.
So because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more.
Right.
We crave for more. But when he has everything, he had everything, what a person can ask for, and you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the world, I guess, because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him.
And a long rule, 24 years.
Right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss the legal aspects. And for this purpose, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Hello, Nagesh.
Hi, CK. I hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me again to this platform.
You're most welcome, Nagesh. And let me introduce you briefly once again for the benefit of our viewers. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. And today we would like to discuss about what is going on in our political circle. Today's news, or not really today's, it's been happening for past couple of weeks, the turmoil in Rajasthan Assembly. And today we hear that one faction which came out, which created the whole ruckus, has now looking at going back. So from the legal standpoint, there is a law which is called anti-defection law applicable on political parties, and we would discuss about this with Nagesh today. Nagesh, over to you.
Yes, CK, before I talk about anti-defection law, let me briefly give you the background of what happened in Rajasthan. On 12th of July 2020, the then Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and 8 MLAs went to Delhi from Jaipur, claiming that they have support of a total of 30 MLAs and can topple the Ashok Gehlot's government in Rajasthan. The Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot, called on senior Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Sonia Gandhi to handle this situation, and also accused the Bharatiya Janata Party for trying to destabilize his government. Although the BJP leaders claimed that it is the Congress party's internal dispute and matter, and BJP had no role to play in it, the Chief Minister then held a meeting at his residence at 9 p.m. On the same day. The Congress Legislative Party then issued a whip to all its MLAs to be present in the meeting, which was scheduled to be held at Mr. Gehlot's house uh, on strict action to be taken against Mr. Sachin Pilot and 18 other MLAs. Meanwhile, Mr. Pilot reaffirmed that he won't be joining BJP, and senior BJP leader of Congress, Mr. Jyotir Aditya Scindia, also met him in Delhi on 13th of July. So there were constant accusations from both the sides, from Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot, that Mr. Sachin Pilot has not been loyal to the Congress party, and he has been trying to buy MLAs, or the BJP is trying to buy MLAs of Congress, and they want to topple the government at Rajasthan. But the constant affirmation by Mr. Pilot that he would not be joining BJP was also in the news. But finally, on the say of the Chief Minister, the Speaker of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Mr. C.P. Joshi, sent a notice uh, to Mr. Pilot and 18 other MLAs about the dissolution of their membership from the assembly. That is when they used the anti-defection law. But the MLAs who were in one of the resorts at Gurugram uh, were making allegations that they were, along with Sachin Pilot, were not allowed to work. And later, thereafter, the decisions were taken by Mr. Gehlot, whereby the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Sachin Pilot, was removed from his post as a Deputy Chief Minister, and also the uh, head of the Pradesh Congress Committee. And Mr. Govind Singh Dosara was then appointed as president of the Rajasthan Pradesh Congress Committee. And there were two cabinet ministers who went along with Mr. Sachin Pilot, who were supporting him, were also removed from their berths. So a lot of changes were made after this tussle happened between the two sides. And the 21 notice was then given for commencement of the session by the governor. Uh, that is what the governor wanted, that at least 21-day notice has to be given for convening the session of the assembly, which again created a tussle between the chief minister and the governor, because Mr. Gehlot claimed that at that point of time, around July 15, he had the majority of members supporting him, and that is how he wanted to prove his majority on the floor of the House. So a lot of game was being played. Mr. Gehlot then was, trying to hold on his MLAs for supporting him. He also shifted his MLAs from Jaipur to Jaisalmer. But finally, on 10th August, the whole drama was concluded or ended by Sachin Pilot meeting Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and one MLA, Mr. Bhavarlal Sharma, reached Jaipur and met Chief Minister Gehlot. So this is how the entire, political crisis that was being talked about in media ended. whereby now both the parties have decided to, come together. And since on 14th of August, there's going to be assembly session where Mr. Gehlot has to prove his majority on the floor of the House. So that is how things have been sorted out before the session could take place. Now, what is an anti-defection law and how did it start? We all must have known about Aya Ram and Gaya Ram slogan, which was coined way back in 70s and 80s when, people, the legislative assembly members or the parliamentarians used to change sides and were, continuously changing parties very frequently, bringing about chaos in the legislatures. As you know, their changing sides would result in falling of the government. So there was a lot of political instability, and it was a serious concern among the political leaders of our country. So in 1985, when Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the anti-defection law came into being by amendment in the Constitution, and 10th schedule was introduced, which came into effect on 1st of March 1985. So for a long time, the Indian political scene was besmirched by political defections. So this law on defection came into being, which finally brought into force the anti-defection law, which would disqualify the members. Now, the purpose behind this law was obviously to curb the political defection by the legislators, and there are two grounds on which the member of the legislature could be disqualified. One, if the member voluntarily gives up the membership of the party, he shall be disqualified. Voluntarily giving up the membership is not the same as resigning from the party. So, even without resigning, a legislator can be disqualified if by his conduct, the speaker or the chairman of the concerned house draws a reasonable inference that the member has voluntarily given up the membership of his party. Now, the second is if a legislator votes in the house against the direction of his party and his action is not condoned by his party, he can be disqualified. These were the two grounds on which a legislator could be disqualified from being a member of the House. However, there is an exception in the law that was provided to protect the legislators from disqualification. The 10th schedule says that if there is a merger between two political parties and two-thirds of the members of a legislature party agree to the merger, they will not be disqualified. So there has been several incidents which has happened in the past, and over the period the Honorable Supreme Court has given various decisions about disqualification of members of the Legislative Assembly. One of the recent and the judgment which is holding the field is the Karnataka judgment, whereby the disqualification of the legislators were stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court, saying that they had not actually resigned from the party. They had not resigned from the party, and so that was one of the recent judgments where Supreme Court clarified that presiding officer who acts has to draw reasonable inference from the conduct of the legislator. So, if I would say, this law has actually failed in achieving its goal, and uh, certainly has not been able to curb the evil of defection to a great extent. But of late, there has been a very alarming trend. There are recent examples of defection in state assemblies and even in Rajya Sabha. We have seen that, how the legislators have defected. So this is about briefly talking about anti-defection law, which I think would help people to understand as to what actually happened. Now, if we talk about political crisis in Rajasthan, there were only 18 members, and the claim was about 30 legislators uh, uh, who had gone to the side of Mr. Sachin Pilot, saying that they want to have another party, or they were not joining BJP. Now they were too short of that two-third majority, which gives them protection. So otherwise, also, they could not have been protected had they been a case that they decided to join the BJP party, and rightly Mr. Sachin Pilot did not join the party. Now the notice which has been issued by the speaker, which was the cause of challenge before the Honorable High Court of Rajasthan, was that the speaker had given a show cause notice to the Sachin Pilot and the 18 MLAs, that why they should not be disqualified. Now, the Honorable High Court held that it was a premature decision of the Speaker to give such a notice, as Sachin Pilot did not join or actually resign from the party. So it was too premature to, issue a notice of disqualification to Mr. Sachin Pilot and the other legislators who had kind of, sided with Mr. Pilot. So fortunately, the Supreme Court also did not, uh, uh, you know, uh, choose to uh, consider the plea of the speaker after the judgment of the High Court, which stayed the notices issued by the speaker. So now that the whole uh, political crisis has ended, and the legislators have come back to the party, and now probably they would be supporting the larger group of Mr. Gehlot during the session on 14th of August. So I think everybody has, kind of protected themselves. Otherwise, the crisis would have ended in, falling of the government. So I think the wisdom has prevailed uh, with everyone, and probably they would be able to save the government.
Nagesh, you have summarized this event very well. I must say that, as citizens of India, we expect political parties to play politics. So there is no harm in it. That is why they are political parties, because they play politics. But what happens is that during election, they come out with their manifesto. They say that in their next 5 years term, these are the activities they will take care. These are the things that they will manage. This is how they will work for the benefit of people. Because political parties have to say all that. They are going to increase the employment. They are going to reduce poverty and thousand other things they talk about in their manifesto. After the election, when people choose them on the basis of certain ideologies and certain promises, such things happens where, even with a law where you cannot defect from one group to other, these political parties have found very smartly
fantastic lawyers who can circumvent all laws that Indian Indian penal code forces them to work. And you see what has happened in Rajasthan. For last 4 weeks, the crime have risen. Nobody is talking about COVID because these 200 MLAs are fighting nail and tooth, and they are enjoying themselves in the resorts. So there's a new term which is called resort politics. So they are having some yoga sessions and all that. But the people who have chosen them to govern the state, what about them? I think they have been made a big fool out of, because of these issues. What do you feel about it?
Well, CK, as you rightly said that the politics. When you join politics, there is different interest which plays, while you are in the politics. Now, what is important here is that when people of this country choose their representatives and bring them to the legislative house, it is their duty that they follow the manifesto on which they have fought the elections. So they must stick to the promises which they have made to the people, and on the basis of those promises, they have been elected, they have been chosen by the people. So this is very important, which everybody must understand. But usually what happens is that the personal interest also plays some role of those people who get elected. Now, when they get elected into a party, the party has some interest. There are people who are already the leaders, and they try to, you know, sometimes discriminate amongst their own loyalists or the other members who have joined the party. So actually, they don't get the kind of uh, placement, the kind of role which they want to play as the legislators, as they ought to have been given. Because ultimately, when you see, it is the higher command of a party or the senior leader of the party who's deciding everything. So sometimes they do not follow their own manifestos, their own policies, which is very difficult for some people to follow them. So at times, the legislators are also in a dilemma as to what they should be doing, whether they should follow the dictates of the party by shutting their eyes, by not seeing the interest of the public, or they should choose it otherwise, or they should resign it, or join a party which would support or which is already carrying the manifesto in the interest of people. So that is where the confusion comes. And yes, of course, the third personal interest is everybody who's been chosen at a position wants to exploit that position because for future benefits. As we all say that if you are made something in life, you want to do it for your family and your generations, your coming generations. So this is how being the mindset of people. So I guess if people stick to their parties, the manifestos, the policies, we can reduce this kind of disqualifications, and people would then also recognize or would support a party for a longer period and with full force, giving them majority in the house. So this is what people also see, that how those people are loyal, how these representatives are loyal to them, and whether they should be chosen for this coveted post of a legislator or not?
I think if you do the mathematics, it's not a rocket science. There are 200 seats in Rajasthan, and Congress is higher than 50% mark, so that is why they have formed the government. Now, I think there is a bit of miscalculation on part of Mr. Sachin Pilot, because with 18 or 20 MLAs, if he thinks that he can defect, then the other opposition party has only 75. So I don't see any mathematics working in the favor of Sachin Pilot, and I fail to understand why did he take this step. The BJP has only 75 seats. So with 18 members,
I think probably he was not actually defecting, but he was trying to make his point that he has not been allowed to work, or he has not been given a position. So I think this was because of the heartburning which he was facing for a very long time. This kind of scenario has been created. So I think now wisdom has prevailed on both sides, and it is better that they come together and work in the interest of the people for which they have been chosen. So that is the bottom line, I guess.
so wisdom has prevailed, as Nagesh says, but I have my own doubts. For how long, we shall see. And we will end this discussion now. Thank you very much, Nagesh, for coming on the show. And we will talk again tomorrow on some other issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And there are a couple of good news today. The UK got the vaccine, and they have started the vaccination since yesterday. So, to discuss further, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Goni.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, fantastic day. Vaccines have started, and we're on the way to recovery. And that's the way I see it anyway. How about you?
Well, in my country, what is going on? There are people who are waiting for it eagerly, and there are other set of people who are just indifferent, and there are third set of people, which is very large. They are sort of negative towards this. They are saying, "Hey, this vaccine may work, may not work. We don't know, etc., etc." So I was thinking about the the science and technology. Way back in 1860, there were very eminent scientists who announced that whatever we could discover, we have already discovered. We are at the pinnacle of the development, and there is nothing more to do. And this was in 1860. And in 1905, Einstein came up with his general theory of relativity, and that turned the whole world upside down. So in 1860, they were saying, hey, whatever we had to do, we have already done. There's nothing more to do. Whereas we again restarted the whole thing in 1905. So I think my opinion is there is no end to any development. There is no end to negative thinking. There will be negative naysayers all the time, but we have to move forward.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The thing about where we currently are is there are still people that refuse to take the MMR vaccine, and yet there's a horrific issue with regards to children getting measles or mumps and rubella, as they call it, MMR, measles, mumps and rubella. That was the vaccination. But the interesting thing for me is, if you were to ask these same people, would you like to go on a trip to the moon? What do you think the answer would be?
They will, very frankly, the answer will be all three options. They will be guys.
Oh, definitely all three options. But for the majority of people that were in that negative arena, and if you gave them a little excitement, would you like a trip to the moon? How many of those negative people do you think would say, yeah, I'd like to go to the moon? What percentage do you think?
I would say 50% of the negative people will definitely turn their votes towards positive.
Well, and so, I mean, we're just having a bit of banter here. But the point is, yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of people would say, oh, a trip to the moon. Now, that's a different opportunity. And yet, there are far more risks for a trip to the moon than there are in taking this vaccine. And that's the reality of life. The vaccine has far less risk than getting in a spaceship and going to the moon. It is incredibly risky to go to the moon. Even today, where they can't guarantee that everything's going to work perfectly. When you see those rockets take off, and I know we're now into SpaceX, so now we're into the commercial arena. No more NASA flights. They're buying seats on SpaceX, as you and I have both seen in the past. Even in those control rooms, there is this moment of anticipation, intrepidation of we pray for success. There is no praying for success of this vaccine. The Pfizer one has got 95% chance of being successful. That's massive. So for all those negative people out there, just think about what we're saying. Because the worst case, what I see is nearly 60,000 people have died in the UK, allegedly because of the COVID pandemic. Probably more people have died because they haven't gone to accident emergency when they've been having strokes and heart attacks. I mean, who knows of the secondary issues, the people that have had cancer treatment delayed, the people that have had major surgery delayed because this pandemic has actually taken over our health service, which is allegedly one of the best in the world. So is this a risk? Yeah, of course it's a risk. Crossing the road is a risk, frankly. Certainly crossing the road in Delhi is a risk because, you take your life in your own hands. But at the same time, I take a lot of comfort from the Chief Medical Officer in the UK, Professor Van Dam, who's been on the TV several times